Chapter 251 Conversation on the train modified. Alan not only let Hermione notify us in time, but also successfully stopped them, without making things worse. I think I can add 50 to Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall looked at Alan and secretly admired if only Gryffindor had such a stable and outstanding little wizard. Professor McGonagall's eyes were smoothed to Hermione, and Hermione rushed to the 3 broom bars in time, and told us something simple and clear, adding 10 to Gryffindor. Hermione's face turned red, and when she looked up and saw Alan's gentle smile on her, the little regret that was caused by her failure to complete the Hogsmeade tour with Alan disappeared without a trace. When the excited little wizards came back from Hogsmeade and had dinner in the auditorium, this thing quickly spread. Alan missed a group of Slytherins by a spell. Everyone marveled at Alan's strength, and could not help being surprised by Slytherin's unscrupulous means. If Alan wasn't there, then Slytherin suddenly removed the 2 college finders. Learned the whole story, witnessed the injury on Kuzang's wrist. Roger was filled with indignation, picked up the magic robe and went to the Slytherins to settle the bill. Until he learned that Marcus was called away by Filch. Marcus was sore about their Christmas holidays. They wanted to help Filch clean all the school's toilets and classrooms, and they couldn't use magic. Deserved. Roger glanced contemptuously at Slytherin's direction and sat down beside Alan. Slytherin long table. The atmosphere is frozen. Slytherin certainly has ambitions, although some conspiracies and tricks will be made for success. But such a poor means is simply a shame for Slytherin. Malfoy was pale, pulling the food in the plate with a fork, and finally stood up and walked out of the auditorium. It was like a signal that all Slytherins stood up silently, followed behind Malfoy, and came out. Malfoy has become their leader. Roger disdainfully said that he doesn't like Slytherin anymore. Alan smiled, looking thoughtfully at the empty table at Slytherin. Wood, the captain of Gryffindor, was shocked when he didn't find Harry. He yelled and looked for Harry, which attracted everyone's attention. Everyone is wondering, has Harry also been attacked by Slytherin? But he didn't go to Hogsmeade. Is it the empty classroom where I was injured? In that case, except for Slytherin, all the players were hit by a net. Hermione stood up blankly. She knew that Harry hadn't happened, but why didn't he appear in the auditorium? Hermione also chased Wood and ran out of the auditorium. The next day, the little wizards had no intention to pay attention to other things, and everyone was immersed in the joy of returning home on holiday. On the Hogwarts Express, the little wizards were excited to talk about the arrangements for the holiday, using the time when they could use their wand, playing and laughing and playing. There are also some mischievous little wizards who detonate the eggs from Hogsmeade, and they are reprimanded loudly by Percy and Penlow. Alan found an empty carriage at the end of the train and sat down. Snow fluttered outside the window. He opened a newest book and found the recipes that Luna said. This book can be recommended to Mrs. Harris. She will love it, and everyone will be happy. The car door was suddenly knocked. Is it Penlow? So will you patrol so soon? Alan waved his wand at will, and the door of the carriage was opened quietly. Unexpectedly, it was Malfoy. He was alone, and there was no Gore and Crabbe behind him. After getting in, Malfoy came in and took the initiative to close the door. He sat across from Alan. That look made Alan almost have the urge to get out. Wouldn't he just want to confess himself? Alan thought in horror. Alan, thank you. Malfoy's tone seemed pale and weak. Alan understood what he meant. I want to thank you too. My status in Slytherin has risen. Malfoy looked complicated. To some extent, he is also a beneficiary of this matter. Congratulations. Alan smiled. This smile seemed magical, and the inexplicable anxiety in Malfoy's heart eased a lot. In short, I owe you again. Malfoy regained his arrogant look between his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the door. Neither me nor Hermione will say, Alan said softly. Malfoy's figure was settled. Without looking back, he walked out of the door. A flirty thank you came into Alan's ear. When Alan took the salute and walked the following car, he saw the young girl Emily and Aunt Josephine at a glance. Emily also saw Alan, like a cheerful bird, rushed into Alan's arms. You were reading www.uukansu. Alan touched the little guy's back with one hand, raised his head, and greeted Aunt Josephine with a smile. In the heavy snow, Josephine's cheeks were flushed, but Alan knew that it was not due to cold. She always had a gentle smile in her sharp blue eyes, and nodded at Alan. On her head is a black female hat with wide eaves. The purple velvet flowers on the hat tremble in the cold wind. "Ha, I'm so glad to see you again, Alan. You are much taller than last time." Aunt Josephine embraced Alan enthusiastically. When they walked out of platform 9, Alan was happy to find that his elder brother Albert was standing in front of a Honda car and looked at him with a smile. Albert opened the trunk of the little Honda and put Alan's salute in. Alan was in a trance for a moment. When did the wizard and mole become so harmonious that he used a car? This is the car in the ministry. I am on the mission. The content of the mission should be kept secret, but it does not prevent me from picking up my dear brother. Albert looks cheerful and looks very satisfied with his current task. Alan would like to ask him what a good task, but he still closed his mouth when he thought of the Ministry of Magic's confidentiality regulations. Aunt Josephine, who entered the car, actually wore her straw-eyed hat and sat stiffly in the car. Seeing Alan's eyes, she blinked at Alan. "Although the car invented by Mull is very warm, I still prefer phantom shift and flying broom." "I heard that you played Quidditch well. They used to be chasers." Chapter 252 Old Manor Modified. It's not that Alan hasn't been to Aunt Josephine's house, but he is the first to enter through the main entrance. The car drove into the manor surrounded by high walls. Alan looked at it and thought it was impressive, but the whole house seemed to be shrouded in darkness, hiding in the shadow of the towering peaks behind it. Emily just got out of the warm compartment, and a chilly wind made her fight a cold war. Although the weather was indeed cold, Alan felt that the more he walked into the house, the more chilling he felt. Emily approached Alan involuntarily. She was a little scared. She pulled Alan's sleeve and motioned to Alan, looking at the second floor of the manor. Alan looked up, where there were two large bay windows side by side, like two black holes staring at them. "You want to live in those two rooms?" Aunt Josephine apparently misunderstood Alan's meaning. "The kids really need more space for activities and better views. Of course you can live there." Passing through the living room with a huge fireplace, they walked along a branch corridor to an upward staircase. This time it didn't take long because Aunt Josephine's rooms for them were on the second floor. "Look at these rooms. Do you like them?" Aunt Josephine took Alan and they looked in every room on the second floor. Emily began to feel excited. This house is really good. So many rooms, so many closets. She couldn't imagine how many rooms there were. In the room assigned to Emily, there were many toys that little girls liked. She happily stroked a white, fluffy kitten figurine. Albert volunteered to take care of his sister. Aunt Josephine took Alan to move on. They hurried forward along the narrow aisle. Alan noticed that all the portraits of men and women hung on the wall on the second floor. They wore strange costumes made of satin and velvet, which were very gorgeous. The people on the screen stared at Alan silently, unusually quiet. The house Alan had was very large, with a bathroom and an old-fashioned window seat. He can sit in the window overlooking the manor below. "Okay, I think you must take some time to organize your luggage. I will prepare the food first, and you can come down after you have packed it up." Aunt Josephine glanced at her watch and walked towards the front door of the room. The room was so big. Which bay window with a window seat did Alan like? He stepped forward and looked out the window. Through the numerous snowflakes, he saw the little Honda parked in the driveway. Over the fence, he saw some high and low farmhouses scattered on the wilderness. After packing up the salute, Alan walked towards the door. Just then, he saw the girl who impressed him. The girl who once stood on the door of the room where he lived. The girl in a red dress woven with gold and silver floats. There was a dark green toad squatting on her hand, and she stood staring blankly at the door, her eyes sharp, but within a second, she turned and disappeared into the aisle. "Hello!" Alan shouted and ran towards the aisle, then stopped outside his bedroom door. He looked at both sides. Who is she? But there was no one in the long aisle. and all the doors of the house were tightly closed. "Albert?" Alan called Albert's name out loud, but no one answered him. Alan finally glanced at the dark hallway and hurried downstairs. "Aunt Josephine." Alan recovered his heartbeat. "Is this house haunted?" Aunt Josephine gave Alan a casual look and laughed softly, seeming to find the question funny. "I'm sorry, no noise," she said, and then she looked at Alan with blue eyes that were slightly wrinkled around her. "Although this manor is very old and huge, it is not haunted." I seem to see a little girl in a red skirt," Alan said, while staring closely at Aunt Josephine's face. He believed his eyes. "You may have seen a portrait of Miss Clark. She is the only one who can walk freely around the manor," Aunt Josephine said, and then directed a row of hot dogs to jump into the frying pan. Alan was sure that her eyes were read correctly, that she appeared at the door instead of the portrait. He was trying to keep asking, for example, who was Miss Clark? Why only the picture of the whole manor was free for her to move around, why the characters in those pictures didn't speak or move. But with the knock on the door, Aunt Josephine stopped talking to Alan. Alan didn't miss the relaxed look that flashed across her face. Mr. Harris and Len came in, and they carried a few suitcases in their hands. "Ah, the snow is getting bigger and bigger. I hope your mother and Daisy can come over earlier." After putting the luggage in place, Mr. Harris took off his thick coat and walked down in a normal shirt. He said www.untilnovel.com and tucked his shirt into his pants. Alan was surprised to find that in a short time, Mr. Harris was a bit overweight. His shirt seemed to be too old to stop, and he would always spread out. Mr. Harris gave up the attempt to tuck the shirt into his pants, rolled up his sleeves, and sat next to Alan. "Ha! They are two real images." Aunt Josephine nodded in the direction of Ren and Alan and said to Mr. Harris. Alan couldn't tell if this was a word of praise. He and Len are tall and thin, both with blonde hair and light blue eyes like Mr. Harris. Nevertheless, Alan still disagreed with Aunt Josephine. Where is he a serious man like Ren? Emily is a child after all. After playing in the living room for a while, she makes trouble to go out and make a snowman. Alan accompanied her to the yard. In the heavy snow, Alan used Mr. Harris' wand to pile up a variety of small animals, making Emily very happy. Alan was also infected, leaving behind what had happened before. Mrs. Harris and Daisy finally arrived before dark. After receiving a big hug from Mrs. Harris, Alan thoughtfully took the gift she brought, all her homemade snacks. Emily jumped up and down to lead the way, and Mrs. Harris and Daisy followed. But Alan stopped. Something attracted his attention. He looked up at the two identical bay windows above the porch. He put his hand on his forehead and squinted through the snow. That's right, he saw it. A face in the window on the left. That girl. Still the girl, upstairs, looking down at Alan below. Chapter 253. One more diary modified. Chapter 251. Another diary revised. Alan, slap the snow on your body and come in again, lest the snow melt away the outside organs. The Mother Morgan Leffi shouted. Alan bluntly flicked the snowflakes on her body in the hall, but the figure of the girl in red stayed in her mind, lingering. Father Owen, they are all seated in the restaurant, probably talking about something happy. Owen burst out a hearty laugh. Alan felt that this was not a good time to talk about what he had just heard. They disappointed and they would not believe it. Second, he put his coat aside and walked into the restaurant. The wall of the dining room is green, with huge chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Hundreds of candles illuminate the interior of the room. The fire in the high fireplace flickers and there are torches burning on all four walls. There is a long table under the chandelier, and everyone is already sitting in the high back chair, ready to enjoy dinner. The wine in the metal stemware exuded a rosy luster under candlelight. On the silver plate, rich and delicious food piled up tall. If you put on a dress gown and a minaret hat, this is a typical medieval wizard meeting. Alan noticed that his father's eyes sparkled in the bright candlelight. Obviously, he was very happy to spend this Christmas with Aunt Josephine. When Alan was also seated, Aunt Josephine tapped on the tall metal wine glass in front of her. and smiled very heartily. "This is the most hilarious Christmas I've had in all these years." "Owen, thank you." She took a sip of the glass of wine and a hint of red liquid slipped across the corner of her mouth. "You are alone in such a large manor. It is indeed very lonely." Morgan Le Fay sighed to his husband's sister. Aunt Josephine blinked. "No, don't look at this manor has been a bit decadent, but it's been years, living here, imagining the prosperity of the past, and not interesting." Alan watched Aunt Josephine drink the bright red wine, and always felt that her words meant something else. All guests and hosts enjoyed this feast. Only Alan was still thinking about the girl in red. After drinking enough, everyone shuffled and walked on the hard ground. A long torch shrouded Alan in the flickering light. In the candlelight, the huge oil paintings on the walls on both sides looked exceptionally gloomy. The strange wizards and witches all had their faces stretched, their expressions cold, and they didn't smile at all. Dark promenades, dark portraits, dizzying twists and turns, flickering fire, and Alan's pounding heartbeat. Also frightened was Daisy. "Oh, it looks terrifying here." "Fortunately, the little bear is asleep." Alan and Daisy looked at Emily at the same time. The little girl blushed and fell asleep in Albert's arms, gently hitting her heart. "I'll take her back to the room first," Albert said softly. Ren nodded to the two and returned to his room. "It's still early. Maybe you can sit in my room," Daisy said. Alan nodded thoughtfully. He knew in his heart that in such a horrible and strange environment, Sister Daisy would inevitably feel a little uneasy. "You will like your room. The whole house is great." "Really?" Alan said to her sister. "This house is gloomy. It's hard not to be scared," Daisy murmured. "Except for the large space, there is no advantage. In fact, this house should be at least 300 years old." Moving his eyes away from the portraits, Alan looked at the pillars of the house thoughtfully. The manor where they are at the moment is a building with a vault of pillars on all four sides of the original hall. The structure is a cross-arch. The large and small pillars are staggered and the proportions are harmonious. "How do you know?" Daisy was impatient and urged Alan to leave. "You see, its pillars strictly comply with the column specifications, and are typical of Palladian architecture." Alan determined his own idea, which is a typical architectural style at the end of the Renaissance. "Oh, whatever I want to leave here." Daisy tightened her coat tightly, and she felt chilly in this corridor. Alan shrugged, involuntarily paying some respect to the manor. "In previous life, if you want to carefully explore the buildings with such a long history, you have to collect tickets." They entered Daisy's room, which was the room with bay windows next to Alan. The layout of the room is almost the same as Alan's room, except that there is a huge bookshelf, and the magic books are stacked neatly. "Ha, Daisy, your room is better than mine. There are so many collections," Alan exclaimed heartily. "You can just look around here." Daisy opened the closet door inadvertently. Alan walked to the bookcase, and the carvings on it made him reaffirm the history of the house, which is definitely a 17th century style. "It's really funny, we actually lived in a house that was at least 300 years old." Alan checked out the bookshelf. "Huh?" Alan found a black-covered notebook in a corner of the bookshelf, which reminded him of Voldemort's notepad. He turned the book open, and in the dim candlelight, some familiar words twisted and jumped on the book. "Niven?" Alan was interested. "Is this a little wizard's study notes?" He sat on a wooden chair aside and flipped through. Although this book is recorded in Runewin, the spells it records are very common, and there is nothing strange. Alan turned his attention to Rune on the title page. Very simple, only 7 letters translated Tremere. Alan was horrified. He thought of the meaning of these 7 letters. Professor Binns, who teaches the history of magic, once used his bland voice to introduce www.untitled.com the Cincinnati Clan, one of the 13 clan of vampires. The original members of the Cincinnati Clan were a group of human magicians who longed for eternal life. They didn't know what power they were receiving. They even got the ability to blood through alchemy, magic, and the blood of an elder. What does the name on this book represent? Is it a little wizard who worships Simma, or a vampire? Could this house shrouded in the shadows of the mountains be a vampire manor? What about Aunt Josephine? Alan thought of Aunt Josephine's hat that would never be taken off, and her ruddy complexion. Today's chapter is very difficult to code, and now it is completely written. The update is slow. I am very sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 254 Midnight Whisper Modified. Chapter 252 Midnight Whisper Modified. While Alan was still working on a notebook, Daisy started to catch up with her. Seeing her brother didn't mean to chat, she wanted to take a break. It's getting late. You should go back to rest. Daisy was holding a flower pajamas, and the meaning of chasing guests was obvious. Well, this is the case with girls. After a while, it rains for a while, even if it is his own sister. Alan is unpredictable. Alan grabbed the notebook and walked out. The door slammed shut. He shook his head helplessly, smiled, and turned away. Suddenly, Alan's smile froze, and his expression became severe when he turned around. He just saw the door of his bedroom quietly open. He could hear someone walking in the house. He could hear someone whispering. Alan drew his wand and walked forward. Squeaking, the door opened a little more, and then began to close. This door, like the door of a haunted house in the movie, creaked and opened and closed. Who's there? Alan strode forward, grabbed the door handle, and pulled the door open. Alan loosened the door handle and blocked his door with his body. Who is there? The room is empty. After a few seconds, nothing changed in the room. Alan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Whatever it is, it will definitely appear again. Alan lit the candlestick and sat on the head of the bed, looking at the notebook named some more again, but found nothing. He plunged himself into the soft bed and closed his eyes. He thought he would not sleep, but unconsciously, he fell asleep. Alan didn't know how long he slept, at most an hour or two. He slept lightly and was uncomfortable. Then, he felt that his neck was held by a pair of cold hands, and he felt quite heavy on his body. Alan had a hairy heart and tried his best to get rid of the shackles and sit up. Empty. There is nothing in the room. Although it was hot in the room, Alan was cold. He looked towards the foot of the bed and found that he had kicked off the sheets and thin blankets. Alan sighed, leaned over to grab them, but suddenly stunned. He heard a whisper. Someone was talking in the room. Heard more undertones which made Alan unable to stretch his hand towards the bed and clutched his wand in his hand. After the eyes slowly adjusted to the light, the room became clear. It is a curtain. The long tulle curtain in this big house fluttered in front of the window. A soft gleam shone into the room from outside, and the curtain cast a swaying shadow at the foot of his bed. It's the sound of this thing? Alan glanced across the room again, but found nothing wrong. He yawned, stretched, and got up from the bed. He quietly stepped on the floor to close the window, his whole body trembling with cold. Just as Alan approached, the curtain stopped floating and fell back to its place. Alan lifted the curtains and reached out to close the window. Ah! Alan exclaimed softly, and found the window closed. However, how could the window keep floating like that? Alan stood in the window for a while, looking out at the dim night outside. The wind is not strong, and the ceiling performance of the window is very good. Just then, a face appeared on the window, a small, pale face, but the figure disappeared as soon as it passed. It's that red girl. She is a ghost. Alan turned quickly, but there was nothing. At this moment, a pair of cold hands touched his neck. Why do you want to enter my territory? I am free here. The young and cold girl sounded in Alan's ear. Alan was using his wand to emit a ray of positive energy. This ancient spell was the nemesis he learned to deal with the undead in the tower, but because the ghost can hardly really hurt anyone, Alan carefully controlled the power of his curses just to teach the other party this mischievous behavior. He also needs to ask the other party some questions. But as the sun shines, with a scream, the girl in red covers her smoky arm and quickly drifts out of the door. Alan narrowed his eyes and ran out, but there was no one outside the door, and the little girl disappeared without a trace. The power of this curse had never been used on undead creatures before, and he did not expect to produce them. The power is so great. Returning to his room, Alan dressed himself. Whether it would appear again or not, and now he went to see other relatives in the room to make sure they were fine. A loud knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Alan pulled his wand out and slowly approached the door. Who? But there was no response from outside, but the knocking on the door continued, getting heavier, and finally deafening. Taking a deep breath, Alan had to raise his wand to be ready to attack at any time, and then yanked open the door. It was Daisy. Daisy circulated her hair at this time, not caring about Alan's angry expression, pushing away Alan, and went straight to the room. Daisy turned around in the room as if searching for something. Can she meet the little girl too? Alan quickly went to see Daisy's look. He was a little uncertain about his sister's intentions. Daisy, what are you doing? Just asked why you didn't reply. Did you encounter anything? What are you looking at? Daisy said angrily, it's so weird. I didn't find a mirror, I just went to Emily's and Mom's room and found none. No mirror. Alan carefully recalled these two experiences in the manor. What he experienced, indeed, did not see any mirror. Seen a mirror in the manor, Aunt Josephine. Hat of. The suspicion in Alan's mind grew stronger and stronger, and this ancient manor was like a mystery. Is Aunt really a vampire? He once read in a book in the Ravenclaw common room that vampires would cringe because of mirrors or powerful sacred emblems. These things will not hurt the vampires, they just don't want to get close. But fortunately, the ghost seems to have just come to find herself, and Daisy has just confirmed the safety of her mother and sister. Now she has no day to tell her family about her suspicions. If you really want to fight vampires, time is best during the day. But my aunt, even a vampire, seems to have never been malicious. Tomorrow I want to tell my father. Alan glanced at her sister, who was still lying on the floor, pouting her ass, trying to find a mirror under her bed. Let's learn Gryffindor's death first. Check your style first. Anyway, I will be the best spell for the undead. Otherwise my father will be sad. Do not hesitate to dismiss the lingering Daisy. And Alan lay on the bed with her wand. No matter what, it is very important to ensure that you are energetic. Early the next morning, www.untitled.com. After washing and wearing neatly, he turned out a lot of candy from the salute, packed it in a bag, and mentioned the downstairs. Daisy seems to be sleeping upstairs. Only Mrs. Harris and Aunt Josephine are busy in the kitchen waving their wands. Good morning, Mother. Good morning, Aunt Josephine. Alan greeted the two elders politely, suppressing the ups and downs in her heart. Good morning, Alan. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Aunt Josephine asked in surprise. I'm used to getting up early, but I just couldn't find the mirror when I was ready to comb my hair. Alan blinked, looking rather innocent. Aunt Josephine, do you know which toilet is there? Then you may be disappointed. I don't like looking in the mirror, so I'm afraid you can't find the mirror in the manor. Aunt Josephine responded to Alan generously. Alan didn't find any abnormality in her expression either. She was really open or her acting was too high. End of this chapter. Chapter 255, Mysterious Secret Door Modified. Chapter 253, Mysterious Secrets Door Modified. I brought a lot of sweets from the Duke of Honey. It's better to put them on a plate. After a while, Daisy and Emily will be very happy. Alan put a large bag of sweets on the table. Mother Morgan Le Fay handed Alan a delicately shaped ceramic fruit bowl. Alan poured a variety of sweets into the fruit bowl, and inadvertently, sprinkled a few lollipops that he had previously purchased on top. These fake candy can't cause vampires out of control, but the rather real smell should not leave the vampire indifferent. Sure enough, Alan noticed Aunt Josephine's nose inadvertently shook slightly. What kind of candy is this? Aunt Josephine walked straight up and picked up a lollipop with great interest. Oh, this is a special kind of candy from the Duke of Hogsmeade. I think it's very interesting. Alan seemed to be careless, but he paid close attention to Aunt Josephine's actions. Okay, eating sugar on an empty stomach is bad for your eyes, Alan. Don't let Daisy see these sweets first. Morgan Le Fay directed the prepared food to the table. Alan put the candy away at his words. Be careful, Don't spill it. Aunt Josephine enthusiastically helped him open the food storage cabinet and watched Alan put the candy tray in. Alan felt that Aunt Josephine was a vampire. Everyone came to the restaurant one after another, and Alan noticed that Daisy did not put her hair up, but slapped it loosely on her shoulders. "Have you noticed a rash on my chin?" Daisy's chin had a few small rashes on her chin. She was unhappy and not very beautiful. Alan shrugged. "No, I just think your hair looks pretty like this." Daisy hummed with satisfaction, and sat down at the dining table. When Emily finished her last sip of milk, everyone had finished breakfast. "Today we are going to buy items to celebrate Christmas. Who of you are willing to go?" Morgan Le Fay said with a smile. Me. Little sister Emily responded immediately. Morgan Le Fay looked at her little daughter a little embarrassedly. "Emily, my mother has to go shopping for a long time to buy a lot of things, but it's not convenient for you to take care of you. Okay. Mom, I actually want to follow you when I don't want anything." Emily nodded, looking lost. "But I won't listen to you." "Oh, don't be upset, sweet bear. My mother wants to take you, but do you remember to follow your mother at any time?" Looking at the little girl's clever and sensible manner, Morgan Le Fay could no longer bear to refuse. She carefully stroked the soft blonde hair of the little daughter, and then satisfied her request to go together. Ren said that he still has some materials to deal with in the Ministry of Magic. Albert said mysteriously that he still has a mission. Father and they all left the manor, leaving only Alan and Daisy. Daisy didn't want to go shopping, but she didn't dress up in the mirror, so she didn't want to go out at all. She kept telling her mother that she must bring her a mirror. Alan's mind is in this mysterious manor, which is much more interesting than going out shopping. "Shall we do something?" Daisy lay on the raised window on the second floor, staring at her father as they phantomally moved away in the yard, and said a little sadly, "Daisy, do we want to explore this manor?" Alan suggested if his guess is true, this is a vampire manor, then in the course of the adventure, he needs an adult wizard not to leave him. It's too far to be able to use the cursor tool without being discovered by the Ministry of Magical, or for the Ministry of Magic, as long as it is not seen by muggles. It is not a big deal to use the wand during the holiday. Harry can hide under the quilt during the holiday. Fluorescent flashing was used here, and Hermione also practiced recovery before school. On the train in the first year of school, Harry used the glasses to recover as before. At the time, these were not combat magic, so Alan decided to be careful. Fortunately, in addition, he was not relieved that in the manor, apart from their empty situation, like the college students in the horror film, they took the initiative to disperse themselves. How to explore? Daisy was also interested. Since she couldn't go out shopping, exploring a huge, mysterious manor sounds interesting. "I learned a magic in Ravenclaw." Alan paused, picking up Daisy's wand aside. Daisy looked at Alan with interest. Without stopping, "Detect the secret door," Alan said softly. A series of green lights spewed out of the wand and converged in front of Alan into a layer of increasing fan-shaped ripples, quite similar to the signal light waves emitted by a radar. These light waves roll around and surround Alan, just like the light emitted by a flashlight, and are displayed in front of Alan in a cone shape. "I don't see any effect of this spell." Daisy felt that Alan's face was a little funny under the reflection of the green light wave. "Come with me." Alan didn't explain much, focused on maintaining the sustainable spell, and walked outside the door. The green light wave continued to follow Alan's movement. They kept walking north along the corridor. Daisy felt that Alan's serious expression at this time was very similar to that of Ron, but it had a more indescribable charm than Ron. Then, she suddenly noticed that the closer to the north, the green cone wave in front of Alan shook more strongly, the brightness gradually increased, and Alan's expression became more and more excited. They walked to an extremely large floating window. Around the window are huge pillars with straight lines. As Alan approached, light waves converged on the wall, and the shape of a door appeared. "A secret door!" Daisy shouted excitedly. Alan and Daisy stared at the trace of the door. "I see," Alan said suddenly. Daisy turned to look at him. "This hidden door should lead to a vertical mezzanine. The vertical mezzanine runs through one 1.5 and 2 floors. Alan explained. You mean, there is still a layer of space hidden in the wall between the first and second floors? Daisy thought about it and realized what Alan meant. It's a subtle design, using huge floor-to-ceiling windows as windows. From the outside, the proportion of floor-to-ceiling windows on the wall is as large as the ordinary windows of ordinary buildings. Alan looked at both sides again. The pillars have a straight pattern. The pattern extends to the ceiling and intersects on it. These lines make people think that the vertical height of the whole building is much greater than the actual height. Alan's eyes were smoothed towards the bay window, and this bay window, which looks like a comfortable design, actually hides the vertical mezzanine of the north wall. The hidden door we found is the one that leads to this mezzanine. Excellent, Alan. Now, let's look at the secret behind this door, Daisy said as she brushed the light blonde hair on her face behind her head, forming a ponytail. She stopped. The younger brother, who was going forward, tried to stretch out her hand, fumbled at the position of the door handle shown by the light wave, and tried to pull the hidden secret door away. Alan, who was guarded by her sister, felt a warmth in the face of an unknown door. Some people might be hesitant, some might not be so eager to open a mysterious secret door, and even some people you may feel a little scared. Daisy was a little scared when she first came last night, but now she chooses to take the lead in order to avoid being hurt. Not everyone has such courage. I feel it. Let's go in and explore it, Daisy shouted. www.mtlnovel.com. Faced with the unknown, both sisters and brothers are interested in exploring the mystery regardless of whether they are afraid or not. The invisible door handle was cold in her hand. She tried to turn it and open the hidden door. The door moved slowly, the door seemed heavy, and when Daisy dragged it away, the rusty hinge made a weird creaking noise. Then Alan and Daisy stood close together, leaning over the door and looking inside. Alan thought there would be a room inside, such as a mysterious storage room, but what they saw was not like this. Alan narrowed his eyes, stared at the darkness, and found himself in front of a tunnel. A dark tunnel. The mezzanine map of the bay window has been uploaded to the Wizard Castle, and interested wizards can go to check it. Please see the comment area for the specific number. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 256 Secret Tunnel Modified. Chapter 254 Secret Tunnel Revised. We need fluorescent flashes, Alan said softly. You mean we're going into the tunnel? Daisy touched the cold, damp stone wall, and she turned to Alan and asked, I'm a little uncertain. Should I ask Aunt Josephine when she comes back? After all, this is her private place. It doesn't matter, Daisy. Maybe her aunt doesn't know it yet. Look at how strong the hinge is. It won't be long before they come back. Alan can only continue to seduce his sister. Go in and investigate and decide how to face your aunt. Where will this tunnel lead to? Daisy seemed to be persuaded. She frowned thoughtfully and asked, maybe it leads to the next door. Maybe it connects the two houses together. There is no house on the other side, Alan reminded her. It's an empty lot. I saw it. Oh, but it must go somewhere, she replied. A tunnel can't get anywhere. It's really thoughtful, Alan answered casually, all focused on the tunnel. Daisy looked at Alan suspiciously, always feeling that he was satire. While the elder sister was distracted, Alan walked in. The wand in his hand shone on the stone wall, which was covered with a layer of moss. On the smooth stone floor, there are small puddles in which the accumulated water sparkles under the fluorescent illumination of the wand. It's very wet inside, Alan murmured. He took a step toward the tunnel, shining his wand on the stone wall, and Daisy followed him. The air became colder all at once. Daisy shivered and was startled by the sudden change in temperature. Yeah, Daisy agreed. It looks like a freezer. Alan raised his wand and looked straight ahead. I can't see the end of the tunnel, he whispered. Maybe so many miles. Hello, Daisy shouted. Her voice turned into many echoes. We, Shoal Whisper. She told Alan in front. So why are you still so loud? Alan really wanted to touch his forehead and sigh. Are you really Ravenclaw? Then Alan was grabbed by her sister for a while. Later, Alan touched his ear with one hand and dropped his wand. letting it follow the path under his feet. They walked very slowly, carefully bypassed the puddles. The deeper and deeper the tunnel, the colder the air. Their shoes made a soft rubbing sound, and the sound bounced back against the stone wall and became a strange echo. After walking for about a minute, Alan turned around and looked at the entrance of the tunnel. It became a narrow rectangular yellow light, which looked very distant. The tunnel turned a corner, and the stone wall seemed to enclose them. It's so weird. It seems that a seamless telescoping spell has been cast inside. This mezzanine looks much larger than it looks from the outside. Alan murmured, "Where can it go?" "Why would someone dig a tunnel in the wall?" Daisy asked. She suddenly grabbed Alan's shoulder and prevented Alan from going forward. "Do you want to turn back?" "Of course not," Alan said decisively. "I just want to see if you want to go back." She said at once, "Alan, I think you know what, but you are hiding from me." "I came to check it because I didn't know it." Alan answered the sister's question with a different notion of lying. Then, they turned along the tunnel and the once fluorescence flashed across the damp wall. A puddle traversed the road under their feet, and they jumped over. Then, when the tunnel turned again, Daisy screamed and settled with Alan. The girl in red, Miss Clark, stood there expressionlessly. "Don't be afraid." Alan was prepared this time, thought about the countermeasures in advance, and had a lot of energy. "I had confronted her once." "Not soft." "Undead creature." Alan's wand waved to the upper left. This is a few of the spells that Alan has learned in the Ravenclaw Tower. Originally he just wanted to use it against Pippi. "Deal with this girl in red without hurting her like last night." Her expression with no trace of turmoil finally cracked. She could not move and was put in place. "Who are you?" Daisy asked, snapping her thumping heart and stepping a little over the younger brother. "I am Clark," the little girl said. As soon as Daisy's eyes light up, she can communicate. "Why are you here? What do you want to do?" She continued to ask. "I heard your voice, and am driving you out of my realm." Clark murmured low, as if he just told himself. "Why?" Daisy wondered. "Because I enjoy the feeling of wandering in this manner." Clark let out a flicker of laughter. "The last question, how did you die?" Daisy asked curiously. On the surface, she couldn't guess the cause of the little girl's death. "I was killed. I don't know why I became like this, but it doesn't matter, as long as you leave my field." Clark didn't care at all about Daisy asking about the cause of her death. She didn't even know why she would become a ghost. However, this does not hinder. She enjoys the feeling of living freely in the mansion, and she will find ways to scare away the people who enter the manor. "Why didn't you hurt us last time?" Alan asked strangely. Josephine emphasized that it can't really hurt you. Clark was very cooperative and had to ask questions that really related to Aunt Josephine. "So why do you want to drive us away this time?" "No, you want to drive me away this time." Alan suddenly found a contradiction in her words. Daisy narrowed her eyes and looked at Alan, but Alan ignored it and stared at Clark without blinking. "The Duke is about to wake up." Clark's face suddenly showed a look of panic. Although Josephine didn't say so, I know it will help her. "Duke? Who is it?" Daisy glanced proudly at Alan and asked quickly, "What does it mean to help Aunt Josephine?" "I can't say it." Clark was terrified, but because of the shackles of the necromantic curse, he couldn't move at all, and looked a bit pathetic. Daisy's eyes showed an unbearable look. Alan pushed away and pointed her wand at Clark. Although Daisy couldn't bear it, she didn't stop Alan's actions. She believed her brother wouldn't mess up. Sensualized. A thread of silver spewed out from the top of Alan's wand and slowly rushed to Clark, wrapping Clark's head around and around. "Is this a sensation?" Daisy wondered. How could it not be the same as what she understood? "I once borrowed a book in the Forbidden Area Secret of the Soul. This usage was learned in that book." Seeing Daisy still puzzled, Alan explained simply, "It's actually a photo taking, but the usage is different. This is specifically for ghosts." www.mentalnovel.com. However, for detection, the lost memories of ghosts are indeed very effective. These silver threads had wrapped Clark's head tightly and gradually shone a silvery light, and the scenes of the scenes passed along the threads and passed to Alan. For a long time, Alan lowered his wand, and his expression also showed strong regret. "How is it? Who is she?" Daisy urged Alan. "Woman's curiosity is always exceptional. She's Clark, a poor man with great magic talent but killed by a vampire." Alan looked at the girl in red with regret. "Today is just one chapter. Please allow me to take a break." This week, I changed my job, handed over the two ends, and the leaders looked for a conversation and broke down. It took more than 3 hours to write a chapter. I need to relax myself. Then code words with better status. Thank you all. In addition, Tong Tang has recorded songs to thank you all. You can add the Wizard Castle to listen. What is it? End of this chapter. Chapter 257 One Wooden Coffin Modified. Chapter 255 A Wooden Coffin Modified. The silver thread gradually disappeared, and Clark's face gradually became clearer. There was helplessness, fear, resentment in her eyes. She remembered the cause of her death. It's the Duke of the Night. He's a vampire. He sucked all my blood. Clark resented. Duke of the Night? Who is he? Daisy asked again. He is a member of the Cincinnati Clan, an evil vampire. My father used to trust him like that, but he killed my father while my father was unprepared for him. Clark was grieved and struggling. Daisy couldn't bear it, pulling on Alan's sleeves, a pair of beautiful big eyes with tears, looking at Alan, silently pleading for Clark. Alan saw this and released Clark's vexation. What is Simor? Daisy asked, and she was too confused. The original members of Simor were a group of human magicians who longed for eternal life. They didn't know what power they were receiving. They even got the ability to blood through alchemy, magic and the blood of an elder. Alan explained. Dai West was dumbfounded. But they soon discovered that their original spells no longer have such power. But through learning and dedication, they mastered a new form of magic. This magic was done with the power of blood. But because they became vampires' method, they became the enemy of other vampire clan. You know everything. Daisy felt that her brother was growing faster than she had imagined, and she was increasingly unable to connect him with the little classmate who was behind her as a child. Yes. The Duke of the Night became a friend of my father when he was hiding from the world. My father was a master architect, so he carefully treasured the treasure in the back room. The Duke of Night knew this and wanted to use the treasure to implement his evil plan. Clark, who had calmed down, said everything he knew. For her, only relying on the power of outsiders can help her get revenge. What evil plan? Alan captured the key points in Clark's words. I only know that it is an evil formation that uses blood to increase the power of vampires, making it difficult for ordinary wizards to match. Clark didn't know much about this. Before I died, I only heard him say so much. He even decided to use this place as a base to complete his experiment when he learned that my father was going to build a mansion. Clark said angrily. Do you know where he is? Alan asked. Daisy gave Alan a surprised look. She had never thought that her brother was actually an enthusiastic one. Of course, Alan had a trace of compassion for Clark in front of him, but driving him to look for the inner power of the Duke of Night, he wanted to see the magic of the Cincinnati Clan. Moreover, Clark's father's treasure is also worth looking for. The magic stone can be turned into gold, but more other types of resources are not magic stone. It may be that Nick Lemmy knows more functions, but obviously Alan is no deeper grasp of the more usefulness of the magic stone. I know, I can show you the way. Clark, who had seen the power of the Duke of the Night, did not hesitate to lead the way for Alan. Even if the evil vampire could not be eliminated, it would be good to find him in trouble. Clark did not think at all what would happen if Alan failed. Clark drifted forward quickly. Alan and Daisy hurried to keep up. They turned a few more times, and then walked to the end of the tunnel. A dark red wooden door appeared in front of them. Far away, Clark stopped. Then I wish you good luck. If you can destroy the Duke of the Night, I would like to point you to the location of the treasure room. After that, Clark quickly disappeared around the corner and disappeared. Alan grabbed the door handle. Daisy stopped Alan again. Would it be better to wait for Mom and Dad to come home and explore again? Then Aunt Josephine will stop us. We must see what is behind this door. Alan said calmly. Daisy, I suspect Aunt Josephine has been developed into a descendant of the vampire by the Duke of the Night. She couldn't resist him. It's also the reason why I didn't want to tell them about it. And although Aunt Josephine obviously couldn't tell us the truth, she kept trying to imply that we must save her. I haven't yet grasped the imprisonment of a high-level undead with the undead. After he finished speaking, Alan turned his door handle and pulled the door open without waiting for her sister to reply. This door is also heavy, and when it opens, it makes a groaning and weird sound, just like the first door. Alan raised his wand and let the wand glow the front. A room, Alan said softly, a room at the top of the tunnel. The light of their wand was beating on the smooth, dark wall, and the wall was empty. Alan and Daisy walked side by side into this boxy room. It seems like a big deal. It's an empty room, Daisy said. It's just an empty room. It's not empty. Alan replied softly, shining his wand at a large object on the floor in the middle of the room. Then the siblings looked at it blankly, looking at it silently. What is this? Daisy finally asked. A coffin. Alan answered the sister's well-known question. With his brother's confirmation, Daisy's heart almost stopped beating. She wasn't really too scared, but her whole body began to tighten, chill, and tighten. Daisy felt that she must be excited. Alan shone his wand at the coffin in the middle of the room, the aperture beating continuously on the black plate. I've never seen such a coffin before, Daisy murmured. Alan did not respond to her, but looked closely at the coffin in front of her. The light of their wand was shining on the black oily wooden board, and he saw brass handles on both ends of the rectangular coffin. What should I do? Daisy asked in a small voice. Do you want to open the Duke of Dark Night that Clark said should be inside? Alan raised his wand again and took a picture of the whole room. The walls were empty, the walls were smooth and grey, there were no windows, no closets. The only one, the door, is the one that leads to the tunnel. At the end of the winding tunnel, a secret room was hidden. In the secret underground chamber, there was a coffin. Alan took a deep breath and walked towards the coffin. What are you going to do? Daisy asked nervously as she shrank from the open door and dared not step forward. I'll check it out. Alan gently pushed away from Daisy's blocked hand, and replied, reassure, he can't hear it without opening or attacking the coffin. Oh, Daisy yelled, I don't think we should do this. Alan looked back at her www.untitled.com. He licked Daisy's face with the light of his wand. Alan saw Daisy's chin trembling, and her light blue eyes narrowed and looked at the coffin. Daisy, stay here if you are afraid. Alan's mild consolation, relax. I have a curse spell against undead. That's not it, Daisy denies. I'm not afraid, but I think maybe we should go find Dad, Mom, Albert. Why? Alan kept looking at her face with his wand, and he saw Daisy's jaw trembling again. Because the coffin cannot be opened casually, Daisy replied, holding her arms tightly around her chest. Daisy, don't worry. Alan shook her head and walked cautiously towards the coffin. But if there is anything, you can use the phantom shift to bring the father over and save me. But we have to take advantage of the aunt's not being. He controlled the opportunity to act. End of this chapter. Chapter 258 The Duke of Night Modified. Chapter 256 The Duke of the Dark Night Modified. Alan had just taken 2 steps and turned around again. He summoned a silver sword and magic silver shield from the storage space of the system. In Daisy's surprised eyes, Alan handed over these 2 things. Gave her. This magic silver shield can effectively resist evil curses, and this silver sword is also very sharp. When you were still in Hogwarts, you should have learned in Black Magic Defense class that vampires and werewolves are afraid of silver weapons. You just protect yourself at the door. Don't come over, Alan urged. Where did you get these things from? Daisy was surprised, and her doubts blurted out. She didn't see what the younger brother used for the space items that had kept the seamless telescoping spell. I got it when I went to America. Alan didn't want to say much, He was anxious to explore the coffin. Daisy is no longer investigating too much, and now is not the time to ask about it. Alan will tell himself what he is willing to say. She picked up the magic silver shield and looked closely. She likes the shape of the silver shield. The layers of roses are lifelike and look very delicate and beautiful. Alan briefly told Daisy how to control the magic silver shield. Daisy used magic power to control the two flowers on the magic silver shield to approach. With a snap, the two roses merged into one and stood upright, wrapping up one of Daisy's hands. Then the entire box was transformed into a silver-white shield, with roses on the shield. If it wasn't for the wrong environment at this time, Daisy would have to jump up. This shield is really amazing, and the shape is exquisite and atmospheric, especially in line with Daisy's intentions. But then her attention was diverted by Alan again. Alan, holding his wand, walked cautiously, watching him reach the coffin, and suddenly the mutation suddenly appeared. A rug near the coffin, wrapped Alan so tightly that Alan could not see anything clearly. The carpet looked very flexible and elastic. After wrapping around Alan, it gradually tightened and tightened, just like a python trying to strangle its prey. Daisy couldn't help but exclaimed, holding the silver sword, and wanted to come forward to help Alan. As soon as he stepped out of 2 steps, he saw that the blanket covering Alan was torn apart, the lights were scattered, and the debris was scattered everywhere. Alan broke free from the remnants of the blanket, and he gestured to stop Daisy from moving forward. Daisy stopped submissively. It's really cunning enough to attract the intruder's attention with a huge coffin, and the carpet on the ground is the means to attack the intruder. Alan squeezed his wand in his hand and raised his vigilance. He walked smoothly to the coffin and touched the coffin lid with one hand. The planed wooden board felt smooth and cool. Ugadim, Leviosa. Alan wanted to use a floating spell to remove the coffin cover, but the coffin cover was still. Sure enough, it was not so easy. Magic protection was applied. It seems only Alan put his wand on his body, making sure that he could withdraw at any time, and then grasped the coffin lid with both hands, trying to lift it open. Oh, it's heavy enough. For a moment, Alan didn't push. He stood up and passed a chill in his back. Alan turned around suspiciously. Daisy stood at the door, looking worriedly. Hold him, there is nothing strange behind him. Alan shook his head and tried his best to get rid of this feeling. Then he put his hands on the coffin lid again, and he leaned forward and began to push hard. At first, the heavy wooden cover was motionless. Then, Alan heard a creaking sound and the lid moved. With a bit more force, it was opened by Alan's hands. Alan saw that the coffin lid was no longer closed perfectly as before, and he no longer intended to continue to use his hand. Instead, he stepped back a few steps and pulled out his wand for alert. Seeing that there was no reaction in the coffin, Alan simply sprinted up and kicked the lid open a large slit, then quickly jumped back and pulled away. He narrowed his eyes and looked towards the open coffin, and suddenly, Alan took a breath. In the coffin lies a man, an unrecognizable old man who seems to have been burned by fire. This man is obviously very old and his head is completely bald. His skin was tightly stretched on the brain, with many black spots on it. His eyes were closed, his lips were as pale as skin, and closed tightly. The old man was wearing a dark purple robe with exquisite workmanship and gold and silver lace, and a purple silk cloak was pressed under him. Under the fluorescent light of Alan's wand, his face was rueful. Despite this, Alan stared cautiously at this pale face, at this quiet, motionless old man lying in a purple coffin. Alan directly shot a positive energy ray at the other party, but the coffin, however, a shield similar to that made by the iron armor, erupted and flicked Alan's spell. Just under Alan's gaze, the old man opened his eyes, blinked a few times, and then sat up. The old man moaned softly, squinting his eyes, and then rubbed it with his hands, as if to eliminate the drowsiness in his eyes, and as if to see Alan clearly. Then he stood up violently, whispering something, brought one leg over the coffin, and then took another leg. The old man came to the ground outside the coffin, and silently when he landed, his body looked very light, and he seemed to have no weight at all. Suddenly, he raised his arms and grabbed the purple cloak behind him. The cloak spread out behind him, like a pair of wings, swooped and climbed to the wall opposite Alan at a very fast speed. Then the old man turned around and his body seemed to be tightly glued to the wall again. He blinked and then narrowed his eyes to look at Alan. "It's you," the old man said, glaring at Alan with his strange silver eyes. "Then you are the Duke of the Night." Alan pointed at him with his wand and calmly replied, "It seems that your investigation is very clear." He showed a greasy smile. "I am the Duke of the Night." Daisy finally saw his face and screamed in fright. He glanced at Daisy. "You were reading www.uukanzu.com, licked pale lips, too thirsty. So, do you want to drink our blood?" Alan asked. The Duke of the Dark Knight nodded, then he opened his eyes wide, looked hard at Daisy, and then looked at Alan. "Two little wizards, one of which is what I need most, the kind of magic." Seemed to be sure what's wrong. He nodded and hissed, "Yes, I need your blood. I am so thirsty that I am so thirsty. Too thirsty." He licked his scorched lips while staring at Alan with those silver eyes. Alan felt a mental force disturbing his consciousness. The Duke of the Night was hypnotizing him, trying to fix him in place. Alan decided to take the countermeasure. He quietly gestured Daisy to prevent her from acting rashly, and then made a confused look. The Duke of the Dark Knight opened his arms and rushed towards Alan from the wall. He squinted those weird scary eyes and stared at Alan's throat. End of this chapter. Chapter 259, Alter and Human Skin Notes. Chapter 257, Alters and Human Skin Notes modified, added for laziness. Alan is going fast, Daisy shouted loudly, and then rushed over to save her brother. Her attention was on the Duke of the Night, and she didn't even see the gesture that Alan gave her. Alan stared blankly at the pale face of the vampire. He didn't move. His eyes didn't blink. Daisy grabbed Alan's arms with both hands and tried to drag him away. Standing there, standing like a statue, looking at Alan's neck, the old man's throat moved, and said in a low, hoarse voice, "I must drink now." He quietly and slowly landed in front of Alan. The cloak fell around him, a pale smile appeared on his pale face. His silver eyes were wide open in excitement, and his tongue swept back and forth over the chapped and cracked lips. He lifted the cloak high and walked towards Alan step by step. "Your scent is delicious," he sniffed hard. "In fact, as an undead creature, the vampire can't smell anything other than garlic and umami." The old man hung his face down and leaned towards Alan's throat. "Let him go! Let him go!" Daisy shouted. She rushed up with a silver sword and stabbed straight at the vampire. The Duke of the Dark Knight raised his head and straightened up, backing back 4 or 5 steps. "Damn, it's silverware." The vampire's gaze became cold. He said in a nasty voice. Just when his attention was completely attracted to Daisy and he was less alert to Alan, Alan shot. Daisy suddenly felt dark in front of her eyes, and Alan didn't know what to use, covering her head. Then she heard Alan yell. Yanyan burst. A scorching light ball exuding holy white light burst silently into the position of the Duke of the Night. The whole room was shrouded in dazzling light, and the whole thing was there. Even Daisy, who was covered, could not help but stretch out her hand, resting the thing covering her eyes. This magic spell is extremely powerful, especially for creatures that do not see sunlight all day long or will be injured by sunlight. Its lethality is almost fatal. The Duke of the Dark Knight uttered a wailing, covering his eyes in pain and rolling on the ground. His body was emitting black smoke, and his body was slowly turning into dust. Daisy ripped off something on her head. It was Alan's coat. She looked at Alan gasping beside her in surprise. "Are you okay?" Of course. Although Alan's own eyes were closed at the moment of casting, they were also red with piercing glare and kept tears, but he still let himself stare tightly at the rolling, non-stop howling Night Duke. Daisy looked at Alan suspiciously. She couldn't believe her eyes. It's so easy. He was subdued. Daisy was unimaginable. Alan used only a spell to subdue a very powerful vampire. In fact, not only the uniform, he will lose his life. Alan looked at the Duke of the Night without blinking. This spell is a bit expensive. At present, he also needs to take a breath to calm down before continuing to cast the spell. It's not easy to kill a vampire. It's very troublesome. Normal weapons can only cause a small amount of damage to them. Silver weapons and magic can cause normal damage. Alan felt he had to tell him how to deal with vampires. Daisy. Vampires have the ability to regenerate. Vampires who have been severely injured will return to the coffin in a gaseous form for healing. Before he recovers, piercing the heart with a wooden stake can completely kill him. After thinking about it, Alan added there are a few methods. Vampires are afraid of sunlight and spells with positive energy. They will bring them additional damage. For example, the sunburst I just cast is to imitate sunlight with positive energy, and the damage is doubled. Seeing Daisy's puzzled eyes, Alan continued to explain. For ordinary people, hitting this spell, the body is like being thrown into a fire and burning violently. In addition to being severely burned, it's blinding. But for vampires, this spell is their nemesis, which is deadly enough. But if you use some black magic composed of negative energy, not only can they not hurt them, they can even use their power to obtain healed. Alan said, yes, submerging the vampire into the flowing water can also kill the monster. Of course, this does not mean that you should soak them in the bathtub, but refers to places like rivers and lakes. Daisy nodded when she was taught, and her brother knew so much. She began to wonder. Did she originally read a fake Ravenclaw, or should the school hat originally split herself into Hufflepuff? Alan turned his head again and continued to watch the dynamics of the Duke of Dark Night. The smoke in the room was getting thicker and thicker, and finally he could not see the coffin in the middle of the room, nor Daisy, nor the old vampire. The thick smoke was rolling, spinning, and disgusting. Alan and Daisy were almost breathless by the smell. Daisy, how are you? Alan asked aloud. His voice sounded hollow and dull in the tumbling smoke. Smelly dead, Daisy said breathlessly. Hold your breath, Alan said to her. It's disgusting, Daisy wailed and complained. She was standing beside Alan, but the smoke was so thick that Alan couldn't see her. Alan thought it should be almost the same and waved his wand. The whirlwind sweeps away. Clean it up, so that all the hard and crusted smoke and smoke that the vampire left on the ground no longer emit thick smoke. Breathe again. The fresh air seemed as if the fish had jumped into the water, causing the sister and brother to breathe deeply and greedily several times. Later, Alan looked at Daisy, who was spitting hard, her eyes wide. He's gone, Daisy murmured. Alan, the vampire is gone. Yes, it will never appear again, Alan comforted. Suddenly, Daisy screamed, door, another secret door. Alan turned his head to look, and a boxy door suddenly appeared on the wall that the Duke had climbed before. Alan had previously confirmed that this room had no doors or windows. Perhaps it was the Duke of the Night who cast a covert spell, and as he died, the spell also lost its effect. Alan speculated. Let's go and see, Daisy suggested. Since the vampire has been wiped out, there is nothing terrible. Not to mention, she is also curious. What will be in that room? Alan nodded and walked forward to gently open the secret door and stretched out his wand to illuminate the scene in the room. The sister and brother could not help but stay in place. A stone altar is located in the middle of the room, on which are placed ritual props such as candles, daggers, and skulls. Surrounding the altar, a circle symbol was painted on the floor of the room. The smelly smell in the air alone can make you infer that this circle was painted by blood and used evilly. Alan stepped forward and picked up a brown booklet on the altar. The texture of this thin booklet is quite strange. www.untitled.com. A little smooth and a little greasy. Alan could not help but twist, and then cursed out loud. It was human skin. Resisting his discomfort, Alan opened the booklet. What is recorded in it is how the Cincinnati Clan became a vampire, and also attached some unique magic and secret knowledge of black magic and vampires. Alan immediately threw the discomfort he had just out of Juxi on and quickly scanned it. At the back of the booklet, there are some newer looking papers. It was made by the Duke of Dark Night himself, and he recorded some of his experience and data of the experiment. It's so perverted, It turns out that these people's papers are actually made of the skin of the back of the young beauty. The pictures of the human book have been posted to the Wizard Castle, and interested wizards can go to check it out. The group number is in the book review area. End of this chapter. Chapter 260 Phoenix Blood Modified. Quickly flipped through the previous pages, and Alan couldn't help but yell. Daisy heard the words and looked at them curiously. After reading only the first few sentences, Daisy turned her head indignantly, who was also a female and had a good appearance. After a long while, Alan closed the book and sighed. The Duke of the Night is also a personal thing. In order to complete the experiment of the Cincinnati Clan, he dared to be in danger. The scar on his face was when he was added to Phoenix blood. Burned. Phoenix blood? Daisy asked suspiciously. Phoenix blood is the lifeblood of the Cincinnati Clan. If the Cincinnati Clan can successfully complete the experiment with the help of the Phoenix blood, their magic power will increase greatly, and they can travel anywhere. Daisy's eyes widened in surprise. Even Hogwarts? Yes, anywhere. You see, the limitation that Hogwarts can't phantom shift, for Dumbledore's Phoenix, is completely invalid. Alan gave an example. Not only that, if his experiment succeeded, Alan suddenly looked strange. What will happen? Daisy's heart seemed to have been caught by a cat. She was very curious and hurriedly urged. It can keep the vampire's skin smooth and clean. It can give them unlimited energy, help them sleep, maintain their bones. Even, it also refreshes their breath. Alan shook his head. The Duke of the Darkness marked these functions deliberately, and Alan felt a little funny. Wow! Daisy's face showed a yearning look. Alan's sniffing effect is exactly the function that women dream of. Is there still Phoenix blood? Daisy began to actively investigate. Nothing was found in this room. It seems that the Duke of the Night has used up the precious Phoenix blood. Daisy murmured, disappointed in her tone. No, there must be Phoenix blood, and the experiment of the Duke of the Darkness has not been completed. How could he be willing to run out of Phoenix blood? Alan answered decisively. Where would it be? Maybe it was packed in a small bottle, not too much. Alan nodded. Daisy's guess made sense. Such a precious thing, the vampire will either carry it with him or put it in a place where he feels safe. Coffin. Alan and Daisy spoke in unison. The two hurried to the dark room outside. Alan raised his luminous wand, aimed at the coffin, and looked inwardly. The coffin was covered with purple velvet. Under the illumination of Alan's wand, the velvet shone faintly, and Alan let the wand shine back and forth inside the coffin. He used light to lock a thing at the bottom of the coffin, a blue surplice, backed by purple velvet. Alan got closer and finally saw clearly. A bottle, a blue glass bottle. Alan and Daisy both leaned to the bottom of the coffin and wanted to see that thing more clearly. Alan leaned against the wall of the coffin and leaned down to examine the bottle. Daisy picked up the bottle across Alan. She lifted the bottle, and with the faint glow of the magic wand, they looked at it carefully. The bottle is round, dark blue. Daisy can easily hold it in her hand. The glass is smooth, and there is a blue glass stopper at the mouth. Daisy shook the bottle. It's not empty, she said softly. Hey, there is a label. Daisy pointed to a small piece of square paper attached to the glass screen. Can you understand? She asked as she lifted the blue bottle to Alan's face. The little label was printed with faded antique letters, and Alan narrowed his eyes and looked. Those words have been obscured. Alan held his wand steady, and finally recognized the words, which were like Niven, Phoenix blood. Daisy turned the bottle in her hand. She was looking for more information, but the label only printed these words, Phoenix blood. Alan turned the light into the coffin again to see if they missed something. Alan shone back and forth inside the coffin, then leaned his body against the wall of the coffin, and touched the purple velvet with his hand, feeling soft and smooth. Zizzy came, and Alan looked back at Daisy, only to see that she started to screw the stopper. Hey, Daisy! What are you doing? Alan shouted. Open it. Daisy replied, but the plug is stuck. I seem to. Don't! Alan shouted. Stop. Daisy's light blue eyes shone brightly, staring firmly at Alan's eyes. What's wrong? I just want to see. Daisy, you will regret it when you open it. Alan stepped back quietly. Daisy was dubious. but her natural curiosity overcame everything, and she stubbornly pulled the stopper. Hiss. It took a few seconds for Daisy to figure out where this hiss came from. Then she saw a white smoke coming out of the bottle. The thick smoke came out like a spray column, hot and hot. Daisy felt that they were passing her face. Oh! Daisy couldn't help groaning painfully. She stumbled back, feeling breathless. Daisy swayed one hand frantically, trying to drive the smoke away. www.mtnovel.com. In the chaos, both the bottle and the stopper fell from her hand. Alan quickly caught the bottle, and the stopper rolled to the side. The hot smoke was all around them, and within a few seconds, the smoke filled the room. It seems that this phoenix blood is very well preserved, which also contains vigorous vitality. Alan picked up the stopper that Daisy had thrown away and covered it back. "I am too hot to breathe," Daisy said breathlessly. Her eyes are hot and painful, and she even feels a burning sensation on her tongue. Her stomach was tumbling and her throat was tight. Daisy stroked her face with her hands. "Is my face all right?" she asked in horror. "Don't worry, it won't cause real harm to you." Alan waved his wand and the thick smoke disappeared. "I warned you, don't bump into something you are not familiar with in the future." Alan shrugged his shoulders and collected the phoenix blood. Daisy no longer disputes Alan's behavior. "Alan, let's leave here." Daisy desperately wanted to go back and look in the mirror. Although this manor does not have a mirror, it is also good to take a cold shower and relieve the burning sensation on the body. "Okay, let's go." Alan and Daisy agreed. Daisy walked out of the dark room first, and Alan followed behind her. Daisy ran fast in this seemingly endless corridor, and she desperately wanted to leave this eerie place. Chapter 261 Treasure Room Modified. Chapter 259 Treasure Room Modified. When Daisy got out of the tunnel, her movements suddenly came to a halt. When she saw it, Alan crossed Daisy's body, guarding her behind him, and took the lead in getting out of the tunnel. It turned out to be Clark, floating in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Seeing Alan's figure appearing in front of the dark door, her eyes lit up and flew over. "He is dead?" Clark asked expectantly. Alan nodded, flying to annihilation. Clark flew suddenly, spinning around in the air quickly, then snapped and disappeared. Daisy came out from behind Alan. Where did she go? Maybe it's too excited, maybe it's too sad. Anyway, she really needs to find a place to vent her emotions. Let's not disturb her. Alan thought about the memories Clark had passed to him before, with a pity. Daisy no longer entangled, and decided to say goodbye to Alan. For a girl who looks at her face as life, there is nothing more important than confirming that her face is safe and sound. And Alan couldn't help but take out the Duke of Dark Knight's personal book, while studying, sitting patiently in front of the bay window and waiting patiently. I believed Clark would definitely come back to find him. Sure enough, Clark appeared in front of him when he had roughly read through the book in half. Her expression was calm and waveless, and she could not see the emotion at all. "Thank you for helping me to kill the Duke of the Dark Knight. I have seen it in the dark room. There is indeed no breath or trace of him. I will also honor my promise and will the collection left by my father is yours." She gave Alan a quick glance, and a complex emotion quickly appeared in her eyes. Before Alan had time to explore, she had floated ahead and led the way for Alan. In the long and narrow corridor on the second floor, Clark moved quickly until she stood in front of a wooden door at the end of the corridor. The wooden door was facing a portrait. Alan looked at the portrait. This should be portrait of the Clark family. The picture shows a family of three. On the left is Clark's father, handsome, Yuxuanan, dressed in a robe, meticulous. On the right is Clark's mother, although he is wide and fat but has a good eye, and the two are dressed in red skirt. Clark with a big smile. Although the times have changed, the harmony and warmth of the family of three are still conveyed through the portrait. Clark turned his head to look at Alan and drilled in directly from the portrait. Alan reached out and grasped the round brass door handle, twisting gently, and the door opened. This is a graceful and luxurious room. Its layout retains the original status of the owner. A furry carpet is laid in the center. On the left side of the house is a tall 4-foot bed with 4 pillars on the bed. The ceiling, the tent fell, and the contents of the bed were kept airtight. A writing desk was placed on the right side of the house, and a large floor-to-ceiling window faced the door. Behind the floor-to-ceiling window was a large outdoor terrace. "Here?" Clark said. Alan looked around. Obviously, there was no trace of a secret room here. It was like a normal living room. He looked at Clark. Obviously, Clark did not mean to guide him. This may be a test for Clark, and Alan guessed that he had not let go of the slightest doubts. Examining this living room, most striking, of course, was the bed that was covered by the fallen curtains. "Can I lift it to see?" Alan pointed to the corner bed. Clark nodded, a cunning look in his eyes, and Alan, who didn't miss it, couldn't help but raise his vigilance. He clenched his wand steadily and stepped forward, pulling the tent-side waist bed with lace and 3 rows of dolls and puppets neatly arranged. Alan glanced at the bed, and suddenly found that the puppets all faced him and stared at Alan's every move as if they had souls. Alan's heart, slightly frightened by the doll, beat a few times violently, but gradually returned to normal frequency after taking a deep breath. It was a naughty little girl. No wonder Clark would show such a sly look before, but otherwise, Alan found no abnormality. He put down the curtain. Subsequently, his eyes fell on the terrace behind the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Huh?" Alan walked around the corner bed. Walking out of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Alan entered the semicircular terrace, which was carved out of excellent marble, and the white jade railings formed a large guardrail. It is completely suitable for an adult wizard to stand on it, and there are some signs of wear on the parapet guardrail, and it seems that someone has indeed stood on it. Why stand on the guardrail? Alan walked to the edge of the terrace and looked out. The height from here is exaggerated. This terrace is very high from the ground, much higher than the second floor of the ordinary building. If you accidentally fall, you may break your leg. Clark also floated to the parapet's guardrail, staring at Alan condescendingly. "The treasure room is here," Alan said affirmatively, secretly watching Clark's expression. "Yes, you are such a keen wizard," Clark praised. After she finished, she turned and jumped out. Alan rushed over and found her figure suddenly disappeared in midair. Could this be the way to enter the Chamber of Secrets? Alan jumped up the fence decisively and jumped out. He was on the second floor anyway. Even if he fell down, he could take timely measures to land safely, even if he was ready to exercise all year round. In the middle of the air, Alan found that he seemed to pass through an invisible door. www.untitled.com and jumped to an invisible platform. He felt the material of the platform under his feet was very hard, but looking around, he found himself standing half a week, like a bird. You can see the surroundings. At the same time, he also noticed that several huge boxes that did not exist in the air appeared in front of Alan. Clark stood between these boxes. "This invisible chamber floating in the air was built by my father. He even used some means to make it refract light in rainy days, so it is not easy to be found," Clark said proudly. "It's amazing. These designs are really imaginative." Alan praised the other person's brain hole from their heart. Set the secret room for storing his belongings outside the building, and then use constant magic to create such an invisible wizard's secret room. Really a genius design. At this moment, 2 lines of blood-red rune appeared in the air out of thin air. Anyone who pretended to be my treasure would succumb to Clark's hand, and his hand was dancing quickly, and there were words in his mouth. "Now, these treasures are yours." Clark pointed to the big boxes and said to Alan, "End of this chapter." Chapter 262 Harvest in the Treasure Room modified. After hearing the words, Alan nodded at Clark and refused without hypocrisy. He went straight up. He walked straight to the closest treasure chest. This is an oak box carved with iron edges. A silver medal is set in the center of the lid, and it has not lost its luster due to the passage of time. The silver medal was carved with the emblem of the Clark family, on an oval shield. A longitudinally striped magic wand was placed, and clouds of various shapes were sprayed from the upper end. There are lifting rings on the 2 compartments of the box, and all the parts are engraved and carved, reflecting the style of the year. Under such circumstances, even the most common metals, after artistic processing, have become precious. There is no doubt that the treasure is inside such a meticulous, carefully designed hidden treasure room. How amazing the wealth inside will be. Alan lifted the lid of the box, and the contents of the box were immediately exposed. Alan felt dizzy for a moment. He clenched his wand and closed his eyes like a child. In the sea of consciousness, he seemed to be looking at the imaginary night sky and saw more stars than the brilliant starry sky. Then he opened his eyes and was immediately dazzled. The box is divided into 3 boxes, is full of bright gold coins. In the second grid, the blanks of gold bars are neatly coded, but their value lies in the quality and weight. The third box is only half filled. Alan grabbed it, full of diamonds, pearls and rubies, flowing down from his fingertips, like a crystal waterfall, making a crisp sound of hail hitting the glass. Needless to say, you can see that these treasures are of extraordinary value. Even a rural Mau kid found them. He would scream and go straight to the nearest hut. A barbarian found these treasures that shocked his soul, and he would lie prostrate on the ground. Alan possessed the magic stone, but was still dazzled by the brilliant light emitted by these treasures. Alan rubbed these treasures repeatedly, inserting slightly trembling hands into pearls and diamonds. Their value is inestimable, enough to make anyone foolish. No matter who you are, as long as you have this wealth, you don't have to work hard anymore. You can never worry about eating, dressing, free, and live a happy life. Alan forcibly suppressed his urge to dance with his hands, feet, and closed the lid to hide the dazzling golden light. Alan realized that this was an opportunity, a chance to increase the wealth of the Harris family in a fair and just way. Treasures will not generate more value when they are stored. Only by fully using them can we create more opportunities for our masters and create more wealth. Alan settled down and walked to the second big box. He can't wait to open the lid of the box. And the result. A burst of black smoke came out. Alan was startled and held his breath subconsciously. Seeing this, Clark couldn't help laughing on the side. Alan finally determined that the black smoke did no harm to him, because they are nothing but moldy and spoiled herbs. Seeing medicinal herbs such as blood lizard blood, tuile grass, biting cabbage, etc. that can no longer be used inside, Alan regretfully stopped picking. But this regret is not strong. Although these materials are precious, they are not rare. Mr. Harris, Albert and Wren, who work in the Ministry of Magic, have all the means to obtain the same level of medicinal herbs. It's just that they couldn't afford the price before. Now they are. Alan glanced fiercely at the first big box again. There is a last bite box. I hope it will be something useful. Alan steadily walked to the furthest box. With a lesson in front, Alan pulled the lid sideways a little further away from the box. Unexpectedly, there are several small boxes in this big box. Alan picked up the top box. The boxes are light and fluttering. Alan carefully inspected them. These small boxes are actually made of precious mithril. He could not help expecting the contents of the box. Alan gently opened the box, and his eyes burst into joyful light instantly. He closed the small box quickly, then turned over and checked the other boxes. After all the examinations, Alan could not help but kneel down, his cramped hands pressed against the beating heart, and murmured in prayer. And that prayer, I am afraid only Merlin can understand. These small boxes are all medicinal materials. Is an intact medicinal material. Extremely precious medicinal materials. What Alan lacks and can be used to make some potions of enchanting potions. Some of the attributes potions in the book of the Potion Master Verto. Several of them are hard to find rare medicinal materials now. Although their weight is not much, it is enough to make Alan excited. For a long time, Alan felt calmer and a little more happy, and he began to believe his luck. Alan put these boxes in his storage grid. Just wanted to take a step away. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on the ground of the last box just moved away. Alan always felt that the floor was a bit unusual. Seems to be a little thicker than others. www.mentalnovel.com. Although the difference is very subtle. Alan reached out his hands and touched a cold iron ring. But there is nothing there. Alan did not do anything endlessly, and stretched his hand to pull the iron ring. In an instant, He entered another room. This room is not large. Rows of bookshelves are from the ground to the ceiling, and they contain old books. In the center of the room is a huge black wooden table with a thin booklet and pages that have been turned over. It seems that the owner went hurriedly, and it was too late to close it. Alan stepped forward curiously and picked up the book. Alan opened the book and soon immersed in it. When Alan closed the book, he couldn't help but sigh his good luck again. All the items he had previously obtained in this secret room might not be as precious as this book. It contains the magic that the Clark family is best at, magic that creates illusions. While Alan left the Chamber of Secrets with satisfaction, Clark was standing in that transparent chamber, seeming to be contemplating and seeming to empty himself. The sun shines through her body into the house, making the immature and beautiful body look like a long and vague memory, like the sunset in contemplation, like the morning light in silence, and nothing but beautiful purity. It seems that you have inherited from our family. I hope you can make good use of it, carry forward the illusion magic. Clark said softly. Alan looked right, nodded and promised her. Chapter 263 Be Honest and Open Modified. Chapter 261 Openness and Openness Revised. Now, it's time to leave. Clark turned around and drifted away from the terrace. Alan saw that as she passed through, a square door appeared in the room. He quickly followed, groping for the invisible wall. On the other side of the door, Alan found a staircase and went down the stairs. Alan came to the hidden bushes in the courtyard of the manor, touched the place where he came back and found that this phantom was actually a new way. Only go out. Walking out of the bushes, Alan looked up into the air, and the sunlight shot straight into the terrace on the second floor, completely invisible. It also passed through an invisible chamber. Alan paid more attention to the book he just got. Alan. The familiar voice came from Father Owen Harris. Alan looked over and found that Aunt Josephine was standing next to his father, looking at him with a complex look. There seemed to be lightness and guilt. Alan, are you okay? What about the Duke of the Night? How is it? Aunt Josephine walked quickly, and the velvet flowers on her hat trembled slightly in the cold wind with her hurried pace. I can't feel its existence. Yes, the Duke of the Night is dead and will never appear again. Alan nodded in confirmation. The dazzling afternoon sun prevented Alan from seeing Aunt Josephine's expression, and he could not help narrowing his eyes. Aunt Josephine, are you a vampire? Alan dismantled her aunt's identity in front of her father. In theory she would no longer be under the control of the upper vampire. He couldn't help but clutching his wand in secret with. Owen opened his mouth in amazement, his eyes fixed on Aunt Josephine. Josephine? He shouted. Josephine, is Alan true? Aunt Josephine turned around in a moment of stunned God, nodded tremblingly, and the identity of the undead creature was revealed. She dared not look at the expressions of other people. Deep sorrow rose in her heart. This sorrow was heavy extremely. She may have to lose this brother. Please forgive my concealment. Her eyes were stained with a great color, and her voice trembled faintly. I was also controlled when I was married at that time. I never thought of what I would encounter. After years of concealment, Aunt Josephine couldn't hold herself, sobbing mournfully, speechless. Oh, Josephine. Mr. Harris rushed forward, arms around Aunt Josephine tightly. He hugged her for a long time. I'm really an incompetent brother. I actually did not found your anomaly. So many years. Owen's lips trembled violently, and remorse and self-blame swallowed his heart. Aunt Josephine raised her head in surprise, but with a crying expression. She couldn't shed any tears because of her vampire status. So stupid. Why don't you tell us? Do we despise your identity? Owen complained bitterly to his sister. I can't say that if Ellen didn't destroy the Duke of the Night, I wouldn't be able to reveal anything. His thoughts were enough to make me die. Seeing his brother's words and deeds, Aunt Josephine seemed to have taken a sedative. Gradually the ground calmed down. That note, Clark's note. Did you deliberately put it on the shelf in Daisy's room? Alan asked suddenly. Yes, I originally wanted Daisy or Albert to discover it, but I didn't expect it to be you. Aunt Josephine looked down at Alan with a sigh of relief. Nephew, You are far better than me. What I learned is much better. And Owen is confused now. He has too many questions. It's not a good idea to narrate in the cold wind. Dad and Aunt Josephine, it's better to go to the room to talk. Although Alan knew that everyone's performance was entirely out of true feelings, he still felt that the individual stood in the cold wind like this, shouting and crying with excitement, a little silly. Come with me, we can go to the study and talk. Aunt Josephine walked indoors first. The three walked through the grand hall and walked directly to the stairs facing the gate at the end, and then went up to the second floor. Aunt Josephine took them straight to the west end of the second floor corridor, and a flashing gate appeared in front of them, the hand of the vampire which had just grasped the brass door handle, and suddenly a large blood shed from the top of the door. The three people in front of the door were dyed red instantly. Owen was shocked, and just wanted to take a closer look. The blood had disappeared without a trace. Clark, naughty again. Aunt Josephine looked calmly at Clark, who appeared suddenly, with a hint of spoiledness in his helpless expression. Alan stood aside, crying and laughing, but the female ghost's emotions recovered really fast. Owen looked at the female ghost, who appeared suddenly in shock, and only then recognized the identity of the female ghost after being frightened. I saw it on the second floor. You just cried and laughed. I just wanted to adjust the atmosphere to ease your emotions. Am I doing something wrong? Clark was at a loss at this time. In her memory, in addition to her parents, Josephine is the best person for her. No. You did a great job. Aunt Josephine smiled lovingly at her. Although Josephine was a vampire, it was for this reason that in the years before her identity had to be hidden, she would be the only one the little ghosts who talked to each other secretly had deep feelings. In fact, Josephine, who was already infertile, had regarded the other party as his own child to some extent. Clark smiled shyly, turned around, and disappeared without a trace. They finally managed to enter the study room smoothly, and Alan looked at the surroundings quietly. This is undoubtedly a comfortable study room. Not only has a library-like bookshelf, but also has a tea table and seats on the north side for people to read here, and various books are piled together, and some are placed diagonally on the bookcase, some are simply piled on the ground. The books here are mainly books related to magical creatures and architecture, and some literary works, although they are scattered but clean and tidy. Alan guessed www.mentalnovel.com. This may be where Aunt Josephine passed the time. The floor was covered with faded but very clean carpets, and sofas were placed against the wall. Josephine, Alan, what is going on? The three of them just sat on the sofa, and Irving could not wait to ask. Alan told his father what he had discovered and experienced after entering the manor. He was clever and clear in logic. Soon, Mr. Harris understood what happened. Anyway, Alan, you guys are too reckless. Why don't you wait for us to come back? Irving was proud of Alan and Daisy's bravery and excellence, but at the same time, they were also angry with these children take risks without permission. Because I guessed that Aunt Josephine might be controlled by the Duke of the Night, I can't wait for you to come back to take action in order to prevent my family from hitting my family. Alan blinked, his expression innocent, and, I just got it with the ancient magic of dealing with these undead creatures. I am completely sure to deal with them. In fact, it is exactly the same. End of this chapter. Chapter 264 Increase Strength Modified. Chapter 262 Strengthening Strength Revised. Alan described in detail how he and Daisy discovered the Chamber of Secrets and how to defeat the Duke of the Night. Alan, I really don't know how to thank you. You let me out of the control of the Duke of Night. Aunt Josephine looked at Alan gratefully, and risking my life did not put me in control of the other party. Forced to hurt you. Owen also glanced at his son gratefully, then embraced her sister and patted her back comfortingly. In fact, I also found a treasure room. The Clark family. Alan's words successfully attracted the attention of his father Owen and Aunt Josephine. In that treasure room, I found a lot of treasure. there are many old books. Unsurprisingly, Alan saw a surprised expression on his father's face. Aunt Josephine opened her eyes wide and looked at Alan. She felt that her nephew was so magical. The Duke of the Night had lived here for so long, and she couldn't find the Clark family's secret room, and Alan came only in total twice. He was able to put this ancient and decaying manor under the sun and investigate everything clearly. "I'll take you to see it." Alan stood up and walked outdoors. Brother and Sister Harris looked at each other and followed behind him. The sky is getting late and the light is getting dark. When Alan jumped from the turn to the parapet fence and jumped out of the air, although he knew that this was probably a secret passage, he still made Owen's expression a little horrified. Of course, this shock did not last long. When he saw Alan's when the figure disappeared in midair, he immediately realized that the Chamber of Secrets was invisible. When he and Aunt Josephine jumped into the chamber in the same way, Alan was standing in the middle of several huge boxes. Alan suddenly showed a mischievous smile. When Mr. Harris and Aunt Josephine were caught off guard, they instantly opened a large box full of gold and silver jewelry. The dazzling golden light was full of brilliance. Owen opened his mouth wide, and couldn't believe his eyes. For a time, he held his head in his hands, as if to stop the escape of mind. After a while, he recovered his voice. "These are all yours?" Irving's throat was dry and tight, and his voice was hoarse. "No," Alan said. Owen looked at his son in amazement. "It's ours." Alan's face burst into a bright smile. "You kid, you're so naughty." After boasting, Aunt Josephine blamed. Like Alan, Irving did not have too much regret when he saw the medicinal materials that were completely unusable. Even his mind was still immersed in the shock. "Dad, I need you to use this money to help me buy some herbs. I will send you the specific list," Alan said to his father. Owen looked at Alan suspiciously, not knowing what the most promising and gifted son looks like to do. Alan walked straight to the big box full of mithril boxes, and he took out a small, light box and handed it to his father. Owen looked at the delicate pattern on the box with admiration and opened the mithril box. This is made by mithril. The engraved magic text on it can guarantee the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials in the box will not be lost." Irving held the mithril box and couldn't put it down. Alan handed his father another recipe. When Owen's eyes glanced at the heading above, his eyes froze. "I'm not wrong, right? This is a lost increase." "Yes, Dad. By chance, I got a prescription for enchanting potions, but many of the herbs on it are extremely rare and difficult to obtain in our time. Now, I finally have the possibility of successfully formulating these potions." Alan stared at these herbs fierily. Before doing the task of the zombie, he once took a magic potion, which greatly increased his magic power and increased the growth potential value of the magic power. Now that he possesses these herbs, he can configure the magic potions and the corresponding ancient magic potions that increase his personal attributes. With the help of the system, Alan has a clear understanding of his physical and magical attributes. He can treat the symptoms properly. For Alan, he can fine-tune the formula to customize the personal magic potion according to his physical attributes. In that case, the effect of taking medicine will be greatly enhanced, far beyond other wizards who can only take generic formula potions. As for the magic potions, because the quantity of rare medicinal herbs is really scarce, the success rate is unknown. I am afraid that even if the final brew is successful, the wait will not be too much. In any case, you naturally want to take it, and then try to ensure the safety of your family. If there is excess. Alan shook his head. "No longer think about it. Let me boil the potion first, Owen." Aunt Josephine suddenly looked straight, and his voice was solemn. This turned Harris and Son's eyes on her at the same time. "Have you heard? Enchanting elixir. You have worked in the ministry for many years, and you should know better than me. If this thing is exposed, what it means." Aunt Josephine's eyes sharpened, staring at Mr. Harris. Owen seemed to be poured down by a basin of ice water, and the escaped reason returned to his brain, as if thinking of a possibility that he could not accept at all, his face pale. "Josephine, I think we need." Mr. Harris made a bitter smile. He didn't want to do this to his family, But, unbreakable oath. Aunt Josephine suddenly interrupted Mr. Harris' words and offered the oath spell. Irving looked up at her in disbelief, and after such a long period of time controlled by the Duke of Night, she was still willing to be bound by an unbreakable oath. "What's your expression, brother?" Aunt Josephine laughed Puff when he saw the brother's funny expression. Although it was not suitable for her actual age, it was obviously a vampire. Alan's benefits made Alan not feel a sense of violation. "Hurry up and give your wand to Alan, and then stretch out your hand." "Alan, you come to be a witness," Aunt Josephine ordered. "Thank you." Alan fully understood the painstaking efforts of the two elders. Without drowning with water, he decisively took Mr. Harris' wand and pressed it against the hands of the two. After the two people promised that they would never reveal that Alan could make a potion of magic, the wand shot a tongue of fire and wrapped around the hands of the two. Oaths. Irving looked at his sister Josephine with emotion. He felt his eyes sore and his eyes moist. "Owen, your status in the ministry should be elevated. Alan has such a precious formula, and he needs power to protect it." Aunt Josephine suggested, "Our family will restore the past on this land in Britain." "Glory." Irving nodded heavily, and Josephine made a very reasonable point. He aimed his eyes at the big box full of gold and silver treasures. He had no need to guard the useless treasures like the dragon. Faced with these gold and silver jewelry, we must go back to the real world and back to life, and obtain the status, influence and power corresponding to wealth in the magic world. Because wealth is the primary and greatest power a wizard can master except personal strength. This is not only for muggles, but also for wizards. Alan was somewhat puzzled by the aunt's statement just now, "Come back to the glory of the past." End of this chapter. Chapter 265 Take Control Modified. Chapter 263 Control Revised. Well, maybe we still need to control the speech. Aunt Josephine was no longer concerned about covering up her dark side in front of her brother and nephew, and began planning. The Daily Prophet is controlled by the Ministry of Magic. Owen scratched his head to his sister, who felt a little too excited. It is not difficult to maintain a good relationship. It is not difficult to penetrate a little, but it is necessary to completely buy the control. Alan instantly remembered the traitor Skeeter, who was previously threatened by him. The chief reporter of the Prophet Daily, and the illegal animagus, may have the opportunity to deal with her again in the future. Her report is not suitable for writing her own, but others just. The Prophet Daily is not easy to control, but we can use her pen to publish information on other channels such as Luna's Singing Countersense. After all, it is too conspicuous to run a new media by myself. Although it is relatively niche, it has been famous for many years after its establishment. Alan thought of the invitation letter that Luna sent to him before the holiday. Perhaps this was just an opportunity. "Dad, Aunt, maybe I will have a solution." A good friend of mine in Ravenclaw, Luna Lovegood, and her father, Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, are singing the opposite. The editor-in-chief. "Just give me some money, maybe I can make this magazine usable," Alan suggested. Aunt Josephine carefully looked at Alan again with admiring eyes. This child is really excellent, not only outstanding, but also so permeable to the world. What he was thinking when he was his age. Do something. Owen, Alan's talents and opportunities are really neo-fakind, Aunt Josephine exclaimed. Mr. Harris nodded with a smile on his face. The magazine's reputation is not very good. It seems to mainly write some non-existent creatures and some strange messages, but it is indeed convenient for us to cooperate. Aunt Josephine thought of the potion-enhancing potions mentioned by Alan. Perhaps his nephew is also amazingly talented in potions? I remember your professor of potions at Hogwarts was Snape. Aunt Josephine narrowed her eyes, seeming to be caught in memory. Alan nodded, not understanding why Aunt Josephine suddenly mentioned Snape. I remember that he didn't seem to deal with Porter at the time. I guess it must be because of Lily Evans of Gryffindor. And he doesn't seem to be married now. Alan seemed to see the flame of gossip burning in Aunt Josephine's eyes. He nodded. Indeed, the woman's intuition was terrifying. I think about it, I still have some photos of Lily here. I had a good relationship with her for a while. It was a pretty girl who laughed. unfortunately. Speaking of which, Aunt Josephine was emotional. She also seemed a little low, and she couldn't help feeling sorry for Lily Evans. To be honest, I thought she would come together with Snape. I didn't expect her to become a Lily Potter in the end. The Man of Potter, I don't like it very much. Love the limelight and love bullying. Aunt Josephine pouted and said disdainfully, when Lily and Potter were together, I moved away from her and slowly became rusty. If I could keep her away from Potter, maybe I wouldn't. There is a tragedy behind. Josephine, this is not your fault. The little witch is mostly like the good little witches of Quidditch. Mr. Harris patted Aunt Josephine's shoulder comfortably. Like Alan, he seemed just trick the little witch to like it. Aunt Josephine nodded, looked at her brother a little funnily, then turned back to look at Alan. It really looks like father and son. I have to tell my mother. Alan was dissatisfied with the topic on himself. Reverse. Owen seemed really nervous. Say what you want. After a while, the previous melancholy was eased. When Alan pointed them to the more secret library and took out the 2 precious notes he got today, Harris thought he could accept everything calmly. Brother and sister, they can no longer maintain a calm expression. They just want to jump up and cheer. For a wizarding family, the value of these precious magic books is far more than any rare treasure. The improvement of magical power is the foundation of a wizarding family in the magic world. Alan is not worried that these precious books will be threatened and harmed by the family, although family members have their own shortcomings. In addition to Albert being too straightforward, Daisy lacks humane and worldly exercise. Other family members even have some black traits. Alan found that his sister Emily actually has no surface. It's so naive. In fact, little Sweet Bear will use his sweet and cute advantages to achieve some small purposes. However, unlike the pure-blooded family that has developed for many years and has split up all over the world, the relationship in their family has always been very harmonious, and there has been no open fights and taking a 10,000 step back. Alan's own talent is added after the bottle of potion that enhances the potential. It is enough for him to guarantee an absolute advantage in personal strength in the future. Thinking of the Ravenclaw Tower that I got at the beginning, those ancient magic books that are truly wealth of knowledge, Alan intends to let the family members read and learn at the right opportunity so that their strength can be improved. Entered the ranks of the top wizards in the magic world. Alan believes that his family is not like a sacred 28 family that is deeply rooted in the United Kingdom, and Alan himself cannot devote all his energy to these secular worlds. What he needs is to spend his energy growing up, and personally greedy for his curiosity. He was also reluctant to spend too much time on it in this respect. Obviously the father of Slytherin College was very suitable for planning, plus also in magic they aren't working inside the ministry, as well as Ren and Albert who is the prospect of the Harris family is good enough in terms of development potential. After that, they stayed in this hidden treasure room for a long time, and the brothers and sisters of Harris left here reluctantly. By the time Morgan Le Fay returned home with Emily in full load, Aunt Josephine had already shown her skills in the kitchen. Gloomy color that shrouded her eyebrows had disappeared and was replaced by a sight relaxed and pleasant. It was only when Morgan Le Fay handed a gorgeous mirror to her eldest daughter Daisy that her brows frowned slightly. The 2 capable witches, with sufficient ingredients, renovated a table of Chinese feasts, so that all the wizards in this room were feasting. The only regret is that the elder brother Albert failed to participate in this feast. In fact, when Alan saw Albert again, it was already the next morning. When Alan got up early and finished washing, and wanted to go out for morning exercise, he heard a moan in the living room. This moaning was quite suppressed, but Alan instantly recognized that the owner of the voice was Albert. Alan ran down the stairs quickly, and happened to see Albert covering his arms, his expression slightly grinning. "Albert, what's wrong with you?" Alan asked. "Don't worry, it's just that you were accidentally injured during the mission. This is a common thing for her. Don't tell your mother that she is worried. I've been treated without any big problems." The breezy expression www.untitled.novel.com, but his slightly frowning brows have exposed his true feelings. Alan hurried forward to investigate. Fortunately, Albert was a competent. He treated his wounds very well, But Alan still took out a bottle of his own sustained release medicine. After taking it can greatly reduce Albert's pain. Albert took the potion handed over from Alan, and drank it without looking at it. His body poured out a cool feeling, as if it was brushed by a pair of icy cold hands, and it was painful feeling disappeared. Alan felt that it was really bad to see his loved one hurt by his own eyes. Even if the other party was only a minor problem, this time he must find a way to ensure that the person he cares about can be quickly in danger, escape, get a chance to be rescued. Alan was lost in thought. Even Aunt Josephine renovated the rich breakfast, but failed to mention Alan's interest. It wasn't until Ben's arrival that Alan's attention was diverted. End of this chapter. Chapter 266, Make Enchanting Elixir Modified. Chapter 264, Making Enchanting Potion Modified. Banny brought the latest Prophet Daily. Alan casually spread out the newspaper, and a piece of news instantly caught his attention. The front page headline: The famous star was killed today because of a dispute over gambling debts and was arrested today. Kane Rooney, who played for the Bobby Arrows team, participated in illegal gambling and owed the victim Valdy Best gambling debts of about 800,000 gold gallons. Due to the huge amount, Kane was unable to repay. When Valdy Best came to collect debts, the two had a verbal dispute. In anger, Kane Rooney cast an unforgivable spell and killed Valdy Best. Until today, Kane Rooney absconded, was arrested by RA. We will continue to pay attention to the progress of subsequent court sessions. Rita Skeeter. Attached below the news are two photos, one of Kane riding on a crossbow arrow, waving his arms, and showing his spirit. The other one is the way he was detained in jail. Kane, who is rickety, has a stern look on his face. Oh, if Kane is not in trouble, he will definitely be on the national team. Irving, who was sitting next to Alan, also noticed the news. Next year is the Quidditch World Cup. With Kane's strength, he can become a national team's seeker. Owen said regretfully, without Kane, I'm afraid Geraldine will have a headache. Irving took over the newspaper in the hands of Alan. It would be nice if he could let him finish the game and be punished. Without him, I'm afraid it will be difficult for England to qualify this year. Irving took a sip of hot porridge and shook his head. Geraldine's name, which sounded familiar, made Alan look. Wasn't this the same person who entered the Quidditch field with Dumbledore and decided on the fairness of the game? Alan couldn't help but start to think about speculation. Then, at first, maybe because he found that Kane was not in the right state during training, he went to Hogwarts to find a future candidate who might replace him fast. In any case, the next time you play against Hufflepuff, you definitely have to show your strength. Alan made up his mind. Ara, who can arrest Kane's arrest, must be quite powerful. As far as I know, Kane is a powerful wizard, Owen praised. Alan found that Albert's ears were red. He hurriedly lowered his head and swallowed his oatmeal. But Alan still saw a smile on the corners of his eyes and lips. Thinking of what he saw in the morning, Alan knew that Kane might have been arrested by his elder brother, Albert. After the meal, Owen gave Alan a surprise. Alan's medicinal materials on the list yesterday were even found by him. In fact, I just used some connections. Owen's expression was slightly proud, and with sufficient financial support, he felt that he could go further in the Ministry's taste of power. As long as it is lightly dipped as a Slytherin college, he can no longer get rid of its charm. For the rest of the holiday, Alan was basically in the hidden treasure room. As soon as he was free, needed a quiet place to cook the magic potion. 2 crucibles were erected to close the door of the chamber. All necessary utensils and herbs were placed in order. Alan closed his eyes for a long time before slowly opening his eyes. His emotions were very peaceful at this time, and according to the recipe he had obtained in an orderly manner, he placed medicinal materials in a hot crucible in sequence. One crucible has a lot of medicinal ingredients, while the other one has very few medicinal ingredients. Even if it was an extremely cherished medicinal material, Alan handled it without any hesitation. The crucible with more weights is processed according to the standard recipe, while the other with the smaller weight is Alan's own body detection according to the system's detection, and fine-tune the recipe to make it more suitable for him. This way, Alan can get more optimized medicine. In the midst of the mist, Alan stared at the potion in the crucible without blinking, not letting go of every subtle change. Only during the necessary rest time would the house elf Maggie take care of it. Fire. Time lapsed slowly, but Alan, immersed in the medicine, was unknowingly, and his world seemed to be left with the 2 pots of potion in front of him, only this tempting liquid that slowly rotated. Finally, the potion stopped spinning, and Alan took a breath. This magic potion was finally completed. Fortunately, it was not the magic potion that required half a year to cook, otherwise Alan would have no way to complete it independently. Although the weight is small, it is enough to benefit Alan and Owen. Alan waited patiently for the medicine to cool off. After a while, the medicine placed in the crucible quietly changed from light blue to dark blue at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The outdoor sunlight directly penetrated the invisible wall and hit the pot on the dark blue potion. This cooled potion, like jelly, shimmered. Alan couldn't help but stretched out his finger and touched the potion lightly. It felt cool now and felt thicker and firmer than jelly. Alan carefully packed the medicament evenly into the special medicinal canister. The large-scale crucible had a total of 9 cans. For small portions, only 1 can was filled. Then he put his own pot of potions on the table, and the rest of the potions were stored. "Let me see, are you really that magical?" Alan murmured as he touched a switch on the wall, and the entire chamber immediately became airtight and dark. Only a bright, blue circular arc of light came out of the jar. This light shows that the quality is first class. But the flaw is that Alan couldn't help but squeeze his nose. The smell is really bad, like the pungent smell of a bunch of camphor pills. The taste of. Alan also put this pot of his own medicine into the storage space. Now, www.untitled.novel.com presented in front of Alan is a vacant mithril box. These boxes are like open mouths, empty. Alan then pulled out his wand, thinking that at the beginning he had obtained the alchemy manual of the ancient alchemist Chabuerli, which can make a unique growth wand. But suffering from insufficient materials in his hands, he has not been able to put into action. Now, with these more than enough mithril, Alan decided to use a small part of it to build a mithril wand for himself. Alan ignited the fire with his wooden wand, and in the leaping flames, let those mithril boxes float into the air. The box was melted and deformed by the hot flame, slowly melted into a liquid, and slowly flowed through the wall in the fire. Alan guided them to slowly condense into the shape of a magic wand, about the length from Alan's wrist to elbow. Then, Alan stimulated the magic and used wooden wands to carve quite complex ancient runes on the surface of the mithril wand. End of this chapter. Chapter 267 Common Secret Modified. These patterns are not just decorative effects. Their presence helps Alan restore the magic. Under the same spellcasting state, Alan will consume less mana. Not only that, when Alan casts a powerful spell, it is easy to cast control. The most unique thing is that, according to Jaber's notes, Alan is ingenious, adding a thin but extremely strong mithril chain to the end of the wand. The magic wand designed and manufactured by Ollivander, in order to protect the whole body of the wand from being destroyed, ensure that the magic power can flow smoothly, and no chain is installed for the magic wand. And mithril is different from wood, which not only ensures that Alan's magic power flows smoothly in the wand, but also does not have to worry about the destruction of the entire body of the wand, because it is made by the day after tomorrow. The advantage of this design is that once someone casts Accept Your Weapon on Alan, even if Alan makes a move, he can quickly get his wand back. As for the rod core, Alan had no choice to replace it. He felt that the original rod core was still suitable for him. Most importantly, since Alan's wand was remade, he no longer has to worry about being monitored by the Ministry's traces. Since then, he is free to cast magic. The magic wand made is extraordinarily gorgeous and chic, which makes Alan put it down, looked at the new wand in a fixed manner, and Alan felt that he wanted to match it with the most suitable wrist brace. As for the material of the wristband, Alan thought of the huge plesiosaur that he got when he was in the underground palace. Snake-necked dragon skin is a substance with powerful magic properties, tough and resistant to all kinds of magic. If Alan didn't have an invincible aura, he was definitely not a plesiosaur opponent. The material is available. Then we must design a suitable shape. Alan thought of a game he had played in his previous life. The braces in it impressed him. Alan intercepted part of the skin of the plesiosaur, and then began to use magic tanning. In the middle of this bracer, Alan designed a groove for placing the wand. At the end of the groove, a chain was added to connect the thin chain of mithril on the Alan wand. In this way, under the cover of the magic robe, only a simple little magic is needed, and Alan's wand can slide down at any time for the owner to use. It is concealed and convenient. In order to hide the uniqueness of the magic wand, Alan engraved the phantom spell on the snake-neck dragon skin bracers. As the cover of this spell, in the eyes of outsiders, Alan's wand is no different than before. Neither changes the material nor sees the mithril chain. Alan happily put the wristband on his arm, stroking the wand again and again. After a period of rest, after restoring his energy, Alan lit the crucible again and used the remaining medicinal materials to make an attribute potion. Not only does he need these potions, his loved ones also need to improve their strength. Alan never wanted to see his loved one injured again. Bottled all the potions into different categories. Alan waved his wand, cleaned the chamber, and left. Like a child who got a beloved toy, Alan can't wait to share this joy with his loved ones. And Alan are in different moods, and the sky outside is not sure when it will be gloomy. Alan focused his eyes on it. It turned out that he had been in the secret treasure room for a whole day unconsciously. Only then did he feel the hunger in his abdomen, and his stomach seemed to shrink together. As Alan walked through the courtyard, the cold winter wind made his face sore. But Alan's heart is fiery. In the spacious living room, Mr. Harris' family and Aunt Josephine are sitting in front of the fireplace and roasting a fire. Emily held a ragdoll, twisting her legs and feet, and still chattering in her mouth, with a serious expression. However, in Alan's eyes, her small and serious look looked more lovely. With the magic lights hanging from the ceiling and the blazing fire in the fireplace, Alan found that everyone was comfortably settled. "Hey, Alan, you can count it. If Dad said you were in the Clark family's treasure room, we thought you were taken by the dragon," Daisy teased. Mrs. Harris and Aunt Josephine left the comfortable and soft sofa and prepared to cook some delicious food for Alan in the kitchen. Alan looked at their busy figure, his eyes warm. Alan waved his wand, and the 6-piece enchanting potions and attribute potions flew neatly to the table. Mr. Harris put down the newspaper in his hand. Ren and Albert stopped playing wizard chess. Daisy put down the small mirror in his hand, and even Emily was holding the puppet toy, looking at these sudden appearances in surprise bottles and cans. "These are?" Alan and Daisy asked at the same time. "Magic potions can greatly increase the magic power. These attribute potions can enable the user's strength, physique, agility, intelligence, insight and personal temperament to be comprehensively improved. You see this bottle of Eagle Potion. It can enhance the courage, persuasion, personal attraction, leadership ability and natural charm of the user. There is also a bottle of Wise Pharmacy that can strengthen the willpower, common sense judgment, perception and intuition of consumers. Alan detailed his achievements today, including these magical potions, and a new one that he could not put it down. You are reading books. www.uukanzu.com. The pride and pride implied in the tone are almost the same as those of the TV shopping promotion of Alan's previous life. Aunt Josephine walking from the kitchen and Mr. Harris glanced at each other, and exchanged a meaningful look. Albert, Ren, Daisy. Mr. Harris suddenly became serious. "There is still me, and there is me." Emily was reluctant to be pulled down by her father, actively raised her small hand and jumped up and down. "And Emily," Mr. Harris added, "you should be able to see that these things that Alan took out are extremely unusual. I think we need to make unbreakable vows to protect these secrets." "I agree," Albert responded first. As an Ura, He knew too well that if Alan's things were known, it meant he would face endless danger. No one else objected. Even the younger sister, Emily, understood the importance of things at the advice of Mr. Harris. Under Joseph Arndt's testimony, everyone made an unbreakable vow to keep Alan's secret. Alan's wand was well received by everyone. At their extreme request, Alan agreed to build a wand for each of his loved ones for the rest of the vacation. This caused everyone to cheer, except for Emily. The little girl broke her finger and calculated, "I have 2 years to get my wand." Seeing her swollen little expression, everyone laughed happily. Is a blood token, and now together keep the same secret. This feeling is both pleasant and warm. Chapter 268 Luna's Banquet Modified. Chapter 266 Luna's Banquet Modified. The next morning, after Alan had breakfast, he said goodbye to his family. He held the invitation letter that Luna sent to him before the holiday, and with the help of the magical fluctuation on the invitation letter, the phantom shifted smoothly. Just after appearing in the well-positioned space, Alan had to protect his eyes with his hands. The cold winter wind beat his hair and clothes. Alan found that he was on the top of a mountain and saw the beautiful scenery of the village of Vautry-Saint-Capel. From a high perspective, the village is like a small toy house, scattered in a huge beam slanting diagonally between the clouds towards the ground. A quirky house stands alone on the top of the mountain, like a huge black cylinder, with a ghostly moon hanging in the afternoon sky behind it. It must be Luna's home, or who else will live like that? The place. Alan concluded that he was walking towards the house that was almost like a castle in a chess piece. With Alan's foot strength, he soon came to the door of this quirky building. 3 hand-painted signs nailed to the courtyard door. The first piece, Editor-in-Chief of Singing Opposition, X. Lovegood. Second piece, Please pick a bunch of mistletoe yourself. The third piece, Don't touch the airship Lee. The door of the courtyard was creaked open by Alan, and the winding path was covered with various exotic plants. There is a bush full of orange or radish-shaped fruits that Luna sometimes wears as earrings. Alan saw the pimples in it, and hurried away from the dead roots. 2 old begonia trees bent by the wind were guarding on both sides of the front door. The leaves had fallen off, but they were still covered with small red fruits and big puffs. Corolla of mistletoe with white beads. 2 old begonia trees bent by the wind guarded the sides of the front door, and the leaves had fallen out. A little owl with a slightly flat head and a bit of an eagle head peered at them on a branch. Alan took the Christmas present for Luna from the storage space and carried it in his hand. Then he knocked 3 times on the heavy black door. The door was embedded with round iron nails and there was an eagle-shaped knocker. Within 10 seconds, the door opened. A man wearing a blue velvet coat and pants and a silk vest appeared in front of Alan. He was a little bit of an eye, and his cotton candy-like white hair was on his shoulders. He wore a filigree belt, a pointed wizard hat crooked his head crookedly, and a long colored ribbon on his hat draped over his shoulder. A gold chain hung on his neck, with a weird symbol flashing on it, much like a triangular eye. He saw the invitation in Alan's hand at a glance, and smiled. "Ah, hello, Xenophilius Lovegood, welcome you." "Hello, Mr. Lovegood." Alan reached out and said, "I'm Alan Harris, Luna's classmate in Ravenclaw." "Of course, I'm also a loyal reader of Singing the Opposition." Xenophilius Lovegood's smile was even brighter. "Welcome, Alan. You are our first guest today." "Thank you, Luna." Before Alan finished speaking, the excited Mr. Lovegood quickly told Luna's direction. "She's saying hello to the goblins in that charming little garden. They are all over the place." "What a likable thing." "Few wizards understand how much we can learn from smart little goblins. They are accurate." "The name is Garden Engineers." Before Alan sat down, he had to follow the passionate Mr. Lovegood to the garden at the back of the house. Alan found Luna at a glance in a lifeless, desolate garden. Luna was so conspicuous. She wore a bright yellow robe and a bright green broad-brimmed round cap on her head. Once you adapt to these bright colors, you will feel that the overall effect is actually quite pleasing. Especially the small radish hung on her ears, which was swaying by her strong white cheeks, was very playful. "Dad, Alan." Luna was very happy to see Alan coming as scheduled. shaking the goblin in her hand. "Yeah?" Luna suddenly shouted. She rounded her arms and threw the goblin away. Then she raised a finger and said, "Dad, look, a goblin actually bit me." "Great." "The saliva of the goblin is particularly useful," said Mr. Lovegood, grasping Luna's outstretched finger and carefully examining the bleeding point. "Luna, my dear, if you think you have any talent today, maybe sudden impulse, want to sing a play, want to recite in the language of the mermaid, don't suppress it. It may be a gift from the engineer's talent for you." Alan couldn't help but reveal a subtle smile. No wonder Luna had such a personality. With such an interesting father, she had received such education since she was a child. No wonder her temperament will be different. Luna looked at Alan. "My father has done a lot of research on engineering and magic." Her face was calm, and Alan nodded, agreeing with her. "Okay, I have to prepare for the banquet." "Luna, you are responsible for entertaining your classmates." Lovegood was obviously anxious to make some arrangements. He nodded at Alan and turned quickly away. Alan's eyes fell on Luna's fingers. "Do you really need to apply something to that wound?" "Oh, that's okay," Luna said, sucking her fingers like a dream and looking at Alan up and down. "You look at the true spirit. My dad believes that such an event should be dressed in bright colors, in order to beg for color, you know." Alan nodded in understanding. He had long learned not to point fingers at others' lifestyles. Alan handed the gift he had prepared to Luna. "Well, Merry Christmas." Luna took it in admiration. "Ha, a velvet. Thank you, Alan. It's just that my nose is uncomfortable these days." She happily stroked the velvet milky yellow fur, and scratched its belly. "We can go to the beach and clean up. The gnomes are not for you." Luna stared at the big light silver eyes and said suddenly, "Although Alan doesn't find anything fun in the winter seaside, it's always more fun than catching a goblin in the garden." Alan left Luna's house along with Luna's winding path. Luna led the way lightly in front of them. They passed through the hillside. www.untitlenovel.com. I don't know how long it was around. Alan heard the sound of the waves crashing on the shore and walked out of the arched cave. Alan saw the blue sky, the blue sea. The water is quiet and clear, shining the glory of the sun. Alan followed Luna to jump flexibly on the large rocks on the shore until she jumped above the highest reef. Alan was enjoying the refreshing breeze blowing on his forehead, watching the waves weave white lace around the reef. For a time, he was immersed in the holy charm of nature's scenery, thinking nothing and thinking nothing. Luna was quietly beside him, staring at Alan with ethereal light silver eyes. "It is so quiet and so pure here." Alan felt unprecedentedly relaxed, as if there were some shackles coming out of the body. He felt refreshed, and his body was full. Breathing the fresh air freely, enjoying the cool sunshine, Alan felt very energetic. End of this chapter. Chapter 269 Lovegood's Banquet Modified. Chapter 267 Lovegood's Banquet Modified. Author's note: I used the lyrics of Muncie according to the plot needs. For some of the original plots behind, I linked the Luna family's utensils in the original text, so I also used some original texts, but less than 3,000 words are free. Than heart. At this moment, a little sad tone like in a dream sounded in Alan's ear. Alan lowered his arms embracing the sky and the sea and looked down. Luna was already sitting on the reef, her hands around her knees, and she sang carefully and contently. Seeing this, Alan simply sat down and listened quietly. In the accompaniment of the waves, Luna's singing is more ethereal. I call it the Sea of the Moon. That was a cruel dream. On my day of departure your gravity came by accident. That is really a long journey. If you are not willing to tell you in the past, don't open your heart. We just need to share this starry sky. You can't pick up the diamonds all over the place. On the day I'm leaving your gravitational trek to the water. And I will return to your mind. Stand in front of your path, lingering before your only way, just waiting for you. The waves beat against the rocks, and the sound of the wind blowing the leaves rustled. Alan was surprised. For the first time in so many years, after crossing into this world, He seemed to feel the real peace in his heart in this short time, no longer disturbed by other secular world. Time seemed to be pressed the pause button. Alan simply lay on some uncomfortable reef, immersed in such a wonderful feeling cannot extricate themselves. However, time is in a hurry after all. They must go back to the banquet. This is a lovely place, isn't it? Luna glared softly at her raised eyes. Yes, Luna. Alan turned around and glanced at the vast and deep sea with nostalgia. In fact, Alan himself did not know that it was the sea or Luna's singing that made him completely relaxed. Perhaps both. Leaving here will make you uncomfortable, right? Luna's big eyes fixed on Alan again. Yes, what a pity. Alan sighed and stopped again. Although he has been well behaved since the rebirth, it has been unfavorable, but the closed brain operation that has been in operation all the time, and the subconscious mind has always been scared of the unknown world. Alan didn't remember when he came to this world when he had never thought about other things at all, and the pure feeling was relaxed and happy. Things in the world are always like this. Luna's voice was extremely serene, but listening to Alan's ear was extremely comfortable. You have just found a pleasant place to stay, and there will be a voice that will wake you up and keep going, because the time for the rest has passed. Luna gently fiddled with her long hair swayed by the wind. Is it necessary to leave? Alan asked Luna softly, as if asking herself. It depends on your will, Alan. Your will determines your destiny. Luna looked at Alan with a gentle and serious look. The next trip, the two did not speak, but that kind of spiritual cooperation made the distance between the two closer and closer. Alan and Luna crossed the hillside, set footpaths, crossed the courtyard, and returned to Luna's house. When they entered the warm room, they couldn't believe their eyes. The furniture was wiped brightly, and the vase was filled with flowers. Most of the rooms have been done to the best of their ability and have been completely refurbished. The hall has also been scrubbed. A huge wooden carved clock, in the middle of the room, a cast-iron spiral staircase leads upstairs. The steps and railings of the staircase have been wiped to shine like glass. Dad is not here. Luna stared left and right. In the direction of the kitchen, the sounds of kalakal and ping-pong were heard. Luna led Alan and walked along. This is the weirdest thing Alan has seen is the kitchen. The room is a standard round shape and it feels like staying in a huge pepper bottle. Everything is curved, matching the walls, including stoves, sinks and cupboards, and painted in bright three primary colors filled with flowers, insects and birds. And Mr. Lovegood, standing in front of the stove, waving his wand. His crazy expression seemed to be not cooking, but conducting a melody symphony. Ah, you guys are back. It's not too early. Thankfully I prepared enough ingredients. Mr. Lovegood jingled loudly and said happily. Subsequently, Luna and Alan were appointed to set up the tableware. In the dining room, the plates in the sideboard were dazzling. When Mr. Lovegood's carefully prepared dishes were placed on the long table by two people, all the cups and dishes were neatly arranged. The room gradually became lively. In the process of waiting for the banquet, Luna also took Alan to the second floor, which seemed to be both a living room and a working room. Obviously the ones that didn't come here were cleaned up. It was a bit like the order of the request room. The unforgettable maze is filled with things that have been hidden in it for many centuries, but this one is much smaller and has a standard circular shape. There are piles of books and paper on every surface. Exquisite magical animal models hanging on the ceiling are flapping their wings or moving their mouths. An old-fashioned printing machine with many gears that turned by magic was half covered by a piece of cloth, and the ground was scattered with a few points that had not yet been bound and just printed, singing contrast. A huge grey spiral horn, similar to that of a unicorn, it was mounted on the wall and reached a few feet into the room. Alan recognized that the horn that Luna called the curved snork was actually a rooted in the home will be more dangerous evil trade items. Poison horns it is easy to explode whenever it encounters, and Alan wisely did not argue with the little girl about this matter, but just reminded the other party to be careful and set his sights on another strange thing. A half-length stone statue stood on the messy curved cabinet. It was a beautiful but face-stern witch. She wears a weird headdress, with a pair of curved, golden hearing aids on both sides, a pair of shiny blue wings inserted on the belt of the hoop above the head, and an orange on the other hoop of the forehead red radish. It's shaped according to Royna Ravenclaw's head shape, and it's very commensurate. Luna pointed to the hearing aid-shaped thing again. This is a harassment siphon. Can distract everything from thinkers. The surrounding area is excluded. This, she pointed to the small wings, is the aura thruster, which can lead to advanced thinking states. And finally, she pointed to the orange-red radish, is the airship Lee, which can improve the ability to accept abnormal things. At this time, the voice from downstairs rescued Alan, who didn't know how to reply, and apparently the guests who attended the banquet arrived one after another. At this time, the hall was full of people, filled with a joyful atmosphere. The gentle tones of gentlemen and the silvery voices of ladies blended together. On top of all this, Mr. Lovegood's loud and pleasant loud voice can be clearly heard, and wizards are welcome to the house. Everyone talked while tasting the strange food on the long dining table. Ha! Xenophilius, you pale watercolor ballfish are indeed novel and delicious. The sales of this special magazine should be very good. Are you thinking about printing? Alan looked around, and saw the gentleman who spoke had a gentleman's head. His hair was rather white, but his eyebrows and beard were still black, which made him look like a distinguished elder. Mr. Ecton, if you are willing to invest, we can do as many copies as possible. Mr. Lovegood looked eagerly at the extraordinary wizard. Ha ha, Mr. Lovegood, your food is indeed good, but the investment thing, we will talk about it in the future. Today is a banquet. We do not talk about business. Mr. Ishton completely forgot that it was he who first proposed reprinting. He won't invest, Luna whispered in Ellen's ear. Alan looked at her suspiciously. He just enjoys the thrill of my dad asking for help. Luna calmly poured himself and Alan a drink of strange color. Alan looked at the strangely thick liquid, and asked strangely, is this raw gill juice? Condensed? My favorite. Luna looked at Alan expectantly. She shared her favorite drink with friends for the first time. Looking at Luna's expectant gaze, Alan couldn't resist refusing www.mentalnovel.com to take a sip. A cool liquid glides across the tip of the tongue and flows into the throat. A slightly bitter, yet very sweet taste occupies Alan's throat. It made him feel comfortable on the green grass after the rain. What a nice drink! Alan exclaimed, and could not help taking another sip and savoring it. When the last guest left Lovegood's house, Mr. Lovegood slumped on a leather chair in front of the fire. It seemed that between his eyebrows, not only was fatigue, but also a hint of sorrow. Dad, is no one willing to invest? Luna walked over and knelt down, leaning her head gently on Daddy's arm. Mr. Lovegood shook his head low. Alan stepped forward gracefully. Mr. Lovegood, maybe I can solve your troubles. End of this chapter. Chapter 270 Started School Modified. Chapter 268 Start of School Modified. Mr. Lovegood, my father recently intended to acquire a magazine. This time I came to you for a banquet. He also knows it, Alan said gently. What is your father? Mr. Lovegood looked at Alan in doubt. Owen Harris, who works in the Magic Accident and Disaster Division of the Ministry of Magic. Alan said, I can arrange for you to meet, and you can talk about specific things. Of course Alan saw the mistrust in Mr. Lovegood's eyes, but it didn't matter. Mr. Harris' appearance would have the same effect. Mr. Lovegood nodded and agreed. Alan, who had returned to the manor, told the original story to his father Owen, who had already ignited the ambition of Owen, and he did not mind Lovegood's attitude. His home was indeed low and not well known. It is normal for Mr. Lovegood not to trust Alan. He decided to visit Mr. Lovegood in person. On the last day of the holiday, when Alan packed all the salutes and was about to leave Aunt Josephine's house, Owen took the snow and strode into the door. I succeeded, Alan. I succeeded in letting Xenophilius decide to sell Singing Opposition magazine to us. Although, I paid a lot of money for this. Mr. Harris was very excited, his face flushed, his facial features were trembling violently, his eyes shining strangely. Alan understands very well that it is a historical advancement for Irving to conclude a substantial transaction, not to mention the excitement. Owen, who was chatting about his negotiation process with his wife Morgan Le Fay. At the time of parting, Clark, who hates strangers entering her realm, stayed with Emily, staying close. She was reluctant to leave this little partner. Daisy watched Clark cautiously, guarding Emily. In fact, Daisy thought about it. Clark would not hurt Alan's sister at all. In her eyes, Alan is her benefactor, and Emily is her good partner. Aunt Josephine told Alan to remember to visit her during the summer vacation. Oh, that's not necessarily, Josephine. You know, when Alan is on summer vacation, there will be a world-famous event in our UK. Irving suddenly interrupted Aunt Josephine. Maybe we can be together. Go watch. Alan laughed. Now his father is more and more confident. With the support of Gingy Arlong, coupled with the original influence of the pure blood family, his father's status in the ministry is increasing. Back at Hogwarts, it was like going back to another home, which made Alan feel cordial. And when Alan saw the long-lost Professor Felius Flivy, he was as happy as seeing his loved ones. Alan Harris, Happy New Year. Professor Flitwick gave Alan a box of Screaming Mouse candy and invited Alan to sit in his office. The teacher was called to the office on the first day of school. Although Alan knew that he had not made any mistakes, he was very surprised. Although Professor Flitwick is a small witch, his desk seems to have an endless taste. Alan relaxed in the candy refreshment that Professor Flitwick warmly welcomed. That's it, Alan. I've been thinking about your curse this holiday. Professor Flivy leaned forward with his chin on his hands and leaning forward in the chair. Which spell? Alan was a little confused. Just at Hogsmeade, you stopped the spell of Slytherin's violence. Why, I can't stop it. Professor Flitwick asked eagerly. What are you talking about? Flash dust? Alan asked. Glittering dust? Professor Flitwick repeated, amazed. Good name. Indeed, very appropriate. Glitter dust can emit smoke clouds with golden particles, which will spread quickly after being sprayed, covering the object you want to attack. All covered creatures will be blinded by this, and invisible items will be outlined. Alan briefly said, I'm interested in why it can't be removed by my mantra all the time. Can it only wait for it to extinguish itself? Professor Flitwick asked this question that had troubled him for a long time. This is because it carries a strong spell called one of the super magic skills in ancient times, which is handed down from my family. Alan explained meticulously. The magic spell that will let you cast is difficult to be dispelled by the universal spell. All the spells will eventually be lifted. Even a special counter curse will not achieve the desired effect. Needed can only be released after multiple releases. It turned out to be a super magic skill. Professor Flitwick suddenly realized, I would also have a few, but these skills that make the difficulty of casting spells not suitable for students in the class. They are too difficult. But Alan comes to me at any time if you want to learn. We can exchange ideas with each other. Although actually included in Ravenclaw's library, Alan nodded, and he told Professor Flitwick all the spells, methods of casting, and methods of dispelling the spell flashing dust. Just like Professor Flitwick usually teaches them to Alan, he is wholehearted and unreserved. Professor Flitwick, with the help of Alan, experimented a few times. Finally, a cloud of golden smoke spewed out from the top of Professor Flitwick's wand, covering his desk. Professor Flivy waved his wand at the prompt of Alan, and the golden cloud disappeared out of thin air again. Successful. Professor Flivy jumped from the chair with joy. Alan wanted to say goodbye, but Professor Flitwick stopped him and hesitated. Alan looked at his professor strangely. He hadn't seen the professor so embarrassed. Your training session was very good. Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout both found me because the little wizard of their college also wanted to join. Professor Flivy crossed his arms and his elbows were resting on the table. I don't know, can you choose some excellent, or approved little wizards, to join Ravenclaw's training? Alan blinked and understood what the professor meant. In this regard, Alan is not embarrassed. He is no stranger to the teaching mode of large class teaching. For class www.untitled.com. He is professional. He is enthusiastic about being a teacher. He is positive for what is good for Hogwarts. So he did not reluctantly agree. Professor Flitwick opened his mouth to plead. Penlow should not refuse it. When Alan left, The contented Professor Flitwick gave Alan a pamphlet with some of his recorded techniques for transforming magic. It was also an unexpected joy for Alan to get such a precious experience note. He was particularly satisfied and cherished. Compared with Alan, their friendship was tested again in the Iron Triangle of Gryffindor. Both Harry and Ron were dissatisfied with Hermione. The fuse of the matter was a broom. The most advanced broom in the world. Firebolt. End of this chapter. Chapter 271. Help modified. Although it was just the first day of school, Alan maintained his pace of life and went to the library to enrich himself after dinner. The library just started is relatively deserted, and only a few people are scattered in this huge library. After politely saying hello to Mrs. Peace, Alan saw the Hermione buried in the high pile of books at a glance. From Alan's point of view, Hermione's unkempt hair, like a furry cat, rubbed her head in the pile of books. He couldn't help smiling, and walked straight to Hermione's side. "Can I sit down?" Alan asked. "Of course, please feel free." Hermione raised her head and saw Alan, with a smile on her face. Alan looked at Hermione in surprise. Her eyes were red and swollen, apparently crying. The eyes were covered with red blood, and his face was pale, and he described haggard. "Did you not take a good rest this holiday?" Alan could not help but lower his voice. "I remember your homework was completed before the holiday." Alan glanced across the books stacked high on the table. Alan flipped through the grey files one by one, and instantly understood why Hermione was busy. "You want to help Hagrid win and dispose of the Dangerous Animal Committee's lawsuit?" Alan asked, but his tone was very positive. Hermione's eyes radiated admiration. "It's Alan, and I guessed the matter at once. Yes, I want to help Hagrid so that he can successfully defend Buckbeak." Alan looked at Hermione and admired heartily. What a good girl. Smart and diligent, emphasizing love and righteousness. What about Harry and Ron? Alan did not forget that the reason Hermione refused to go on vacation with herself was because she wanted to accompany Harry. Hermione bit her lip and her eyes turned red. She felt that Harry and Ron might not want to be friends with her because of the crossbow arrows. Now, only Alan is a friend. Her strength and precautions vanished when she looked at Alan's caring eyes. It's my fault. I shouldn't mention them. With my knowledge of Harry and Ron, these two guys obviously wouldn't have the patience to look at such a boring big man. Alan tapped high. Stacked books high. "Hermione, you are really the most diligent and patient little witch I have ever seen," Alan exclaimed. "Alan, I'm just a little clever. Until now, I haven't figured it out yet." Hermione wiped her eyes and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, Hermione, I think, would you be willing to listen to my friend's thoughts?" Alan hesitated and organized the language. "It seems that Hermione has been busy with Hagrid's affairs throughout the holiday. Will he be sad about what he wants to say next?" However, he couldn't bear to watch Hermione work so hard, but in the end he got an unsatisfactory result. "Of course, Alan, I would love to hear what you think. You are the smartest, wisest, and most knowledgeable little wizard I have ever seen." Hermione smiled naughtily, revealing two front teeth. She seemed to realize it at once and hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. Alan thought that Hermione was so cute, and the hesitation he had just flew out of Juxeon, teasing. "It's not because I am the first grade. You just say that." "Of course not." Hermione felt that chatting with Alan was always so easy and pleasant, which was very different from the feeling when he was with Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron always needed her supervision and help, but Alan was always helping her unconditionally. "In fact, Hermione, I think it's very unwise for you to spend such a lot of energy on these files," Alan said in a sad voice. Hermione raised her head and listened carefully. She restrained what she wanted to refute. She knew that Alan was not an untargeted person. "First of all, you are not proficient in various laws and regulations. Second, even if you spend a lot of energy to get through these rules and regulations, you may not be able to write a moving defense." Alan glanced at Hermione's expression and found that she was looking at him intently, without any trace of injury. So Alan continued, "Third, even if your defense is written very well, Can you make sure that Hagrid remembers these words completely and expresses clearly when you are emotional? Obviously, Hagrid, who has a giant blood, has a weak ability to control emotions. Hermione thought about Alan's words seriously. Although it was not good, the truth was indisputable. Hermione, you are busy like this, except for making yourself exhausted. I'm afraid there is no benefit. Alan said. So what can I do? I don't know how I can help Hagrid. Hermione was a little sad. www.untilnovel.com. Alan, when exhorted, actually, you have done a good job. At least it should be much better than Harry and Ron. But it's still useless, isn't it? Hermione bit her lip. In addition to checking information and writing a defense draft, she did not know what else to do to help Hagrid. Perhaps we can hire a defense lawyer for Hagrid, Alan suggested. This is a great idea. Hermione's eyes lit up. A full-time lawyer can not only help Hagrid complete the defense draft, but also accompany Hagrid in the court to deal with the Dangerous Animal Committee. However, this may require a lot of money. Hagrid should not have that much money. Hermione worried again. I think, as a friend, I am willing to subsidize Hagrid to survive this difficulty. Alan touched his nose generously. Oh, Alan, you are so nice. I also have some Jinjialong here, although not many. But Hermione was a little ashamed. She knew that Jinjialong at that point may not even have enough money to hire a lawyer for a week. Of course, just do your best. Alan blinked, without any intention to refuse the little witch. However, Harry and Ron don't need to talk to them. You know Ron's family. Although Harry has money, the money still needs to support him to graduation. Hermione nodded, and she thought Alan was very thoughtful. The next day, the school resumed classes. On this cold and humid January morning, the last thing everyone would want was to stay on the ground for 2 hours. Unexpectedly, Hagrid made a bunch of campfires to make them happy, and they were filled with fire lizards. This class was particularly interesting. The students collected the firewood leaves and let the fire keep burning. Those lizards who like flames scrambled in the crackling firewood. Chapter 272. Catch Peter the Dwarf. Modified. Alan easily took back a lot of firewood leaves with the increasingly strong physique after taking the attribute medicine. He saw Hagrid at a glance, and Hagrid was sitting head-to-head with his head down beside the raging bonfire, helping the little wizards to look after the fire. Your class is awesome today. Alan put the firewood leaves in his arms and walked to Hagrid. Thank you, Alan. Hagrid seemed to be a little energetic. Alan glanced at the crumpled document in his hand, pointed, and said, "Can I see it?" "Oh, of course." Hagrid handed the official document to Alan. The date of the trial is set on April 24th. You need to take Buckbeak to the London office of the Committee on Disposal of Dangerous Animals to report. Alan said softly. Hagrid couldn't bear it, and tears dripped brightly into his messy beard. You don't know, those guys who deal with dangerous animal committees, Hagrid choked, rubbing his eyes with his sleeves. They are only against funny animals. Although Alan liked Buckbeak very much, he couldn't fully agree with Hagrid's view of what he called fun animals. These fun animals in Hagrid's eyes are often called terrible monsters by others. However, Buckbeak does not seem to be particularly dangerous. In fact, according to Hagrid's usual standards, it is really cute. Do you know, Hermione is preparing a defense draft for you. Alan patted Hagrid's thick arm gently. Of course, Hermione is very good. She has done too much for me. Hagrid blinked, trying to suppress his tears. But it's useless. Hagrid sobbed. The devil who handled the committee, they were all instructed by Lucius Malfoy. They are all afraid of him. If I lose, Buckbeak, Hagrid quickly scratched his throat with his finger, sobbing sadly. Seeing the curious look around him, Alan quickly gave Hagrid a bottle of calming, soothing remedies. Hagrid is so scared and so sad. Alan hurriedly told Hagrid his plans. Thank you, Alan. I have something here to trade for some gold. Gallon back. Hagrid blinked his eyes wide and began to count his assets. This matter is not difficult in Alan's eyes. He only needs to send a letter to Mr. Harris in the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Harris, who has a growing voice, will do a good job for Alan. When he told Hermione that he had found a suitable lawyer, he found that Hermione seemed to have lifted a heavy burden and relaxed. You know, Hermione's homework is so heavy that she can hardly withstand it. Every night, Alan must be able to see Hermione sitting in a corner of the library, and the tables in front of him are full of textbooks, arithmetic divination charts, a dictionary like ninja, illustrations of Mole moving heavy objects, and a copy another dense note. She resisted studying in the Gryffindor common room, and Alan could understand her thoughts. On the one hand, the little lions were really active. On the other hand, he heard that Hermione and Harry had recently become estranged. January unwittingly became February, and the cold and bitter weather did not change at all. When Alan learned from Edward's mouth that he saw Harry Potter taking a fired crossbow from Professor McGonagall, he immediately left the Ravenclaw Tower. He first sent Benny the Owl and sent a secret letter to Albert, then walked out of Hogwarts Castle alone, turned around in the deserted square, and Alan chanted the spell behind a cluster of bushes. Pop! The house elf Maggie appeared in front of him. Master, Bianban fled into the Forbidden Forest. It was not dead. Maggie hurriedly said what she knew before Alan asked, although she was very curious. Why did her master know Ron's mouse before going on holiday? Spotted Spot would flee to death. Lead the way ahead. Alan didn't say much. Now, it's more important to catch the Spot quickly. Alan hurried to the Forbidden Forest. He did not notice that, not far behind him, a red-haired boy turned out. Was Ron, who had a temper with Hermione and ran out of the castle. Ron stubbornly believed that Hermione's Crookshank was going to die. He was really difficult to accept the departure of his mouse, and he ran out of the castle with her breath. Inadvertently, he saw Alan walking out of the castle in a hurry. Under curiosity, he concealed his figure. It seems that Alan is going to the Forbidden Forest. Why did he contact the house elf? Ron also quietly sagged behind. But Ron didn't know that, not far behind him, Malfoy also followed him quietly. Malfoy wanted to clean up Ron while no one was around, but after seeing Ron's snaky figure, he couldn't help but follow. What Malfoy didn't know was that behind him, a man in a black cloak, pale and gloomy, also followed behind him quietly. www.mentalnovel.com was Professor Snape. He looked when Malfoy was following Ron. He thought that Malfoy wanted to do a prank on Ron, so he followed Malfoy to make sure that Malfoy would not poke the big basket. In the High Ravenclaw Tower, Luna lay in front of the big open window and sighed. Hamel's Piper. Maggie's speed is very fast. Alan quickly followed the run. Ron tried his best to barely grasp the direction of Alan. Malfoy was also surprised. Why did Weasley run like this? He was a little excited in his heart. Could it be that Harry Potter violated the school rules again? In the vicinity of Darnley, Alan successfully blocked the Spot. He pretended to be curious. Hey, isn't this Ron's pet Spot? How did he come here? Was spotted, and he seemed to hesitate to run away. It doesn't look very good. It is skinny, and it has lost a lot of hair. It looks very uncomfortable. Under the cover of the robe, Alan's wand quietly popped out of the wristband. When the Spot had not responded, he quickly pointed to it. Maze Curse. The Spot quickly disappeared in place, and this spell can expel it into the maze of different dimensions formed by the plane of the force field. Unless he can use his intelligence to get out of the maze, or to summon a Minotaur Tauren to lead the way. Otherwise, you can only wait for the spellcaster to undo the spell before you can leave the second-dimensional maze. But in any case, it is enough to consume a lot of time. Let Alan wait for the arrival of helpers. Chapter 273 Lesson Black Modified. Where did you hide him? A roar came along with the rapid wind-breaking sound. Is Sirius Black, who is caught in rage? Alan dodged sideways quickly, evading Black's body. However, the stubborn, vengeful rage blinded the rational Sirius did not give up. Although he didn't have a wand, he was like an agile cheetah, turning around quickly, trying to catch Alan and asking where he was going. Alan kicked quickly and kicked Black, who was thrown up. Calm down, listen to me, Alan shouted. Hurry up and tell me. I don't want to wait anymore. Black growled and pounced again. Alan shook his head helplessly, laughing that he was stupid. He even wanted to let a reckless man who had been in Azkaban for so many years and full of revenge, calm down when he saw the enemy. Alan Lee jumped back and opened the distance with Blake. and the wand quickly pointed to Blake. Fuchsia. Blake was hung upside down in the air in an instant, and his coat fell on his head, revealing his skinny, pale chest and abdomen. Despite this embarrassment, Sirius Black will never beg for mercy. He waved his hands and pulled his clothes away, shouting irritably, "Let me down, put me down." Alan spread his hands and frowned slightly. "You will get what you want. Tell me, where did you hide him?" "I'm going to kill him." Sirius Black didn't seem to hear Alan's words. His dazzling, gloomy eyes were full of fierce light, staring fiercely at Alan. Alan's gentle smile was gone, and he looked at the struggling Black with contempt. "Mr. Black," Alan said in a deep voice, "please use your few intellects to think about our previous transaction. Will I let the little dwarf Peter slip away?" "Do you know it's Peter the little dwarf?" The appearance of the name seemed to irritate Black. His face was blue and his muscles twitched. In the bushes behind the hitting willow, not far away, Ron opened his mouth wide, and his throat was choked with fear. What did he see? Alan actually subdued the murderer Sirius Black. Also, his spots. What does his spot have to do with the little dwarf Peter? Malfoy also saw the scene, but he made no sound wisely. Professor Snape also saw the situation in the distance, his face extremely gloomy, staring dangerously at Sirius and Alan. "The two of you hid first," he said suddenly. Ron almost jumped up in fright, but he was pressed hard by Professor Snape in place. Ron covered his mouth in horror and froze in place. Malfoy nodded wisely, without disobedience. But when he saw the direction pointed by Professor Snape, he turned his head incredulously and looked at his dean. "That's a beating." Professor Snape stared dangerously at both of them, and Ron and Malfoy rarely felt sympathetic, looked at each other in disgust, and turned their heads at the same time. Then, with a scalp, he moved slowly, and walked to Dorothy. But the impatient Professor Snape grabbed them one by one and threw them straight towards the roots of the beating willow. Ron and Malfoy wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound, and Professor Snape imposed a temporary silence spell on them. Ron and Malfoy's eyes showed the extreme panic, and the whip-like branches of the beating willow rushed to them frantically. Just when the two were desperate in their hearts, the crazy branches came to a standstill instantly. The two fell to the ground, rubbing their limbs and torso quickly on the ground. The pain in their wounds seemed to have been caught in the rain on the ground, and maybe some broken leaves were hanging on the wounds. It was too late to think, and the two slipped into a deep cave. Today's beaten willow seems to be extra crazy. Professor Snape threw a few bottles of wound medicine into the hole, and then let beaten willow resume the dance again. However, this is better, so that they don't run back to tell Dumbledore. "Sirius, your death is here." Snape slid silently in the direction of Alan and Black, like a bat moving in the night. At the same time, the dialogue between Alan and Sirius Black continued. "Of course, my aunt is Josephine Harris, smart Ravenclaw, a friend of Lily Evans. Your self-righteous pranks, self-righteous little smarts, including Animagus. She knew all the transformations and told me." During the holiday, Aunt Josephine showed Alan a group photo of her when she was young and told a lot about her youth. Of course, she did not know Sirius and their Animagus, but it did not prevent Alan from pushing it all on her. Alan glanced at Blake www.mentalnovel.com and found that although he was hung upside down in the air, his eyes were still like a bad wolf who wanted to eat someone. So Alan gave up the idea of lifting the spell and continued. "When I saw Ron's pet spots, I was wondering why an ordinary mouse can live for so long. Why is it still slippery in Egypt?" The fat rat quickly lost weight after hearing your news. "When I visited Aunt Josephine in the winter vacation, I started to pay attention to it, and until today it ran away from death, and then seeing your reaction, I think I understand everything," Alan said softly. "Since you know that I am innocent, why not give it to me?" Blackley said. "Are you innocent?" Alan felt very ironic in his eyes. Although Sirius did not betray the Potters, all the tragedies stemmed from his recklessness. Actually, Professor Snape is right. The few of you are arrogant, impulsive. Alan's words were not finished before he was interrupted by the impatient Sirius. "This is what your Aunt Josephine told you? She likes Snape." "Of course she said so," Sirius mocked. The disdainful look on his face made Alan see clearly. "Although I don't know if this thing he said is true, but in any case, to despise his family," this touched Alan's counter scale. Alan also lit up his mocking skills and counted decisively. "If it weren't for you to temporarily change the secrets of the Potter family, would Dwarf Peter have a chance to betray them? If you are a confidential person, then James Potter and Lily Potter will not die." Chapter 274 Enemies. Narrow road. Modified. Hearing Lily's name, Professor Snape stiffened directly behind a tree and listened to Alan's conversation in silence. Sirius' cold and fierce face turned into a very heavy annoyance. When he was in Azkaban, he asked himself countless times, what would happen if he was a confidential person? Will James and Lily still live happily in this world? Harry doesn't have to be trapped at a young age. Coincidentally, Alan and he thought of something. If you didn't pretend to be Atonement and plead guilty without saying anything, Harry won't grow up in a mole family who doesn't welcome him. Alan thought of what happened to him when he first met Harry, and resented. Do you know what kind of life Harry had been from childhood? Although he didn't eat less and wear less. Did you know he was beaten every day? You knew he was watching another boy who was loved by his parents? Alan's sentence is like a sharp knife inserted into Blake's heart. Blake's face was pale. His lips wriggled, but he didn't say a complete sentence. So now, I ask you, if you kill Peter the Dwarf, who will prove your innocence? You become a real murderer, and Harry loses his last loved one. You will be refreshed for a while. Are you worthy of James Potter and Lily Potter? Are you a competent godfather? You become a real murderer. Are you worthy of the ancient Black family? Seeing the pale expression on Sirius' face, Alan lifted the spell. Black fell into the ground and shrunk. He immediately broke open his jacket and struggled to stand up. But to avoid his impulse, Alan said, "All petrochemicals." Sirius Black fell to the ground and fell to the ground, stiff like a plank. "Sorry, Sirius, in order to prove your innocence and successfully complete our transaction, I need your cooperation. Think about the original things, relax." Alan gazed earnestly at Sirius' eyes, took out a bottle, and pointed his wand at Sirius' temple. Went unexpectedly smoothly. Although Sirius had a complex look, a strand of silver-white matter flew out of his head without any obstruction, and fell into the bottle in Alan's hand. It seems that Alan's previous words did touch the softest and most painful place deep inside Sirius. "Alan Harris, I want to thank you." A mocking voice came. "Is Professor Snape?" He pointed at Alan with his wand, and his face couldn't restrain his pride. Emma Lucky tonight. Tonight Azkaban needs 2 more people. Ravenclaw's most outstanding student is actually dealing with a murderer," Snape said, with a feverish light in his eyes. He turned to look at Black on the ground. "Give me a reason to stop me from shooting. I swear I will not be weak." Alan's wand was lifted slightly, trying to take advantage of it, pointing to Professor Snape. "Except for your weapon." Snape didn't miss Alan's dynamics, and wanted to destroy Alan's wand. Surprised him as if there was an invisible chain. The wand flew out of Alan's hand, and quickly flew back to Alan's hand. At this moment, Alan summoned the dead enemy's mirror in his system. The mirror Sarah gave to Alan. The mirror quickly flew out in the air, and the silver-white light enveloped Professor Snape's whole body. Professor Snape looked at this mirror cautiously, trying to break it up by split. But a person who looked exactly like himself appeared in front of him. Without a word, he was issued the same spell to counteract the attack. The two struggled quickly. Surprised Professor Snape, the Snape who appeared in front of him was as strong as his own strength. The other party's magic and mastery of magic are exactly the same as their own. Professor Snape could not help but clenched his wand, and his eyes returned firmly, and nothing could stop his determination to take revenge. Like Professor Snape, Ron and Malfoy suffered the most embarrassing moment in history. They were trapped in the secret passage leading to the Screaming Shack. They followed the dark secret passage to the end, but they seemed to have an invisible wall separating them from the door leading to the Screaming Shed. They walked back helplessly, but the beaten willow that waved their branches wildly made them discouraged. The wounded part was still hot and painful. The two of them did not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, Malfoy asked Ron with a look of panic, "Ron, did you bring paper?" Ron had a complicated expression and opened his mouth wide. "No, I still want to ask you." In addition to the fierce pain of the wound, their abdomen began to twitch violently, and the abdomen thundered. Both of them turned their heads aside, forcibly restrained themselves from spraying out www.mtlnovel.com. No one wanted to be ugly in front of their dead enemy. The two people came to the same thought. Could it be that today's food is not fresh? The situation of Ron and Malfoy was beyond the imagination of Professor Snape. He fought with himself, and as time went on, his heart gradually became anxious. How can I defeat a self-energizing self that can never be defeated? Alan, who has been staring at Professor Snape's eyes, light up. A good chance. He did not miss the change in the expression on Professor Snape's face. Boom! The tip of Alan's wand fired a snake-like string, entangled Professor Snape's mouth, wrists, and ankles. Professor Snape lost his balance and fell to the ground, unable to move. Another Snape also disappeared instantly, and the mirror glowed brightly and flew back to Alan's hand. Interestingly, Professor Snape and Sirius Black just happened to fall face to face. Both of them opened their eyes wide and seemed to kill each other with their eyes. Alan looked at the pair of enemies with interest. It was difficult to judge which face had more hatred at the moment. "Alan Harris, let me go. I am a professor." Professor Snape glanced at Alan gloomily. "Ah, Professor, I think it is better to shut up." Alan stared at Professor Snape as if to penetrate deep into his heart. Then, Alan gave Professor Snape an impassive spell. Of course he did not forget that Snape was his professor of potions, but he also did not forget that it was this professor who had just thought of sending him into Azkaban. Chapter 275 Little Dwarf Peter. Chapter 273 Peter the Dwarf has been changed to KSG, the Lord of the Silver, and the Phantom Feather plus more. Black's eyes showed a mocking look. Professor Snape's face was so gloomy that he could drip water, and he was a little angry. In front of his mortal enemy, he was defeated by a man whom he regarded as a mere child, and was trapped into this look. At this moment, Alan and they heard a whizzing noise in the jungle, which was getting louder from far and near. Alan smiled on his face and relaxed. He guessed the identity of the person coming. Alan concentrated his attention on the direction of the sound. The sky was still bright. He could clearly identify the identity of the person coming. Suddenly, several flying brooms rushed out of the jungle. The people on the brooms were wearing uniforms of black robes and uniforms. They were the arrows of the Ministry of Magic. Alan silently counted 2, 5, a total of 8 arrows in uniforms. One of them flew to the forefront and opened the distance between the two flying brooms with the others. Alan greeted him quickly, and he recognized that the leader was his elder brother Albert Harris. "Oh, Merlin is on, Merlin is on!" a young tan-faced Auror shouted, his eyes wide open, looking surprised. "This is Sirius Black. What the is going on?" "Think, Dardanian. Well, figure out why." A wizard with high cheekbones and extremely muscular jaws glanced at Dardanian, apparently somewhat impatient with his companions yelling. Dardanian closed his mouth and looked eagerly at the front of Albert. "So where is he?" Albert asked, waving his hands at the same time, and immediately the two Aurors stepped forward, pointing at Sirius Black and Professor Snape with a magic wand. "Look alert." After reading Alan's secret letter, Albert immediately found his father Irving to discuss. They all agreed that Alan could not be joking about such a big event. So, Albert immediately took action and quickly organized a group of Aurors who were close to him. Of course, these Aurors also included the people of the Minister of Magic Conley Oswald Fudge. This is what Owen suggested to bring. Greeting everyone ready, Alan relieved the maze and released the spots trapped in the maze. The grey hairy mouse that had lost its hair appeared. It was stunned for a moment, and then turned in a circle. After discovering the uniform Auror in the field, small black eyes bulged from his head. It moved a step forward and then stepped back like a snake. "Albert, ready to go?" grabbed it with a wave of his wand. It began to scream non-stop, wriggling, and struggling desperately. "It seems to be it?" Albert asked, turning his head. Alan nodded. "Are you ready, Albert?" "Come together?" Albert asked, raising an eyebrow. Alan glanced at Sirius, his eyes burning like on his face. "I think so." Alan raised his wand high and pointed at the mouse in Albert's hand. "Count to 3. Enetwo 3. Both wands sprayed a blue light, and for a moment, the spot stopped in the air, and the grey body twisted frantically. The mouse fell to the ground, another dazzling flash of light, and then, like a quick-release shot of a tree growing, a head came out, and limbs came out. A moment later, a man stood in the spot where the spot was, shrinking and wincing. This is a very short man, not even Alan Gow. The sparse hair is messy, and there is a large piece of baldness on top. He looked crumpled, like a fat man who lost a lot of meat in a short period of time. His skin was very dirty, almost like a dappled fur, and his pointed nose and watery green pea eyes also had the characteristics of a mouse. He glanced at the crowd with shortness of breath, and Alan saw his eyes staring straight at Liu. "Little dwarf Peter?" The wizard with the high cheekbones and extremely muscular jaws cried in surprise. On the ground, Professor Snape, who had witnessed all this, widened his eyes in disbelief, with a complex look, as smart as he, and instantly understood that the culprit responsible for Lily's death was someone else. Sirius, who was petrified on the side, wished to rush up and kill Peter. Little dwarf Peter was astonished by an indescribable fear, like a statue, standing still. But Alan noticed the eyes that were turning around in his low eyes. Alan did not hesitate to give him the same treatment as Professor Snape. By this time I felt that the previous method of bundling was a bit embarrassing. Alan took another way. The rope was taken from Alan's wand, squirting out, bundling Peter's unpredictable sturdiness in a circle. Seeing the eyes of the errors, Alan touched his nose and said in a concise way, "Look, he has no index finger. He will also use a thunderbolt to explode." This sentence evokes the memory of everyone. 13 years ago, Sirius blew up a street, and the little dwarf Peter died. If you follow Alan's prompt, there will be someone else who blows up the street, and this person is probably Peter in front of you. Lloyd, little dwarf, ceased to be silent, and said quickly. Beads of sweat came out of his pale face. "You won't believe him. He and Sirius are together. He wants to kill me, Lloyd." The wizard with tall cheekbones and extremely muscular jaws glanced at Alan, wisely without a sound. As shrewd as he is, it's natural to see that this matter is different. Although he was the striker of the magic law enforcement team, he arrested Sirius Black, who was thought to have killed the little dwarf Peter. But that was just taking orders and did not mean that he thought that the little dwarf Peter was innocent. If the little dwarf Peter is not a guilty conscience, how could he be willing to remain anonymous, and be a mouse for so many years? And he is not the person of Batty Crouch. He is the Fudge. If Crouch's case was leaked in that year, Fudge would be a little troubled, but he would also like to see it succeed. Therefore, Lloyd just stared at Peter closely, silently, watching the changes. But obviously, the little dwarf star Peter used Lloyd, who had captured Black, as a life-saving straw. "He's here to kill me again," Peter suddenly screamed. www.untilnovel.com, glaring at Black. "He killed Lily and James, and now comes to kill me again. You want to save me, Lloyd?" Black's face looked more like a skull, and his unfathomable eyes stared at the dwarf star. "No one will kill you until we get some things clear," Albert said. "Clarify," the dwarf shouted sharply, and Jiang Huang looked around again, glancing at the beating willow. "I know he will come to me. I know he will come back. I have waited for 12 years. Little dwarf Peter's body shivered, and seemed to be terrified. Blowers? The Magic Law Enforcement Team is a class of trained blowers whose job is to arrest dangerous wizard criminals. A group of these combatants arrested Sirius Black, believed to have killed the dwarf Peter. The striker is often assigned to the front line of fighting crime, and is also responsible for dealing with some magical pranks against moles, such as the old accomplice Willie Weezing, who repeatedly brought mole toilets back into the sewage under his tracking and arrest the Black Wizard. Lloyd was once a striker, arrested Black himself, and was promoted to a. End of this chapter. Chapter 276. Truth Modified. The Black family has all kinds of black magic that we can't dream of. Little Dwarf shouted sharply, otherwise how can he escape? I guess the person who can't even mention the name taught him a few hands. Although Little Dwarf Peter shouted heartbroken, this sounded reasonable. But Lloyd thought of the scene in Fudge's office before departure. He was reporting the recent developments in Ra's office with Fudge, and Irving Harris took Albert to rush into the door. What he said: "Minister, good news. Sirius Black is hiding in Hogwarts. But please allow her to be dispatched without sending Dementors." According to reliable sources, the Little Dwarf Peter is still alive. Obviously there is something else wrong with it. At that time, Mr. Crouch might have made a big mistake. Lloyd will never forget the meaningful expression of Irving Harris, and the look of his own minister, who was stunned and then nodded firmly. Based on his years of experience in catching black wizards, this Little Dwarf Peter has too many loopholes. In his opinion, since Peter is still alive, the truth of the matter is certainly not the one that was recognized by everyone at the time Sirius Black betrayed the Potters and blasted a street, killing Peter. From the perspective of political correctness, it is clear that his boss, Fudge, has succeeded. At this moment, Black laughed. A terrible, unhappy laughter filled the space. Alan has lifted his petrification. The Tuarers beside him pointed at his wand with due diligence, and did not feel the slightest slack due to the appearance of the Little Dwarf Peter. "Voldemort, teach me how many hands?" The dwarf star flinched, as if Black took a whip at him. "How frightened to hear your old master's name," Blake said. "It's justified, Peter. Those people under him are not very satisfied with you, are they?" "I don't know. What are you talking about?" Sirius Little Dwarf muttered. His breathing was more rapid, and his face was sweaty now. "You are not hiding me for these 12 years, Black said, but hiding from Voldemort's old men." "I heard something in Azkaban." Blake's eyes were burning with rage, and he just gritted his teeth and said every word. "Peter. They all thought you were dead, or they would make you confess." "I heard them shouting all kinds of words in their dreams. It seems that the liar betrayed them." "Voldemort went to the Wave according to your intelligence special family." Snape's breath on the side was quick, his cold eyes fixed on Peter. Black's attention was completely on Peter's body, and there were both threats and sarcasm in his tone. "Voldemort was defeated there." "Not all of Voldemort's men entered Azkaban, did they?" "There were still many outsiders, waiting for the opportunity, pretending to have been changed." "If they knew you were alive, Peter, I don't know." "What are you talking about?" Little Dwarf said again, his voice sharper. He wiped his face with his sleeve and looked up at Lloyd. "You don't believe these crazy words, Lloyd?" And Lloyd staggered his eyes and looked at Albert. "On this trip, Albert as the leader. I must admit, Peter, I can't figure out why a pure person would be willing to be a rat for 12 years. Albert said fairly. "Innocent is innocent, but scared." The Little Dwarf screamed. "If Voldemort's men are looking for me, it's because I sent their most powerful officers to Azkaban. This spy, Sirius Black." Blake's face was crooked. "How dare you?" he growled, sounding very much like the big bear he turned into. "Me, Lord Voldemort's spy? When did I stubborn someone stronger and more powerful than me? And you don't understand why I didn't see you as a spy from the beginning. You always like strong friends, so you can get their care, right? It used to be us, Remus and I. And James." Little Dwarf wiped his face again. He was almost breathless. "Me, spy? You must be crazy." "Nothing. I don't know how you can say this." "Lily and James listened to my advice before letting you be a confidential person," Black said with a gritted teeth. The tone was so intense. "I thought it was a good plan. A packet loss plan. Voldemort would definitely come to me without expecting them to use something weak and incompetent like you. You told Voldemort that you could dedicate the Potters to him. That must be the most proud moment in your despicable life." Black thumped his chest with resentment. His heart cut like a knife. Professor Snape groaned in his throat. His face was bluish and he looked at Peter Dwarf angrily. "The one who knows you most often is your enemy." This sentence also applies between Snape and Sirius Black. Professor Snape hates Sirius. You reading www.uukanzu.com hates their bad pranks, hates his arrogance and absurdity, and hates him for betraying Lily. But at the same time, he also knew the arrogance of Sirius. He was disdained to lie. In the beginning, Sirius did not justify himself, let alone complain, but accepted the punishment of being detained in Azkaban. This made Snape think he was the culprit. From the conversation just now, Professor Snape understood that there were other people he wanted to avenge. Little Dwarf murmured incoherently, and Alan heard words like ridiculous and neuropathy. But from his dusty face, it is not difficult to see how magnificent and fearful he is at the moment. "There is a way for us to know the truth quickly," Alan suggested. Albert turned his eyes to his dear brother, his face soft. "I've got the memory of Sirius Black. As long as I get the Little Dwarf Peter." Two contrasts. "The natural truth is clear," Alan said. "He may not cooperate, so it will be very difficult to extract memory. Ebert does not deny that this is a good way, but I am afraid that no one can succeed in the era standing here, and extract the memory of an adult wizard completely and truly when the other party is guarded. Lloyd has deep experience, but in terms of strength, he may not be as good as himself. I can do it, and I will never favor any party. Even if it is unsuccessful, I can also confess the authentic agent." A hoarse and cold voice came, like a snake spitting dangerous snake letter. Chapter 277 Confrontation Modified. Alan looked at Professor Snape in surprise. He was indeed a half-blood prince, and he quickly lifted the curse he had imposed on him. "But why did you fill in half the bottle of Batty Jr.?" Crouched during the original future interrogation. Shaking his head, Alan stopped his cranky thoughts and decisively removed the ropes tied to his Professor of Potions. "Professor Snape, it would be better if you were willing to shoot," Albert said respectfully, as if he had just seen Professor Snape. He hadn't seen him at all, as if he had been bound to the ground before. Alan's face couldn't help passing a smile that was hard for others to notice, and the honest brother was somewhat smoothed out. Professor Snape squeezed his lips tightly and walked toward Peter, the little star. "Severus, Professor Snape," cried the little dwarf, "if I am an accomplice of the mysterious man, why have I never harmed Harry?" Seeing someone seemed to be listening carefully, his voice rose again. "I have been in a dormitory with him for 3 years. I haven't touched Harry's hair. Why should I do that?" "I'll tell you why," Black shouted immediately. "Because you have never seen rabbits or eagles. Voldemort has disappeared for 12 years. Others say he has been half dead. You will not kill someone under the eyes of Albus Dumbledore for a crippled, lost wizard? In Black's aggressive eyes, little dwarf couldn't help but look away. "You have to make sure he is the biggest overlord before you go back to him, do you? Or why would you find a wizard family to take you in? Because you can listen to the news with your ears upright, Peter? In case the old asylum is back, the situation is safe. You go back to follow him." Little dwarf's mouth opened a few times, and it seemed to have lost the ability to speak. Professor Snape grabbed the dwarf star Peter's chin, not letting him dodge, staring at his eyes shining, and the dwarf star seemed to be fixed, unable to move his gaze. Professor Snape's other hand raised his wand so that the tip of the wand was pressed against the other side, and a wisp of silvery white matter was drawn from the dwarf star Peter's forehead. Alan quickly stepped forward and took out a bottle to catch the substance. Finally, Professor Snape put down his wand and stared at the dwarf star with a cold look. Alan looked at him worriedly, very afraid that Professor Snape could not restrain himself, and gave the dwarf an awad nibble. But Slytherin was not Gryffindor after all. The professor was still a professor after all. He seemed to be bounced up, stood violently, and walked aside without a word. Alan secretly took a long breath. and the dwarf star could not die now. Black's innocence had not been fully proved yet. He closed the bottle and wanted to give Albert the memory of the bottle. But Albert shook his head and motioned to Alan to pass the bottle to Lloyd. Lloyd accepted the bottle of memory with no guts. If he didn't guess wrong, Fudge would be very willing to do so, to avoid Crouch tampering with Dwarf's memory before the trial. The little dwarf face was disappointed. He knew in his heart that he was still alive in this world. This was the biggest flaw and the evidence that was hard to deny, plus the extracted memories. He was trembling, sobbing mournfully, almost out of breath. He looked scary like that, like a big bald baby curled up on the ground. But none of the people present showed sympathy. Alan did not dare to determine whether the little dwarf was crying because of regret or crying because of fear. And his posture made Black's anger more intense, and he even felt dizzy. The disgusting wizard in front of him reminded him of his heartbreaking memory. Black was even more murderous, and he wanted to cast an Awada so desperate spell desperately. The desire to kill like a pervasive high fever invaded his body. The Tuarers, who were responsible for supervising Sirius, held his shoulders. Zombies are floating. Albert commanded the Tuarers, who were specifically responsible for escorting the dwarf star, preparing to return to the Ministry of Magic to make a mission. The dwarf star's wrists, neck and knees seemed to be tied with an invisible rope. He was pulled up and stood up, but his head was still ugly and pulled down, like a grotesque puppet. His feet hanging weakly several inches above the ground. The place. Alan, you and Professor Snape would better return to the department with us. As for President Dumbledore, the minister will explain, Albert said to his brother. Alan nodded and walked silently beside Sirius. Professor Snape was very happy. He wanted to see the trial with his own eyes, and saw the ending of Lila's little dwarf star. Professor Snape also thought of Weasley and Draco, but that tunnel led to the Screaming Shack, and they could naturally leave on their own. Perhaps he had returned to the dormitory now. Could never imagine Draco and Ron's situation at this time. What Draco and Ron rubbed at the bottom of the beating willow tree roots was not melting snow or rotten leaves at all, rather the powerful laxative that the twin brothers originally developed. This pair of mischievous twin brothers who love mischief must not think that they will spill the laxative residues of their own research and development on the roots of Dorani. www.mentalnovel.com. This is for safety, convenience and covert considerations, because it is generally not. Some people will come, and they will not touch Dar and Liu, so as to avoid the danger of touching the residue. But what I didn't expect was that I would accidentally pit my own brother. Draco and Ron could hardly restrain that physiological impulse. Uncontrollable, Ron let out a terrifying, weeping ghost. Well, the natural air of heaven and earth. His robes seemed to be quickly lifted by this drama, and quickly dropped. Draco covered his nose in disgust, and the scornful eyes instantly made Ron angry that the fart he just put on was not just a fart. Ron's face was like a fire burning, almost as red as his hair. Unsure whether it was out of shame or anger, in anxiety, he fell on Draco's body at once, and the two of them wrestled together. Draco was taken aback, but he was not afraid at all. But because of the competition, he was engaged in the fight with Ron. In the rage, thunderous jets continued to sound in the tunnel. The stench permeated the entire tunnel. The two were sickened, but they were like two big with red eyes. No one was willing to be outdone. Malfoy wanted to clean it up with his wand, but in the chaos just now, the wands of the two had long disappeared, hiding in darkness and hiding in a dirt. Alan and his party quickly evacuated from the forest. Alan looked at Blake cautiously. If the reckless big dog got excited and got rid of her and really killed the dwarf star, he would be happy, but the deal between him and himself would be ruined. Alan didn't want to be busy in vain. Chapter 278 Politician Modified. Mr. Black, Alan said suddenly. Black heard someone call him like this, startled, glared at Alan, as if he had never seen someone like him. Even the Tuarers looked at Alan. Hand over the little dwarf star. Do you know what it means? Alan said while walking around a bush. You are free. I will not forget. Sirius said in a deep voice, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Alan. I know who you are. I want to say, Think about Harry. Alan reminded. As far as I know, you are his godfather. In the event of an accident with his parents, you as a guardian can bring Harry a better life. Alan said quickly. And Harry, he must be happy to leave the house that is not friendly to him. Alan looked at Black and found for the first time that Black's haggard face had a real smile for the first time. The change it brought was astonishing, as if a man 10 years younger than him flashed from behind the skinny mask. In a flash, Alan could see that he was the big guy who swept Hogwarts when he was young. Black nodded heavily. Next, they stopped talking and walked out of Hogwarts. Just left Hogwarts, Albert, they instantly phantom shifted to the Ministry of Magic. Albert motioned for Alan and Professor Snape to follow him, and Lloyd followed his arms around him. Dardanian and several other Aurors escorted Sirius and Dwarf to leave. Albert didn't stop, walking hurriedly, taking Alan with them to the elevator, and went directly to the door of the minister's office. Albert knocked on the door politely, and after getting permission, they walked in and found that Mr. Harris was sitting on the chair opposite the minister's desk, looking at them with a smile. Alan's heart can't help but a warm current flows, and a very gentle smile also blooms. The current Minister of Magic, Connolly Fudge, wore the pinstripe cloak he usually wore, stood up, and shook hands with Professor Snape politely. Then, his eyes turned to Alan, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he was smiling, Alan concluded at a glance that a storm was gestating in the minister's mind. You are, Alan, really a young man. Fudge exposed his white teeth and looked extremely friendly. Thank you, Minister, Alan responded, humble and gentle. This made Fudge really start to appreciate it. Few young people have such a calm and generous performance when contacting him as the Minister of Magic. Sirius and Peter were discovered by you, right? Fudge's complexion also eased. Alan nodded, and was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door before he could say much. A middle-aged wizard with short grey hair and a messy hair came in. His face was extremely serious, and it was obvious to people at a glance that this was a bad wizard. He nodded slightly with Professor Snape. His eyes stayed on Alan for a moment. Alan was not afraid, and he fixed his eyes on him, and finally Crouch himself turned away. Minister, I have something to discuss with you, Crouch said at a glance, without a smile on his face. Fugee's brow furrowed. Albert, you first take Professor Snape and Alan to sit in the lounge next door. Alan obediently followed Albert and left. This is a very large lounge. Professor Snape sat casually on a chair, his eyes narrowed, his expression uncertain, and apparently he didn't talk to Alan. Alan simply found a chair and sat down, flipping on the table, but listening to the movement of the next door with his ears. Alan's keen hearing made him aware of the ongoing dialogue full of swords and swords in the next room. I heard that the Eras caught Black, who was at large, and Peter, who died for many years. It was Crouch's voice, without any emotion. Mr. Crouch's news is really well informed, and we have just captured them. Fudge's tone was mixed with a trace of dissatisfaction. I think that Sirius should be put into Azkaban immediately. As for the dwarf star, it is very likely to be counterfeit. We need to verify with him whether he has hit Black's confusion spell, Crouch said. I think our Eras have enough ability to judge whether a person is sober or a mantra. Fudge was tough in front of Crouch, and he felt very happy in his heart. Moreover, I request the Magic Law Commission to retry this case, and I will invite members of Wisingama to attend. Well, then I also request that if the trial finally proves that Sirius Black is guilty, then the slander must be tried. Crouch's voice became cold. Trial the defamator? Fudge was puzzled. I have reason to believe that this is a smearing of my personal image. No matter what the final result is, I will be wounded with a rash tag. Crouch's tone contained a trace of anger that was not easily detected. Little dwarf is still alive, this is an undeniable fact. Can you deny all this? Fudge accelerated his speech speed. www.mentalnovel.com. Such a beautiful story. Who told you what about Minister? Crouch seemed to control his emotions and asked calmly. Mr. Crouch, this is not a story, and I have a responsibility to tell the minister what was discovered." Mr. Harris' voice sounded. "Is this the Christmas gift you gave to the minister?" Crouch opened the joke calmly and not interesting. "Then I will send you a sentence as a gift." Crouch paused. "Timeo dit now forant." The room next door was quiet at once, and Alan could have expected that Foggy must have looked at Mr. Harris and was puzzled. Because this is a Latin sentence, it means, "the enemy who wants to give you a gift from the embankment." It's really interesting. Does Crouch let Fudge beware of Mr. Harris, or beware of him? Or, is this Crouch's declaration of challenge to Fudge? Alan's lips raised an unidentified smile. After a moment of silence, Mr. Crouch resigned and left the minister's office. Alan could only hear a low, fuzzy conversation, and apparently, Mr. Harris and Fudge were negotiating in a low voice. After a while, Mr. Harris pushed open the door of the lounge and walked in. "Professor Snape, I am very happy to see you, even in such a scene." Mr. Harris greeted Professor Snape first politely, is very polite in the conversation, and is the same as the parents of ordinary students to see the school teacher. Chapter 279 Courtroom 10 Modified. Although Professor Snape had a heavy heart, he reluctantly nodded politely, at least by Snape's standards. "Thank you for cultivating Alan. His potion knowledge is very rich." Owen Harris thanked heartily. "This is entirely from his hard work." Professor Snape simply replied that he had no desire to talk to Owen Harris. The keen Owen smiled and noticed the other party's status, and politely took Alan to confess to Professor Snape he successfully applied for the right to let Alan go home for a temporary stay. As long as Owen thought of his wife Morgan Le Fay's excitement after seeing Alan, the corner of his mouth could not help but hung a warm smile. Alan spent a happy night at home, whether it was the family's enthusiastic hugs, or the rich cuisine that her mother's ingenuity rectified, which made Alan feel warm. But the next morning, he was awakened by his father Owen's door clap. "Wake up quickly, Alan. Received an emergency notice from the ministry." In order to avoid more complicated situations, Sirius and Dwarf Peter need to be raided. Irving briefly introduced the situation. "He has a dark green under his eyes, and he seems to have not slept all night." In order to avoid more complicated situations, Alan chewed his father's words, while dressing and washing briskly. Irving came to the Ministry of Magic with his son quickly. Instead of taking the complicated guest passage, he walked directly into the staffer passage. Alan didn't question, and followed his father quickly into the Ministry of Magic. But judging from the expressions of other people around, it seems that his father's position in the ministry has greatly improved. Alan followed his father quickly through the empty hall and into another smaller hall. There were at least 20 lifts there, blocked by refined golden fence doors. As ding ding dang and calla calla sounded, a lift descended in front of them. The golden fence door gently slid open, and Harris and his son walked into the empty elevator. "This scene is uncommon. It's usually crowded, like canned sardines," Owen joked. He didn't want Alan to be nervous. After all, the place he was going to was the darkest courtroom in the entire Ministry of Magic. The other courtrooms have already been fixed. Only this one is free and can be used to urgently try the cases of Sirius and Peter. The elevator descended quickly, and because there were only 2 passengers, it quickly reached its destination. "Mystery Department." A cold woman's voice suddenly appeared, and she fell silent. The door of the elevator opened loudly, and the front of Alan was a very dark corridor, which was completely different from the corridors above, which were empty and bright. The wall was empty, with no doors or windows, but there was a simple black door at the end of the corridor. Just when Alan thought the door was the end of the trip, Mr. Harris grabbed his arm and pulled him to the left, where there was a gap leading to a ladder. Come down, be careful," Owen said, striding down 2 steps in 1 step. "I can't even get down the elevator so deep. If not without other options, I really..." They went down the stairs and ran down a corridor, which was exactly the same as those in Hogwarts that led to Snape's underground classroom. Rough stone walls and a torch in the bracket. The doors they passed here were heavy wooden doors with iron latches and keyholes embedded on them. In front of a dark black door with a large iron lock, Owen stopped. The 10th courtroom. Yes, this is it. Alan, are you ready? Owen glanced at his son worriedly. Although he knows Alan's excellence, in his eyes, Alan is after all a child. In such a gloomy place, witnessing the politicians' games, watching the most serious court trial, and perhaps the most terrifying punishment, can it be accepted? The content of Irving's concerns is not clear, but it does not prevent him from experiencing his father's concern. Alan's heart warmed, showing a big smile to his father, nodded heavily. He was more fearless when there were relatives he needed to protect. Owen patted his son's shoulder, twisted the heavy iron handle on the door, and entered the courtroom. Alan thought it was more like a dungeon than a courtroom. The surrounding walls were made of black stones, and the light of the torch was dim and gloomy. There was a bleak and gloomy atmosphere in the room. There were no portraits on the walls and no decorations, only the dense rows of benches around them, stepped up in steps. There is a chair in the center of the room, which is particularly eye-catching. On the armrest of the chair is a chain of iron on the left. This chair is obviously prepared for the examinee. www.mentalnovel.com. The chained chair can be clearly seen from all seats. When the heavy door closed behind Alan, an ominous silence shrouded it. Well, it seems that we came too early. Actually the first one. Owen shrugged. But that's fine. For such deliberations, it's more beneficial to arrive early than to be late. Owen explained to his son that he felt that some unspoken rules of the magic world could be selectively revealed to his smart son. As Alan pondered the meaning of his father's words, the heavy door opened again, and chaotic footsteps came. There were at least 100 people who were black and pressed, like they had already made an appointment, and stepped into the courtroom. In addition to the Minister of Magic Connolly Fudge, Mr. Crouch, who Alan met that day, was among them. In addition to the Auror wearing a black robe, there were more than 50 wizards in fuchsia robes with a delicate silver W embroidered on the left front chest. In it, Alan saw a familiar figure, Principal Albus Dumbledore. Alan remembered Dumbledore's identity. He was not only the principal of Hogwarts, but also the president of the International Federation of Wizards and the chief magician of Wizingama. In such an important court trial, he was also invited to attend. Principal Dumbledore also apparently discovered Alan, his eyes flashing behind the crescent-shaped lens, revealing a short but encouraging smile to Aloofa Dumbledore. Alan, no matter what other purpose it is behind this time, it helped him and the Phoenix Society he founded. Fudge nodded at Harris and his son, and Crouch beside him was cold and expressionless. Chapter 280 Court Hearing Modified. Very good, Fudge said. The people are here, let's get started. Are you ready? He asked loudly toward the bench. Alan looked down at him, and there was another witch at the end of the bench, but she was sitting too far back on the bench, her face shrouded in shadow. Nevertheless, it can still be seen that she is staring intently at the parchment in front of her, holding a quill pen in her hand to prepare the record. Judgment on February 12th, Fudge said loudly, as the witch began to record in a hurry. Her head bowed. Tried the case of Death Eater Sirius Black selling the potters and killing Peter the Dwarf. Peter 13 years ago. The Minister of Magic looked around and continued calmly and forcefully. Interrogator, Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge, former Director of the Enforcement Department of Magic Law Batty Crouch. Trial Recorder, Dolores Jane Umbridge. The woman in charge of the record suddenly raised her head and leaned forward to reveal the true look. She looks like a pale toad. She was short and fat, with a wide, loose-skinned face, and a large mouth drooping down. Her eyes are large, round, and slightly convex outward. The little black velvet bow on her short curly hair looked like a big fly. It was as if she was about to stick out her long sticky tongue to catch it. Alan couldn't help but wonder what the situation was, and that Umbridge, who was just a trial recorder at this time, could assume the position of Senior Vice Minister of the Ministry of Magic 2 years later. The accused witnesses, Albert Harris, Severus Snape. Alan turned his head in surprise, watching his brother and Professor of Potions come in from a corner. Albert strode meteorically and calmly, looking extremely capable. Professor Snape followed him sullenly. Seeing Professor Snape, Alan couldn't help but looked towards the Principal Dumbledore on the stage. Dumbledore was looking at Professor Snape through the half-moon-shaped glasses on the twisted nose bridge. His long silver-white beard and hair sparkled under the torch. "After our deliberations, we felt that it would be better for you to sit in the auditorium first," Mr. Owen said softly. "Less than last resort, you don't have to play." Alan nodded, knowing in his heart that this was his father's love for himself, and perhaps one of the transactions between him and Fudge. After Professor Albert and Snape stood still, Fudge ordered her to bring Sirius Black and Peter Dwarf into the review room. A footstep came, and the door to the corner of the dungeon opened, and 4 people came in black, Peter, and 2 errors. Fudge groaned for a moment, stretched out his wand, and shook gently, and a chair that was exactly the same as the center of the previous review room appeared. The errors pushed Blake and Peter into their chairs, and the chains bounced instantly, binding them tightly. Fudge flipped through a pile of documents, took a piece of parchment from the pile of documents, took a deep breath, and read it aloud, the original trial book for Sirius Black. After he finished reading, there was silence in the field. "Sirius Black," a voice said abruptly. Alan turned his head and saw Mr. Crouch standing up in the middle of the bench next to it. He looked very serious and said seriously, "You have been in Azkaban for 13 years and you never thought about complaints. Now, you tell us that you are innocent, and the little dwarf Peter has not died?" "Yes, you didn't give me a chance to appeal, and I was directly thrown into Azkaban. Didn't you?" Sirius glanced at Crouch with contempt. "And Peter the little dwarf, he appeared in front of you. Didn't the errors of the Ministry of Magic use all means to confirm his identity yesterday?" Hearing Sirius full of sarcasm, the members of Wisingama who wore a fuchsia robe on the rostrum could not help but whisper. Batty Crouch's lips became pale and squeezed tightly. It wasn't until Fudge spoke again that the podium was quiet. "Please provide the results of the trial last night," Fuja said in a deep voice. Lloyd walked up with the meditation basin, and Dardanian followed behind him, holding 2 bottles in his hand and some parchment. The members of Wisingama, headed by Professor Dumbledore, glanced at these testimonies and materials and searched the memories of Sirius and Dwarf. Alan noticed that the 2 women in the Wisingama members looked at Sirius Black with tears in their eyes. "Little dwarf Peter, why do you want to escape with fake death?" Crouch saw that the little dwarf's fake death had already been fixed, and could not help asking again. "I deceived everyone, but I have a reason." Despite Peter's words full of fear, he was still quibbling. He emphasized again his original statement in the Forbidden Forest. Sirius straightened his body in anger, but was pulled back tightly by the chain. "It has become a mouse to live in the wizard's house for 13 years www.mentalnovel.com just to avoid a prisoner in Azkaban, which is really strange." Sirius hadn't had time to speak, and a sharp, thin voice like a little girl made a fuss. "Umbridge." Umbridge suddenly put down the pen and stood up, with a smirk on his face, and the look revealed by the 2 big round eyes was extremely indifferent. Alan didn't miss her eye contact with Fudge. "Really born politicians." Alan sighed. Although Umbridge felt disgusting, he was able to climb to a high position in a short period of time. There was a whisper in the room, and the members of Wisingama nodded while discussing. Apparently Umbridge's words moved them. In the face of his living reality, the little dwarf Peter Chiu's explanation seemed ridiculous and pale. He curled up on the chair, his face pale and his sweat was dripping. "Umbridge, the court has not allowed you to speak." Crouch stood up and said coldly. Umbridge sat down obediently, but looked at Fudge with a look of invitation. Fudge nodded slightly unchecked. Crouch still wanted to ask, but Fudge took the lead. "Now that the evidence is solid, let's vote," Fudge said quickly, turning to the right. "Please pay attention to the jury. If you agree to Sirius' acquittal, please raise your hand." Except for Crouch, most of the jurors raised their hands, and some raised their hands after hesitating. Black's swollen heart suffocated him and he was breathless. Both times he just took a deep breath and looked down at the shoes on his feet. Chapter 281. The dust settles. Then Peter Dwarf betrayed the Potters, blew up a street, killing a lot of moles, framing Sirius Black, causing him to be innocently imprisoned in Azkaban for 13 years. Alan noticed that when Barty Crouch's face heard innocent detained, he was almost somber that he could drip water. The Minister of Magic Conley Fudge has counted the dwarf's crimes and said loudly, "Please raise your hands in favor of the allegation." Sirius Black raised his head violently. With one hand raised, "There are many. More than 70%. Blake breathed quickly, trying to count, but before he finished counting, Fudge said, "Please raise your hand if you are in favor of the crime." Crouch looked around, and 6 or 7 people looked at him. His hand moved slightly, but he didn't raise it in the end. Fudge's face involuntarily smiled triumphantly. "Mr. Crouch, you didn't raise your hand twice. Do you mean?" Crouch pressed his lips tightly and said nothing. "Okay," Fudge said with a clear tone of relief, "so I can think you have no objections to the verdict of the two of them." "Of course." Crouch popped the words from his lips, which seemed to exhaust all his strength. "Okay, now, we have reached an agreement on the outcome of the trial. Sirius is acquitted and should receive reasonable compensation. The specific compensation content will be discussed after the meeting. Peter Dwarf should be punished. Now I invite the jury to vote," Fudge said loudly. "Like me, I think these crimes committed by Peter the Dwarf should be sentenced to the most extreme punishment from Azkaban. Dementor's kiss, please." Sight hand. Fudge looked at the members of the jury with a serious look. He had his own selfishness. This case could not be turned over. He needed to suppress Crouch's majesty and completely defeat the old opponent who had seriously threatened his ministerial status. The jury was silent, and the Dementor's kiss was really shocking. "Is the punishment for sucking human souls too much?" Professor Dumbledore said suddenly. "Would you rather be sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban?" Fudge looked at Dumbledore with a glance, knowing that the greatest white wizard of all time must be intolerable, and he had always opposed the cruel punishment of Dementor kiss. He did not directly reject Dumbledore's proposal, but said in a deep voice, "Dear everyone, think about the Potters and the couple. Just think about the pictures you just saw in the meditation basin." Fudge's tone was so heavy that it reminded Silent of the Potters and Harry Dumbledore. "If it wasn't Peter who caught the dwarf, but Black was caught by the Dementor, what would happen?" he said meaningfully. "There is no doubt that Black, who successfully escaped from Azkaban, irritated the Dementors. Once they caught Black, the one waiting for Black would definitely not be the deliberation today, but the Dementor's kiss." Several witches in the jury took the lead in raising their hands. Although women were soft-hearted, they were also the most vulnerable to envy. They thought of the pictures they had seen in the meditation basin. The handsome witch looked desperate in the dark prison and became thinner. How pitiful was Black's situation, and how disgusting the little dwarf star is now. Gradually, there were more and more people raising their hands. They looked at the little dwarf star Peter, as if looking at a pool of mud, disgusted. Umbridge's eyes flashed. Although she did not have the right to vote, she took the lead in raising her hand just now. Mr. Crouch still did not raise his hand, but this time, Fudge turned a blind eye and ignored his opinion. "So, execute immediately." Fudge's face showed unprecedented determination and coldness. "Wait," a voice yelled. It turned out to be Sirius Black. "Black, do you have an objection?" Fudge asked in surprise. He couldn't even dream of it, and it was Black who stood up against it. The dwarf star burst into tears, staring blankly at Black, with a glow of help in his eyes. Black gave him a disgusted look, turned his head, and shouted, "I am willing to use all my compensation to replace the power." Everyone was watching Black. "I'm going to exchange the power to see the penalty in close quarters personally. I want to look at him, and the soul of the Dementor it," Black said loudly, seeming to vent 13 years of anger. "As long as it is not for him to survive." Fudge's heart settled down. "Yes, I think it is reasonable for Mr. Black to have such a request, and he can obtain such power. Of course, the due compensation should still be given to him, which after all, it was the errors of our members of the Ministry of Magic that caused his misfortune." The people of the jury nodded and moved around, It was not difficult to understand Sirius' emotions at this time. The light of hope in Peter's eyes disappeared, replaced by endless despair and fear. Soon, two Dementors walked into the courtroom and walked straight to the little dwarf Peter. At first, as if doing the final struggle, the little dwarf twisted his body strenuously, screaming like crazy. But this is destined to be in vain. Those iron chains fixed him firmly on the chair. www.untitled.novel.com. As the Dementors moved closer and closer, the dwarf star seemed to be frightened, his eyes straight staring at the Dementor's head. The chains on Black's body dropped one after another, and he freed. But he was motionless. Black watched the Dementors walk towards Peter Dwarf, and watched them lift the hood, revealing a big hole, and Peter Dwarf's soul a little. Black howled, like a wounded wolf. He only felt that his chest seemed to be torn, and tears filled his mouth, forming two rapids. He knelt on the ground with his forehead on the ground and muttered in his mouth. The wizards present were all moved. The unbearableness that I just witnessed, the little dwarf star Peter being kissed by Dementors, seems to have been relieved a lot. What kind of majestic and energetic was this downturned wizard who was kneeling below, recalling the entire life he had spent? Such a young and beautiful life. How innocent he was. And he suffered 13 years of imprisonment in solitary confinement. Alan, who was sitting under the stage, certainly felt compassion, but at the same time, he witnessed the process of the Dementor drawing a person's soul, and he felt a deep sense of crisis in his heart. Perhaps, relying solely on the patron-sent curse to drive away the Dementors is not an excellent solution. He needs to learn, explore, and find more effective ways to deal with Dementors. Professor Dumbledore docked the 10 fingertips together, looking at Sirius silently, and then looking at the little dwarf Peter. The dwarf star whose soul has been sucked away is just an empty body, no longer self-conscious, no memory, no more anything, and there is no hope of recovery. Just alive. Chapter 282. Follow-up. The members of Wisingama stood up and stared at Sirius. Like a kind of tacit agreement, they began to sort out the documents in silence, leaving the room that brought both pain and a new life. For a long time, Dumbledore walked to Sirius Black. He leaned over and patted Black's shoulder gently. Black raised his tearful face and met Dumbledore's loving gaze. Although Professor Dumbledore did not say a word, Black felt a strong emotion in his heart, which made him feel down-to-earth and full of hope. Black couldn't help but stunned. Professor Dumbledore patted his shoulder again, nodded, and turned to leave the dark room. "Come on, Alan." Irving Harris thought it was time to leave. But Alan didn't move. He pointed to a witch sitting in the middle of the row behind them. Among the few people left, Owen saw her in the direction of the youngest son. Short blonde hair, wearing a magenta robe, sucking the tip of a dazzling green feather pen. "Undoubtedly, this is Rita Skeeter, the chief reporter of the Prophet Daily." "Dad, before you see Fudge, it's best to talk to her first." "I'll leave myself later," Alan reminded in a low voice. Irving nodded intently and walked towards Rita. Alan noticed that after a brief consternation, Rita Skeeter and his father seemed to have a very good conversation. Alan is not worried that Rita will write at random. She is a person who knows the current affairs, and she will not easily provoke the authorities. When Alan and Black were left in the dark room, Alan still didn't leave. He knew that Black needed time to adjust his emotions. Alan didn't step forward until Black stumbled to his feet. Black raised his sleeve and wiped his face indiscriminately. "You shouldn't watch this kind of execution." Black's gloomy eyes looked at Alan seriously. He felt that although Alan was very strong, he was a minor wizard after all, and he should not have witnessed such cruel punishment. Most people are most worried about death, like Voldemort and Peter the Dwarf. The tragedy of the Potters is due to Voldemort's pursuit of eternal life and the dwarf's fear of death. Alan half it's a sigh, half a reminder. Death may be a punishment, but it cannot be atoned. The pain of the soul sucked away in a few seconds to compensate for the 13 years of mental pain debt. I don't know whether this compensation is enough. Sirius was also surprised. He actually opened his heart to a child. Perhaps it is because of his calm temperament and his ability to be stronger than ordinary wizards at a young age that makes him feel like a child to others. Alan looked at Sirius' gloomy eyes mixed with pain, and answered seriously, "You are right, sometimes justice is not enough to appease people." In the eyes of the world, the little dwarf Peter was punished due to his crimes, and perhaps Merlin's forgiveness could be obtained. Alan said slowly. Black frowned. "However, if others cause me a slow, deep, endless and long-lasting pain, then I want to retaliate and try to cause the same pain to the other party. As a famous Mull quote says, return eyes, return teeth, return hands, return feet." However, hatred makes people blind, and anger can also cause recklessness. Those who blindly pursue revenge may end up drinking bitter juice themselves. Alan glanced at Black and continued, "In my opinion, the little dwarf Peter has long been the mistakes committed for him are being punished. 13 years, they can only be used as a mouse to hide in the wizard's family. This is not an easy thing. The pain and torture you caused him in the process of hunting him, perhaps far more than the harm caused by his Dementor's kiss." Black listened to Alan's words in his heart, and the pain and anger that haunted him seemed to be alleviated. As for the remaining emotions, it will obviously fade away with time. Sirius gave Alan a deep look, and suddenly changed the subject. "You promised me that I have done it, and I will keep my promise and fulfill my oath." It was said that Alan could not help laughing, although he did not like the character of the other party, but of course he believed in Black's character, otherwise he would not make this agreement with him at the beginning. Gildorf, in order to avoid Dumbledore coming out to stir up, he added a layer of insurance. "Why don't you just accept it with me now?" Sirius said. Black is an impatient person. He doesn't want to default on Alan. Alan thought for a while and felt that there was still enough time, and he didn't want to have too many nights. So he nodded and agreed. After writing a letter to his father Irving, stating the movement, Alan followed Sirius Black and swaggered away from the Ministry of Magic. Some of the wizards who saw Sirius on the way did not know what was going on. This is the feeling of freedom. After leaving the Ministry of Magic, Sirius opened his arms and hugged the sky. Alan looked at Sirius with a smile, especially understanding the feeling of the prisoner who had been hiding from Tibet. After Sirius calmed his emotions, www.untitlenovel.com, the two phantoms were transformed, and they went directly to the Black House's old mansion, number 12 Grimmauld Place. The old house presented in front of Alan had dirty walls and dark windows. They walked up the broken stone steps and found that the black paint on the door of the old house had peeled off, covered with left and right scratches. The silver door knocker is in the shape of a serpentine coiled. There is no keyhole in the door, and there is no mailbox. "Excuse me, can you borrow your wand?" Black asked. Alan blinked, removed his wand, and handed it to Black. Black held his wand and waved it and found it barely able to make some movement. Then he frowned and weighed it down, feeling heavier than he thought, but then shrugged and tapped the door with Alan's wand. A bit. Alan heard the loud sounds of many metal impacts, as well as the clattering of chains. The door creaked open. Black returned the wand to Alan. The two crossed the threshold and entered the almost dark hallway. Alan smelled a damp, grey smell, and a sweet, rotten smell. "This place feels like an abandoned empty house." Immediately afterwards, he heard a rustling sound, and then a row of old gas lamps on the wall were all lit, casting a dangling unreal light, shining on their long, spooky hallway, peeling wallpaper and polished carpets. A spider-like chandelier overhead shimmered, and some portraits blackened by the ages hung diagonally on the wall. Alan noticed that the chandelier and the candelabra on a rickety table next to it were made into the shape of a snake. This old mansion bears a heavy Slytherin mark. Chapter 283. Clyce. As Alan looked at the dilapidated old mansion, a huge burst of sound came, and a sloppy house elf appeared in front of them. "This is Cleach, Alan looked at him with interest. Except for a dirty rag around his waist, like the waistcloth used by men in tropical countries to cover his body, he was almost naked. His appearance is very old, and his skin seems to be several times more than his body actually needs. Although his head is as bald as all house elves, the big bat-like ears have grown a big pile of white hair. His eyes were bloodshot, watery and grey, and his fleshy nose was large, like a pig's nose. "Ah, master." Klitsch's slight-colored eyes suddenly widened, but his gaze toward Sirius was filled with unforgettable hatred. Immediately, Kretsch bowed deeply, and his body was so funny that his big nose like a pig's nose squashed to the ground. Then he said in a light but clear voice, "Young master is a nasty, ungrateful indecent blank that broke his mother's heart, my poor hostess. She vowed not to recognize him, son. Now he is back, and he is said to be a murderer." Alan grinned and looked at Black, who seemed to be able to see the blue muscles on Black's forehead. "My mother has no heart, Kretsch," Sirius said angrily. "She lives entirely by resentment." No matter what the young master said, he murmured angrily, "The young master is not even suitable for polishing the soles of his mother. Oh, my poor hostess. What would she say if she saw the young master? How much the hostess hated him, how disappointing he is." Kretsch bowed again as he spoke. "Hurry up," Sirius said impatiently. "Okay, what do you want to do?" "I'm guarding the hostess house," the elf said again. Kretsch worked for the noble Black family all his life. The elf stood up and looked at them with vicious eyes, apparently believing that they could not hear him, because he continued to chatter again. "The prodigal son also brought back a little boy. Kretsch didn't know his name." "What did he do here?" Kretsch didn't know. "Okay, now are you at ease?" "You go, Kretsch," Sirius said coldly. The elf looked at Blake incredulously, as if not daring to disobey the direct order. However, when he walked out with 2 feet, he let out earth-shaking wailing, "Hostess, look at it, young master. The murderer has returned from Azkaban, and he brought back a little boy. Kretsch must protect this house. Kretsch will never let the young master and the little boy destroy this house." Kretsch, who has disappeared around the corner, is still wailing. "Shut up, Kretsch. If you howl again, I really want to kill," Sirius shouted anxiously. He picked up an umbrella stand and threw it in the direction of Cleese like a vent. "Oh, bad, I forgot." Before Black finished his words, he was overwhelmed by a terrifying, deafening, and creepy scream. The 2 velvet curtains covered with insect eyes suddenly disappeared without the suppression of the umbrella stand. "But there is no door behind." Alan thought for a moment that it was a window. An old lady in a black hat behind the window was screaming desperately, with a close sound, as if she was being severely beaten. Then Alan realized that this was just a life-size portrait. But he had never seen such a realistic and unpleasant portrait in his life. The old lady was drooling, her eyes were spinning, and the yellow skin on her face was tight with screaming. In the hallway behind them, all the other portraits were awakened and began to scream. The sound almost deafened the ears. Alan responded quickly, and rushed over in 2 and 3 steps, trying to pull the curtain and cover the old lady. But it didn't. The old lady's cry was getting harsher, and she waved her clawed hands as if to come and scratch his face. "Shut up, you terrible old witch, shut up." Black also rushed up and grabbed the curtain. The old lady suddenly turned pale. "You." She widened her eyes as soon as she saw Sirius, and yelled sharply, "The prodigal son, the shame of the family, the evil seed I gave birth to." "I said shutmouth," Sirius roared. He and Alan spent the power of 9 cows and 2 tigers, and finally pulled the curtain back. Alan held out his wand and pointed to the umbrella stand in the distance. "The umbrella stand is flying." The umbrella stand flew straight to him. Alan caught the umbrella stand, which is really heavy. Suddenly caught off guard, Alan almost let go. He calmed down and saw that the umbrella stand was unusual, made of giant thigh bones. No wonder it was so heavy. Pressing the umbrella stand against the curtain, the old lady's screams disappeared. But the surrounding pictures are still screaming. Alan used a wand to read a coma spell on all other portraits, and there was a reverberating silence in the room. "Good job." Gasping slightly, www.mentalnovel.com, plucking out the long black hair blocking his eyes, Sirius turned to look at Alan. "Alan," he said flatly, "now you have seen my mother." Alan didn't know what to do, so he pretended to be silly. Yeah, my dear good mother," Sirius said. "She drove me out of the Black family." "Why did she hang the portrait here?" Alan asked. "Perhaps the same as Critch, protect the oldest and noble Black family. I always wanted to get her down, but she seemed to read a permanent sticking spell behind the canvas of her portrait. Maybe she should go to Knock Lane, find a special effect medicine to lift this spell." Alan found that Sirius' tone was very stiff and cold. However, after taking the attribute potion, Alan, who has improved his insight and perception, realized that this was not the case. The colder Sirius appears on the surface, the more injured it is actually deep inside. Like the old woman on this tapestry. Alan turned her head, and her eyes seemed to penetrate the drapery to see the portrait inside. "Obviously I want to see my son in the first time, but I can't help but use cursing to replace my concern." Sirius walked to the other end of the room, a worn, dirty tapestry covering the entire wall. Alan followed and looked closely. The tapestry looks very old, the color is already dim. It seems that the fox has bitten several places. However, the gold thread embroidered on it is still shiny, and Alan clearly sees a family tree with branches and branches, which can be traced back to the Middle Ages. Several large characters are embroidered on the top of the tapestry. "The oldest and noble Black family, always pure." Chapter 284, The Noble Black Family Not on It. Alan said after looking at the bottom line of the family tree. "It used to be on it." Sirius pointed to a small black hole in the tapestry, like a trace of burnt cigarettes. "After I escaped from my home, my dear old mother destroyed me." Cretcher liked to whisper this story. "Are you running away from home?" "I was about 16 that year," Sirius said. "I've had enough." "Where have you been?" Alan asked, staring at him. Sirius suddenly felt silent for a long time before saying, "James' house." Alan touched his nose, pretending to be suddenly interested in this tapestry, where he saw his mother's cousin Drula Rosia Black. This Drula Rosia, who married Sirius' uncle Cygnus Black, who gave birth to the three sisters of Bellatrix, Narcissa and Andromeda, had both passed away with her husband before. In this way, are we still distantly related? Sirius, who had been more disgusted with the family tree, followed Alan's gaze before noticing the original surname of his cousin's mother. Alan hurriedly stopped. "The other party's idea of relationship. My mother's relationship with her cousin is not good." Sirius shrugged indifferently. He didn't want to rely on the relationship to pay the bills. The name at the bottom of the family tree attracted his attention, Regulus Black. "There is a date of death about 15 years ago after the date of birth." Sirius also bent down and looked at the tapestry more closely. This performance made Alan more convinced of his judgment. Sirius may not be in line with his family. This does not mean that he does not love his family and does not expect to be warmed by his family. "This is my younger brother, a fool." Sirius noticed Alan's eyes and stroked the part embroidered with Regulus Black's name. "His temperament is too weak, and he actually believed the mysterious words of my parents as a member of the Black family. He was born noble." Alan could not agree with Sirius. It was this Regulus Black who bravely embraced death and took away the Horcrux that Voldemort hid in the heart of the lake. He became a Death Eater. Sirius turned his head and looked at the other names. "Are your parents also Death Eaters?" Alan asked. No. But believe me, they think Voldemort's claim is correct. They are in favor of maintaining the purity of the wizard's lineage, getting rid of Mulborn people, and letting pureblood people have the power. After a pause, Sirius continued, "Of course, they are not unique." Before Voldemort revealed his true face, many people thought that his claim to something was correct. Alan became more and more determined that Sirius might hate his parents' ideas, but he didn't really hate them. "I haven't watched this thing for several years. This is Phineas Nigellus, my high grandfather. Did you see it? the most unpopular principal in Hogwarts history. And Elementa Malefren, my mother's cousin, trying to force a Ministry of Magic decree to legalize the killing of muggles. And my dear Aunt Iladora, the house elf cut off their heads when they were too old to hold the plate. This family tradition was pioneered by her. Of course, whenever a decent figure is born in the family, they declare to sever ties with him. Sirius pouted. Obviously, he is one of the decent characters. Well, all the decent characters enjoyed the noble life comfortably, but his decent character was imprisoned in Azkaban for 13 years. Alan doesn't drink this bowl of poisonous chicken soup. Okay, let's go. We hurry to fulfill the promise between us. Sirius stood upright and led Alan through the hall stairs and climbed up to the second floor. There are some collections there. Maybe you will be interested. Black pointed to the dusty glass door cabinets on both sides of the mantelpiece. You pick your own. With that said, Black wanted to pull the curtains tightly closed. Suddenly, Black uttered a curse, and Alan turned to look. Several adult foxes flew out of the folds of the curtains. The beetle-like wings buzzed and fluttered, the small needle-like teeth were exposed, the small and exquisite body was covered with thick black hair, for the fist was clenched angrily. Unexpectedly, Blake's hand was bitten. Alan blinked, frozen these foxes with a frozen spell, and threw Black a bottle of antidote. Did Cretcher have cleaned the house for more than 10 years? Sirius said bitterly, sitting on an armchair in the middle of a depression, then yelled in disgust and jumped up. He looked down and rested his mind. Not alive, not hurting people, it didn't matter, just a pile of dead velvet. Alan couldn't help laughing. Sirius was really a bit unlucky. Alan focused his attention on the cabinet in front of him. The glass cabinet door is very dirty, and the black magic objects inside are even stranger. Alan pointed the wand and cleaned the cabinet. Then, gently opened the cabinet door and sorted it out. The same. A rusty dagger, animal claws, coiled snake skin, a decorative crystal bottle set with an opal, containing a bloody, bitten silver rhinitis box, containing sarcoma powder, more than one tweezers-like feet, music boxes that can crawl like spiders, hypnosis, and Slytherin pendant box. Alan did not hesitate. You were reading www.uukanzu.com dropped the pendant box into the system storage space. The familiar system sounded. Are you sure you want to continue storing when you find the broken soul? Of course, Alan replied. The system no longer sounded, and the pendant box disappeared from Alan's eyes. I glanced at the rest. A Merlin Class I medal, a large gold ring engraved with the Black family logo and a family photo in a silver frame. Alan didn't find anything more valuable than the Slytherin pendant box, so he stood up. He was surprised to find that Sirius actually knelt in front of a writing desk, and seemed to be silly and wept silently. And in front of him was Harry Potter. It was Harry's body, lying in front of Sirius. Alan's heart jumped violently, but in an instant, he reacted. It must be Boggart. Harry was right here at Hogwarts. Alan quickly stepped forward and resolved the Boggart. It turned out that the most feared thing about Sirius was Harry's death. He will be fine, Alan said. I know that if Dumbledore is there, Harry will never be in danger. Sirius stared darkly and stood up. Nothing, but also, a clever little wizard like you wouldn't be interested in Merlin medals, golden rings, etc. He looked at Alan's empty hand and said, there is a library upstairs, but the books inside are not old, if you want to. Of course, Alan is an outright Ravenclaw, and greed is the nature of the Raven. He doesn't want to miss any opportunity to gain knowledge and increase his strength. Chapter 285 The Black Chamber. After briefly browsing the library, Alan regretted that he had all the books here. I promise, you will be rewarded next. Seeing this, Sirius took Alan through the dark stairs and walked back to the first floor. He looked at Alan and warned, next, maybe it will be a bit noisy. Alan looked at him puzzled, and saw Sirius suddenly kicked the umbrella stand and pulled the curtain. A prodigal man, a stupid idiot, defiled my house, Mrs. Black's portrait screamed. As the curtains were fully opened, she saw Alan standing directly in front of him. At a glance, Pure blood? Very familiar. Alan was horrified. Could she still see her soul? Who is it? Ah, the little boy of the Harris family. She suddenly laughed nervously. Harris? From the fleeing of Germany to counsel the goods. Not even the ancestral house can't keep it. The only stupid Leozil will accept you. Don't expect me to admit that there is a distant relationship between Black and Harris. Alan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that as a pure blood family, the Harris family was far less powerful than other families. The root cause is here. Although they knew that their ancestors were connected to Germany, they did not expect it to escape. Although the mother's family has branches in other parts of Europe, England has no relatives. The Harris family will not give up their dignity for this distant marriage relationship and pray for these native families with their own problems. Only our oldest Black family is the true pure-blooded family in England. We are born noble. When Jan said, impatient Sirius quickly groped along the lines below the frame, and Alan could not see his action. Suddenly, he jumped back, and Mrs. Black climbed half of her body from the portrait, spreading her teeth. Unexpectedly, Alan was almost caught by her. Oh, sorry, Black said embarrassedly. It's okay. Alan stepped back with two fears. Nervous middle-aged and old women are terrible. The portrait of Mrs. Black suddenly shrank back a bit with the back wall, and then was inserted into the side wall gap like a mile elevator door. Her figure disappeared completely, leaving only the aftertones like Prodigal Son, Traitor, echoing in the room. Alan realized that the Black family's secret room was on the first floor, in the most prominent position. Only the people with the worst personality and the most bitterness can stay in this portrait. Few people can stick with my mother for so long, or even enjoy it. Black said helplessly. Wonderful. This idea is wonderful. Alan praised heartily. No matter who it is, it is difficult to resist Madame Black's cursing and screaming. I'm afraid it's too slow to cover it up quickly. It may directly use a coma spell, let alone look closely at what is famous after this portrait. The entrance behind this portrait can only accommodate one person. Black headed in, and Alan followed. Although the entrance is narrow, walking a few steps further widens the passage. The terrain here is slope-like. The more spacious it goes down. However, at this time, Black and Alan had to bend forward, and barely could go side by side. So 150 steps forward, they were suddenly stunned by the shout, "Password!" At the same time, they saw a magic wand shining in the darkness, reflecting the reflection of Alan's wand. A mirror appeared in front of them, but there was only Black in it, not Alan. The oldest and noble Black family is always pure, Sirius said indifferently. The mirror suddenly flashed sparkling waves and turned into a light curtain. Let's go in, Sirius said to Alan. Seeing Alan's inquiring look, Sirius explained, only true, pure-blood Black can open this mirror door. The password is not very important, but they like to listen. The moment they stepped in, the torch on the wall burned automatically. Everything is legible. In front of them, 3 arches were lined up, with the main entrance in the middle. One side of these arches is the corridor where Sirius and Alan are located, and the other side faces the square hall. The hall was lined with grooves, which led to the 3 giant stones standing in the center. Black didn't know where to get a dagger, cut his arm all of a sudden. Blood gurgled out and dripped into the groove. Like being summoned by Blake's blood, in the groove, a sea of blood suddenly appeared, and rushed to the 3 giant stones. Alan suddenly realized that if it wasn't Black, even if the outsider had broken through the portrait and passed the mirror door, I'm afraid he wouldn't get the Black family's treasure, because they cannot summon so much blood. If this were not the case, I am afraid that draining a person's whole body's blood would not meet the needs of those 3 boulders. The 3 boulders seemed to up blood soon, exuding a dark red, strange light. The roar sounded, and the 3 arches opened arms to Alan. There are 3 rooms in this room. One is a library room, the other is a gold room, and the other is a collection of antiques. Now, they are all yours. Black looked at Alan seriously. The unbreakable oath is not a joke. Since the promise has been made, it must be fulfilled. Alan nodded solemnly to thank him. They first went to the library www.untilenovel.com. The books inside were extremely impressive, with bookshelves on all four walls, from the ground to the ceiling, stuffed up. Alan was pleased to see it and wanted to take a look, but Black stopped him. "Boy, be careful. Most of the books here are not for your little wizard of your age. You know, many books have black magic on their covers." Alan nodded, and of course he knew that the secret of soul had almost caused him a big loss. Alan took out a pair of dragon leather protective gloves that he had prepared and put them on Black's shocked eyes. He just wanted to move, and Blake said again, "Alan, I still have a heartless request." Alan couldn't help but stop again, looking at Black. "The knowledge covered in these books, please use it well. Don't become a wizard like a mysterious man." And Black looked deeply into Alan's eyes, as if to penetrate the young man's soul before him. "Teach Harry this knowledge and hope you don't indulge in it yourself." In an instant, Alan produced a sense of sight that he was a bad boy and was told by other parents not to bring his own good boy. This makes Alan, who has always been a child of others, have a novel feeling. Alan nodded and treated Black's fairly genuine concern. He agreed very sincerely. Now that he and Harry have drifted away, they will naturally not take the initiative to teach Harry magic, let alone these black magic too. However, he is not in a mood to flip these books now. "Can I move the bookshelf to get there?" Alan asked. "Of course." Sirius looked at Alan, who had no long objects, wondering how he would move away. Chapter 286 Collection. Alan summoned Maggie the house elf. Maggie appeared in front of Sirius in a neat and clean uniform. She looked pretty like a little angel, at least compared with other domestic elves. She looked at Alan tenderly and bowed. Sirius couldn't help but think of his own Critchy, the same elf. How come the gap is so big? "Maggie, move these books to that room in Aunt Josephine's manor and come back to find me back to life," Alan said softly, touching Maggie's head. Maggie blinked her wet eyes, grasped the feeling, and immediately became a porter of books. "Okay, let's go to the second room." Black looked at Maggie, who was working hard, and left the room in a mixed mood. Upon entering the door, the huge boxes were neatly stacked. A box was opened casually, and the gold glittered. If he hadn't seen such a situation before, Alan would be dazzled by the gold coins, and would lose his gaze in front of Black. Black looked at Alan, who was still calm, surprised. At a young age, in the face of money, he is calm and imposing. Boxes of different sizes are filled with Jinjialong of various eras, and this room is packed up. The historical value of Jinjialong in some boxes has far exceeded the amount it represents. "Now, they are yours," Black said with a smile. He appreciated Alan's performance just now. For Alan with the magic stone, he really didn't pay attention to these gold coins. What's more, the treasures obtained at Clark Manor are many times rarer than these. However, Alan nodded and said, "Okay, now they are mine." Black turned and wanted to leave, but Alan stopped him again. "Black, to thank you for keeping your promise, and for our victory this time, I will give you these gold coins." Black was shocked. Someone would give up such a large sum of money. It would not be because Alan was young and did not know the charm of money. "Alan, such a large sum of money can support you to do a lot. It can help you reach the peak of life in any field of the magic world." "Of course I know, Mr. Black, but I believe that with my own skills, it is not difficult to get the money," Alan said confidently, but he also made Black think that these words were not impulsive. That is the truth. After a pause, Alan persuaded again, "Mr. Black, think of Harry. Although he has the property left by his parents, the amount is not enough to support him in his future life in adulthood. You don't want to provide Harry with the best living environment. Don't you want to pave the way for him?" Speaking of Harry, Black was silent for a while, and sincerely thanked Alan. "Well, thank you for your generosity. If you need it in the future, you can come here at any time and take them away. With the support of these funds, he and Harry will live much better in the future." After all, few people can resist the charm of capital even if Sirius dislikes his family, but he also has to admit that he is not a master who can work with others at ease, which makes him relieved. It's impossible to work, and it's impossible to work in this life. You can't do business, and only by relying on these inheritances at home can you maintain your life. Without any trace of nostalgia, Alan took the lead out of this room. The last room is also the room Alan is most looking forward to, the room for storing antiques. Rows of multi-bugs are displayed in this room. Out of those surprisingly large jewels, Alan also saw a variety of unknown materials. Stone. It looks like a spooky portrait, a liquid with a strange color and an unknown effect, a mask with an evil face and a monstrous face. It looks like a skull carved with wax, differently shaped gear machinery, and equipment with unknown functions. In some transparent jars, Alan also saw a well-preserved, still heart, still fresh and juicy brain and eyeballs. These organs are like humans. Alan didn't understand what kind of hobby it was and wanted to treasure these things here. Could it be the famous sorcerer who cherished these organs? Like the mole world saved Einstein's brain? Sirius noticed Alan's eyes and shrugged. I don't understand these. Maybe it's a boring elder's collection. With the elder who cut off the elf's head and hung it on the wall, Black felt that there was nothing more terrifying in the world. While Alan was still looking at the dark and horrible Dark Wizard collection, Maggie appeared in front of him. The elf blushed with a thin sweat on his forehead. After bowing deeply to Alan, she looked at Alan expectantly. Maggie, it's really fast and hard work. I also ask you to move the collection of this room to the manor's room. Alan gently wiped the sweat from Maggie's forehead. For Maggie, said softly. The little guy trembles with excitement. For a house elf, it is simply the happiest thing in the world to be praised by the owner and treated gently by the owner. She immediately wanted to complete the task explained by Alan. Alan hastily pulled her www.untilnovel.com and urged, some collections here may be dangerous. Be careful. Maggie listened carefully to Alan's explanation. Her eyes were wet. Her heart was full of emotions, and her eyes were full of respect and trust. Black looked at this scene and couldn't help snorting. Look at the elves of other people's homes. Why doesn't his own cleach perform so well? The happy house elf shuttled through the room like a butterfly wearing flowers, lighting up the dark room. Alan saw the other party getting busy and turned his head to continue to study the collections on the shelves. Ah! Maggie suddenly shouted sharply. Then, the sound of metal falling to the ground reached Alan's ear. The two wizards were shocked and ran to check quickly. Maggie doesn't look very good. In fact, she feels really bad. She felt the torches flying above her head, dizzy like waves, wave after wave. She wondered if she had left the ground, and the entire room seemed to be flying above her head. She wanted to yell, but her voice choked in her throat. Even the most gentle mastered world in front of her. Despite this, Maggie, who was wholehearted about the owner, captured the panic and worry in Alan's eyes. She wanted to speak to comfort Alan, but she couldn't make any sound. She couldn't even control her limbs. Alan looked at the culprit who fell to the ground, a simple half-handed sword. Alan used a floating spell to hover the sword in front of him and looked carefully. Alan's gaze converged on a small device under the handle. Spring pinprick. Chapter 287. Back to school. Unless the user toggles a special switch, the tiny steel needle that pops out will pierce anyone trying to use the long sword. It is actually very practical because it can be placed on any weapon, tool or similar item. And, obviously, there is a toxin on Maggie's needle stick that makes Maggie hard to resist. Alan took out the antidote formulated with a unicorn's horn and poured it into Maggie's mouth gently. Maggie's distorted face, which was originally distorted by pain, gradually calmed down. She felt a heat flow into her body, which was very warm. She moved her fingers, and was surprised to find that the strength seemed to be pumped completely, and also re-injected into the body with the heat flow. After adjusting for a while, Maggie shook her head, stood upright, and blinked in surprise. She rubbed her head and felt as good as before. Maggie, how are you doing? How do you feel? Although he knew the effect of his antidote, Alan asked a little uncomfortably. Maggie looked at Alan, who was worried, and blinked her wet eyes, saying, Master, Maggie feels good. I'm so sorry. Why do you apologize? You did a good job. Alan stroked Maggie's cerebellum and comforted. After thinking for a while, Alan temporarily deformed the dragon skin protective gloves that he had taken out before, and transformed it into a size suitable for Maggie, and handed it to the house elf. Black on the side was shocked, not because of Alan's extremely smooth transformation, but because he dared to give the house elves the clothes. Maggie took it without hesitation and put it on her hand. She naturally knew that Alan would never drive her away, and she will certainly use all her enthusiasm and strength to return this generous and gentle master. After the room was cleaned up by Maggie, outside the door of 12 Grimald Place, Alan waved and Sirius resigned. He declined Sirius' good intentions to send him home, phantomed in front of Sirius, and went to Aunt Josephine's manor. After going through court trial and collecting treasures, the sky gradually darkened, the setting sun dropped, and came to the manor again. Alan's feeling was completely different from the previous one. Alan felt that the greatest joy in winter was the delightful tranquility and the tranquility of the bare tree trunk. Even if there is a breeze, no sound can be heard here, because there is no holly and no evergreen tree to whine. The bare hawthorn and hazel bushes were as silent as the worn white stones in the middle of the trail. "Why haven't you found the cuteness of this manor before?" A clear voice, distant and clear, broke the silence and shattered the rustling wind. The voice came from the terrace on the second floor, and Alan looked up. "Clark." Although this little female ghost enjoys the pleasant time of a man's exclusive manor, it is still very welcome to Alan's arrival. Alan smiled and said hello to Clark, and then quickly entered the manor. The ghost told Aunt Josephine that he hadn't returned home after going out. Alan found the Chamber of Secrets familiarly, and collected all the things Maggie carried in the Tower of Ravenclaw. After sending a letter to Mr. Harris, telling him whereabouts, Alan returned to Hogwarts. Above the towering castle hung the rising moon, which was pale as a cloud at first, but immediately lit up, overlooking Hogwarts. Walking on the path that leads to the castle, Alan is like walking in a painting. The foreground rendered in dark ink a large rock or the thick branches of a large oak tree, from time to time covering the distant castle green hills. Bright horizon unmottled clouds. But just before entering the castle, the silence was broken. "Alan, Alan Harris," a voice yelled. Alan followed his prestige and turned out to be Remus Lupin, a professor of black magic defense. He looked at himself solemnly, and Professor McGonagall, next to him, always wrote with anxiety on his serious face. Harry, Hermione, and Luna were standing behind the two professors, talking about something. Hearing Professor Lupin's shouts, he looked at Alan. What's going on? Had Harry learned about Sirius and got into trouble again? Alan stepped up and hurried to Professor Lupin and Professor McGonagall. Mr. Harris, you are back. Do you know the traces of Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy? Professor McGonagall simply asked. Don't know. Ron and Draco, are they missing? Alan asked. Professor Lupin nodded heavily. Yeah, we are looking for. Luna said she once saw them follow you into the Forbidden Forest. Ah? Alan recalled the situation that day, and had never seen them both. Alan looked at Luna aside, and Luna's big light silver eyes fixedly looked at Alan, as if she had always been in a trance. Alan immediately determined that Luna could not lie. That is to say, he was followed that day, but from beginning to end. It was a pity that he was eager to arrest Peter that day, and he didn't pay attention to them behind him, which also made him feel that he was really careless, and his experience in this area was not enough. But soon, he thought of someone who might know their tracks. Did you ask Professor Snape? He was there that day. Maybe he knew their whereabouts. Alan said his guess www.untitled.com. We also contacted Professor Snape, but I don't know why. The owl scent has not returned yet, Professor McGonagall said quickly. Of course not found. In the cemetery in the Godric Valley, Professor Snape stood in front of a tomb made of white marble, and the inscription on the tombstone seemed to shine in the darkness. James Potter, born March 27, 1960, died October 31, 1981. Lily Potter, born January 30, 1960, died October 31, 1981. The last enemy to be eliminated is death. What if the dwarf star Peter was kissed by the Dementor? As soon as he thought of Lily's decaying corpse lying under the snow and stones, cold and unconscious, Professor Snape's tears burst into a sudden. The tears were so hot that they froze in the face instantly. But he did nothing. What's the point of wiping and hiding? Regardless of tears, he closed his lips and stared at Lily's name on the tombstone. For a long time, he raised his wand and drew a circle in the air, and a rose wreath immediately bloomed in front of him. Professor Snape caught it and placed him under the name a lily engraved on the tombstone. On Hogwarts Square, Alan suddenly remembered something, and he looked at Harry. Does Harry have a live map? But Harry and Hermione also looked at Alan anxiously. It's impossible for Harry not to have seen the live map. Followed himself into the Forbidden Forest, but did not appear in the scope of Hogwarts. A place popped out of Alan's mind. The Screaming Shack. Chapter 288. Look, for Alan felt that what he guessed was probably the truth. Professor Lupin took the poison of stellar charmism, and he no longer needs to go to the Screaming Shack to avoid the full moon night. So even if this place is exposed, it should not matter. I think of a place where they are likely to be there, Alan said. Where? Harry and Hermione asked in unison. Come with me. Alan involuntarily glanced at Professor Lupin and decisively led the way ahead. Lupin was puzzled by this glance, but everyone could not wait to follow Alan behind him. He didn't make a sound and quickly followed. Alan quickly entered the dull Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall took a lot of effort to restrain his urge to scold Alan. Mr. Harris, it is against the rules for you to enter the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall's lips tightened, which was very unpleasant. Ah, Professor McGonagall, I have another reason. Just today, Sirius Black's murder case was re-examined, and he was innocent. Alan answered quietly as he hurried. One stone caused thousands of waves. All of them looked at Alan and couldn't help but slow down. You mean, Black is innocent? Who is the murderer? Who betrayed my parents? You helped him. Except for Professor McGonagall, who didn't speak. Professor Lupin, Hermione, Harry and Luna asked 4 questions at the same time. Alan recounted what happened that day. In the dark Forbidden Forest, there was a roar of cold wind passing through the trees, and only Alan's voice echoed. It's unbelievable. How could the dwarf star Peter? Harry thought Alan's words were absurd. Why is it impossible? Alan asked in a strange way. Because if the dwarf Peter is animagus, people will know. Hermione replied first. Alan thought that the girl in front of her was very interesting. She liked to answer all the questions. We learned animagus in Professor McGonagall's class. When I did my homework, I checked the information. The Ministry of Magic has records of wizards who can become animals. There is a register that shows what animals they can become, marks and the like. Hermione continued. And Alan noticed that Professor McGonagall's always serious face even showed a smile. I found Professor McGonagall in the register. There are only 7 animagus in this century, and the name of the little dwarf Peter is not on it. Hermione looked at Alan, the 2 eyes crossed, and Hermione turned her head again. But the Ministry of Magic does not know that there were 3 unregistered animagus who were active at Hogwarts. It wasn't Alan who spoke, but Remus Lupin. His voice was full of bitterness. Sirius Black, Peter Dwarf, of course, Harry, and your father James Potter. So is my dad. Harry was surprised. Yes, Lupin said, the Black family has hidden methods to improve their chances of becoming animagus. Alan looked serious, and now the collection of the Black family, except for the gold coins, is in his hands. Despite this, it took them nearly 3 years to learn. Your father and Sirius are the smartest students in the school. Fortunately, this is because the transformation of animagus may have terrible mistakes. Harry listened extremely seriously. He liked to listen to his parents. This is one of the reasons why the Ministry of Magic has strict control of animagus. Peter needs the full help of James and Sirius. Finally, in the 5th grade, they finally practiced and everyone can become at will a different animal. Miss Master's tone was a bit puzzled. She looked at her black magic defense professor and asked, Professor Lupin, but what about you? And the little dwarf's animagus is a mouse. Professor Lupin had a complex look. He did not answer Hermione Granger's question, but fell into a memory. If it was not for his time to become a werewolf, after spending time, James will never think of learning animagus in advance. Everyone thought Sirius killed Peter. Lupin beat his head blamefully. I actually believed. This also prevented the wizard's conversation from continuing, and besides, hitting Liu was almost here. Lupin understood all at once. They may be inside? Alan nodded. This Peter Liu looks really good. It looks so much more lively than when I was young. Lupin sighed as he looked around at the beaten Liu who was waving and attacking. Professor McGonagall looked at the precious plant in front of him suspiciously. What does this have to do with Weasley and Malfoy? A magic spell was shot in Professor Lupin's wand, which was in the middle of the scar that hit the willow. The crazy beating Liu suddenly became quiet. Without the protection of the twigs, which were airtight, the hole was exposed. Several people followed Professor Allen and Lupin and walked over. The closer I get, the more I can smell it, and in the cold air, there is a smell, a very disgusting smell, a smelly smell. Is the beating willow rotten? Professor McGonagall covered his nose and mouth. Huh? Professor Lupin observed the entrance closed by Professor Snape. This should be Snape's handwriting. Professor Lupin lifted the opening of the hole, and a stench rose, and everyone couldn't help covering his nose. Several girls, including Professor Milva McGonagall, who has always been the most severe, always looked a bit green at this time. www.mentalnovel.com Alan, who is sensitive to 5 senses, is even worse, and the smell of stink makes his throat tightened and he almost suffocated. This feeling is like standing in a damp and smelly trash can and opening a can of Swedish herring. Alan blinked, waving his wand, and in a blink of an eye, several girls and his head appeared to create a protective bubble. Professor McGonagall looked at Alan approvingly. The bubble head curse can avoid the unpleasant smell, so it is suitable for use here. Professor Lupin concocted in the same way, and put a head bubble spell on himself and Harry's head, and a huge bubble appeared on their heads. Professor Lupin led Harry into the opening first, and the others followed, and after less than a minute, they suddenly stopped. Harry felt that something sticky had soaked his pants. He wanted to move a few steps, but it was difficult to keep his feet under balance. Harry had just walked a few steps and heard something crunching under his feet. Fluorescence flashes. Professor Lupin's wand fluoresced. When Alan, who was behind them, saw the situation in the tunnel and immediately wanted to pull Luna and Hermione away from the place. But it was too late, and everyone was stunned by the sight. Well, I think, Professor McGonagall, it's better to go out and wait, Professor Lupin said. Professor McGonagall nodded, with an unbelievable look, and retreated from Hermione and Luna. Alan didn't think about it. He didn't move on, but he stepped back. Forgive me. His friendship with Ron and Draco hasn't reached the point where he can be willing to enter such a disgusting place. Chapter 289 Enemy. Professor Allen and McGonagall quickly exited the passage, and after leaving the attacking ranger Talent Willow, they retreated again and evacuated far away. After cancelling the bubble curse, and smelling the fresh and cold air in the Forbidden Forest, several people could not help breathing deeply, as if they wanted to clear the turbid air they had smelled before. Alan is even more so, as if the hypoxic fish has returned to the water. Every cell of the body is immersed in the fresh air. I can't believe it. How did they make themselves so embarrassed? Why didn't they clean up? Why did they just lie together? How much did they eat before? Hermione was really hard to understand the shocking scene she just saw. The extremely crazy and disgusting picture appeared again in the minds of several people. Alan felt that he was almost unable to control his impulse, and he wanted to burn the tunnel with a violent fire to remove all the pollution. For a long time, Harry helped Ron, and Professor Lupin helped Malfoy to come over. The respective ones were also recovered. The two of them had been cleaned up completely, and their faces were unhealthy pale, and they hung on Professor Lupin and Harry with weakness. In a face-to-face meeting, Alan and several people could not help but step back, covering their noses. Ron and Draco couldn't care. In fact, After coming out to breathe some fresh air, their already numb noses could now smell the stench on themselves. Such a nightmarish scene was hit, which is really disgraceful. They didn't even have the courage to look up at the expressions on other people's faces. The smell of themselves must have made them sick. Although the slimy and hard stains on their bodies have been cleared, they still feel that they are messy, itchy, and uncomfortable, like thousands of insects crawling over them. Draco and Ron lamented at the bottom of their hearts. Why did such a bad thing happen to themselves? Why are they still seen by so many people? Everyone, I hope that no one will say anything about today. Professor Lupin suggested that as a werewolf, he knew the taste of being laughed at, and he did not want his two students to have the same experience as him. Better his experience due to the werewolf status is even more miserable. Alan nodded understandingly. Even if it is not normal, he will not take other people's embarrassment as a joke and spread it everywhere. It's okay, just go back and wash them. Seeing them look downcast and ashamed, Hermione couldn't bear to show her face. Warmly persuaded, at least 2 hours. Luna's singing voice came lightly. Professor McGonagall didn't want to speak. She was holding her breath meticulously, and controlled herself not to give Weasley and Malfoy, 2 students, a clear water, and then sort out their dresses now. In this way, the group quickly returned to the castle. Although Malfoy and Weasley could not wait to slip back to the washroom and avoid them, but McGonagall and Lupin insisted on taking them to the school hospital for examination. As 2 wizards, it is very rare to be embarrassed in that way. You can be treated, right? Ron asked expectantly. I'm not going to get mad again. Of course. Madame Pomfrey spoke concisely, and then rarely put a mask on herself. This is accidentally contaminated with a potent potion that can cause diarrhea. Madame Pomfrey, who was wearing a mask, was a little blurry. Light skin contact caused this effect. Fortunately, you did not swallow. At this moment, Harry and Ron looked at each other suddenly and closed their mouths. They both thought of 2 people, twins of the Weasleys. At first, Harry inadvertently saw the twin brothers secretly researching powerful laxatives, and they were given a map they had kindly donated. It seems that the twin brothers dumped the drug residues on the roots of the beeting liu, but unexpectedly they harmed their own brother. After taking Madame Pomfrey's potion, everyone parted ways. In the strange eyes of the little wizard passing by, Ron and Malfoy fled back to the dormitory as if they were tortured, picked up their clothes, and hurried to the bathroom in a hurry. Harry looked worriedly at Ron's pale, nervous state, and said comfortingly, "It's okay, it's okay, it's all gone." Ron's rare and extravagant throw away all his clothes intends to buy himself a new set of pocket money that he has accumulated for many years, and washed himself at least 10 times before he feels that he is alive again. "Come, we have to go to the auditorium soon, and the dining time is almost over." Harry watched as he watched Ron take a shower to ensure he would not have other accidents. Although Harry didn't have the desire to eat, Ron obviously needed food. Ron twitched his lips. Although he felt that he had eaten since last time, it seemed to be the thing of the last century, but he had no appetite at all. The lights in the auditorium were brilliant, and Alan and Luna rushed to the auditorium to prepare for a meal. Alan quickly stepped into his seat, and was surprised to find that the long table with plenty of food had only left a mess. Many little wizards left the auditorium with a very contented look. In keeping the food intact, Alan picked a cold chicken, a roll of bread, some pies, a plate or 2, and a pair of knives and forks. He just hurried back to his seat with these trophies, and all the food, cups, plates and dishes on the table disappeared completely. All right. This clean dining environment is more comfortable. Alan comforted himself. Suddenly, Alan noticed that there was a man sitting next to him. It was Michael. "You missed the delicious food." Michael happily sat on the other side of Alan. Alan nodded and guessed when he saw the scene in the auditorium. There are fragrant sausages from Arles, bright lobster shells, curtain clams with pink shells, sea urchins with spines like chestnuts, and a variety of delicious snacks. Michael flaunted the dish name and he succeeded. Looking at the cold chicken and dry bread on the plate www.mplnovel.com, Alan suddenly lost his appetite. Luna's face was slightly smiling like a smile. Missing is also a good thing. She rarely comforted Alan. But Alan had put down the knife and fork. Michael saw it, scratched his head, smiled naughtily, quickly stood up, and left the auditorium. When Harry, Ron, and Draco came to the auditorium, the long table was clean and nothing was left, and only a few of them remained in the auditorium. Great, you can go back to rest. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, and friends sometimes cared too much. Harry shrugged, and when he was about to go back, Ron stopped suddenly. Hey, Malfoy. Ron suddenly stopped Malfoy. Malfoy turned to look at Ron, but he actually had something to say to Ron. What's happening today? Ron hadn't finished speaking, and he saw Malfoy's face opposite pale. Weasley, don't tell. Malfoy rarely stared at Ron without a long delay. Then Malfoy turned to Alan again, with a trace of weakness in his voice. Alan, I beg you. Of course, I promised it in the Forbidden Forest. Alan promised decisively without waiting for Malfoy to finish, and he didn't even want to recall the scene just now. Don't mention it yourself. The two normal enemies nodded at the same frequency this time, and then found each other's actions. Ron and Malfoy turned their heads at the same time, trying to go out, and they ran into each other. They grunted and turned their heads to the side. Both of them felt that the other party might be their own nemesis, and it would be fine to meet him. Chapter 290 Repercussions. Alan laughed secretly. In fact, Malfoy and Ron don't have to worry about his leaks at all. Alan is convinced that it is difficult to protect friendship when revealing privacy. Especially privacy is also related to self-esteem. For people who are not related, revealing privacy is tantamount to hatred. Don't think you will be the kind of person like James Potter. The next day, when Alan walked into the auditorium, it was discovered that the auditorium had exploded, and the little wizards were talking. Is it so fast that Ron and Malfoy are known to the whole school? Alan walked in quickly, gaining a lot of admiring eyes along the way. This made Alan more puzzled. He didn't realize it until Benny gave him a roll of newspaper. The front page of the Daily Prophet reported on Sirius' trial yesterday. Little dwarf Peter, resurrected. The so-called hero is actually the murderer. The Ministry of Magic judged today. Peter the little dwarf escaped in the past, killing 13 people with a spell. We are doing our best to improve the laws and regulations, and the trial procedures will be more rigorous. The cases of such major errors will be minimized in the future, and we will strive to prevent these kinds of things from happening. Minister of Magic Connolly Fudge said this morning, I beg the magic world to stay calm. Alan quickly scanned, and found that almost the entire newspaper was elaborating on the events of that year and yesterday's trial. Sirius Black has been imprisoned for 13 years. Who is the real traitor? The ultimate punishment of Azkaban. The newspaper was accompanied by many pictures. There are photos of Sirius and Dwarf Peter when he was young, photos of him being imprisoned, photos of his escape. There are even pictures of James Potter and Lily Potter when they were young. The page that occupies the most space is the photos of yesterday's trial. Sirius Black, who knelt on the ground, howling, and Peter, a dwarf. Star. Alan ate cereal while browsing these newspapers. I really admire these reporters, and I was able to interview Sirius and investigate his role in this incident clearly. No wonder when everyone came in just now, everyone looked so hot in their eyes. After eating breakfast, Alan was ready to go to class as usual, and just out of the auditorium, he was surrounded by a group of little wizards. Alan, can we join your training class? Justin Finelli of Hufflepuff asked with a look on his face. The little wizards around Alan nodded in silence, looking forward to Alan's answer. Alan looked around, and the people standing here covered almost all colleges, even Slytherin. Millicent Burst and Bryce Sarbini. Outside the crowd, Hermione was standing on tiptoe over the crowd and looking at Alan. Obviously, she didn't want to miss this opportunity either. Alan, What do you think about letting them join? Punlo didn't know when he got into the crowd and looked very happy. Alan looked at Punlo in surprise. He said that he should not add wizards from other colleges. Was it just the request made by the female student president in front of him? It seems to have seen Alan's doubts. Punlo Models walked to Alan with a rather proud expression. She bent her knees hard to let her height drop naturally and softly against Alan's side, brushing her long hair off her chest, and gently said to Alan's ear, "This is a great way to get prestige. Time, Alan, don't miss it." Her air-soft voice, the breath she exhaled while speaking, and the beautiful red lips that touched Alan's ears intentionally or unintentionally. This made Alan feel helpless, and his skin seemed to tremble slightly. "No problem, since that's the case. You go to Miss Punlo Crivat to sign up. We will conduct statistics, and we will notify you later about the training." Alan kept calm and said to the crowd loudly. This drew cheers from the little wizards, and after receiving affirmative responses, they seemed to have more respect for Alan, and said goodbye to Alan. And Alan, instead of being arrogant because of this, is better to politely bid farewell to the little wizards one by one. "Alan, it seems that our Ravenclaw is much more prestigious this time than Gryffindor and Slytherin." Punlo's pretty face was red, and she looked very happy, stroking her own side the thick and beautiful hair. The expression is very proud. It seems that she is recognized by the little wizards. When Alan finally thought he could leave and head to the classroom, a voice stopped him. "Harry." "Alan, thank you for helping Sirius." Harry came over, his face complicated. He once thought his parents were killed because his best friends betrayed them. He used to hate Sirius like that. He used to live with a real traitor for 3 years. He was full of indignation and sadness but couldn't tell Alan, but could only thank him. "I just happened to know about it. Don't look at me like that. I have a deal with Sirius first, and he is innocent. The Black Furnace collection belongs to me. You don't have to be so grateful." Alan smiled. "In any case, you saved Sirius, and I have another relative in the world." Harry stubbornly. But at the same time, Harry thought of Sirius seen in the newspaper. Crazy anger on the wanted order. www.mentalnovel.com. Will people get along well with the waxy sunken face and the gloomy eyes after the truth is revealed? Will he like himself? In any case, it must be much better than Vernon. And, Alan, Harry suddenly twitched. Alan looked at him questioningly. "Is there anything else? I also want to join your training camp. But now Professor Lupin is really teaching me the Guardian Curse, and I don't want to live up to his guidance." Harry summoned the courage and looked at Alan. "Harry, it doesn't matter. Professor Lupin is a really talented professor. Follow him, and you will learn a lot," Alan said with a smile and exhorted. What's more, Alan knew in his heart that Harry's best friend, Ron, must not want to see him again for a short time. He and a greasy middle-aged man who had become ugly mice slept in a bed for so many years. When I was worried about my mental state before, I couldn't help kissing him many times. If anyone sees his embarrassment, I'm afraid he will not be able to give him a forgetting spell. Alan crossed him and looked at Ron in the distance. Ron just looked at Alan and turned his head in a hurry and embarrassment. In fact, Alan was only half right. For Ron, what he cherished was Hermione Granger. He was very annoyed how he hadn't noticed that Hermione could be as pretty as he was last time in Hogsmeade with a little dress. At this time, Hermione not only saw his most embarrassed state, but she actually looked at Alan with such soft eyes and smiled so gently to Alan. When Hermione faced herself, she was only politely polite, as if the previous friendship had all turned into a bubble, which was blown away by time. Chapter 291. Prisoner and Godson. Despite being comforted by Alan, Harry felt very embarrassed. Seeing this, Alan decided to leave in time, leaving the space for the good friends who lived in the same bedroom. "What's the first lesson?" Harry asked, breaking the strange embarrassment. Ron seemed to have recovered, and scrambled to find the timetable. "The first lesson, Hagrid's protection of magical creatures." "Then we have to hurry up. It's not long before class time." Harry blinked, suggesting. The two boys looked at each other and ran towards the gate of the castle. Their expression regained a little carefree. "It's really early, and the castle is quiet on the way to Hagrid's hut. The Hagrid cabin in the distance is bathed in the radiance and warmth of the sun. Harry and Ron hurriedly ran down the path. Suddenly, Harry stopped and his eyes suddenly solidified, and his face changed suddenly. This time, Ron, who had been running with him, turned his eyes to the man sitting next to Hagrid. Sirius Black! Ron exclaimed in surprise. Sirius was staring hard at Harry with his dark grey eyes. Although he was very skinny, the dress at this time was extremely decent compared to before. Although his eyes are lingering in depression, no matter who he is, he can't deny that this is a thin man who vaguely retains a few years of handsomeness, and is still worth a strong man. There is a tension in his face that is difficult to describe in words, not the obvious tension, but the tension of contemplation and introspection. Harry didn't know what kind of expression on his face: expectation, shrinkage, worry. In short, it might not be very decent, because he felt his hands and feet were stiff. In any case, it seemed that it was very fast, and it seemed that after a long walk, Harry finally came to Sirius. "Hello, hello," said Sirius. "I am Sirius Orion Black. But I still don't know if anyone told you I am your godfather." "Yes, I think I know." Harry looked into Sirius' eyes, curious and expectant. Sirius seemed relieved and smiled a little. "As a godfather, I want to give you a gift. See if you like it." Sirius gave Harry a large bag of things. When Harry opened it, it turned out to be the dream of all kinds of little wizards. The robe was delicious, fun, and new, a very comfortable robe. Harry suddenly blessed his soul. Firebolt. Ron looked at Harry in surprise. "You gave me the firebolt, right?" Harry looked up and looked forward to Sirius. "Yeah, I gave you the firebolt." "Maggie, the house elf of Alan, helped me deliver the order to the Owl Post Office. I used your name, but let them go from the vault 711 in the cooling. I took the gold from my own vault. Please use it as your 13th birthday gift for the godfather." Sirius smiled. "Ha!" Ron said triumphantly. "See it. There are no curses. Hermione is wrong." Harry was so excited inside. Sirius did not forget to give him a birthday gift when he fled. He loves himself very much. A small, grey thing suddenly jumped on Sirius' shoulder, tilting his little head and looking at them. Ron looked closely with interest, and found a skinny owl. As if feeling Ron's sight, the owl went straight to Ron and fell directly on Ron's palm. "Ouch!" The little owl, cheering in his hand, pecked Ron's finger, and it seemed to think it was an intimate way. "Ron, maybe you are willing to adopt this owl. It was I who caused you to lose that mouse." Sirius stared at Ron with a smile. Ron's eyes widened. The little owl was still shouting excitedly. "Adopt it?" he said doubtfully, staring at the owl carefully for a while. "Thank you. Is it a real owl?" Harry and Sirius looked at him and laughed together. "It's definitely good enough for me," Ron said happily. "It belongs to me." "Yes. And this." Sirius took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Harry. Harry scanned it quickly, suddenly drinking a bottle of hot butterbeer at once, warm and full of contented joy. He handed the parchment to Ron. "Great, you can go to Hogsmeade with me right now." Ron screamed happily, then suddenly covered his mouth. Sirius laughed happily. "It doesn't matter. I know that James has an invisibility cloak, which helped us a lot." Nostalgia flashed through Sirius' eyes. It was his happiest day. Hagrid in the distance had seen it several times. Although he pretended not to care, his large size was really difficult to hide. Sirius suddenly turned up and Harry and Ron looked at him curiously. "That's it. Your parents appointed me to be your guardian," Black said unnaturally, "in case they encounter an accident." Harry waited. Did Black mean what he thought? "Of course. If you want to live with your aunt and uncle, I can understand." www.mentalnovel.com Black said. "But, think about it. Once I cleanse the charges, if you want a different home." Harry's heart swelled. "What, living with you?" he said, noticing his head against a protruding stone at the top of the tunnel. "Leave Dursleys?" "Of course, I don't think you will," Blake said immediately. "I can understand. I just think Are you confused?" Harry said, his voice almost as hoarse as Black's. "Of course I would leave the Dursleys. Do you have a house? When can I move in? Will you?" Black asked. "Really?" "Yeah. Of course I am willing." Harry jumped up. "I can say I can't wait." Black felt that today was his happiest day in 13 years. He laughed and patted Harry on the shoulder, just like he did when he patted James. "I have to leave, Harry. When you are on holiday, I will pick you up and go home," Sirius said reluctantly. Harry nodded again and again, and he was already calculating how long it was until the summer vacation. This was completely contrary to his previous purpose and mood of calculating how long it would be before the summer vacation. "That's right." Sirius just stepped out a few steps, and suddenly turned quickly to look at Harry. "Away from Alan." Harry, don't go too close to him." Harry looked puzzled. Why did Sirius say that? Isn't Alan the biggest hero in this time? But although he was not very willing, he did not want to go against the Godfather and nodded obediently if there was any misunderstanding between them. Harry planned to use the holiday to improve Sirius' view of Alan. Chapter 292 Moonlight. Ron looked at Sirius in the distance and gave Harry another look, hesitant. In the end, he still didn't utter his suspicions about Alan. "The next time we go to Hogsmeade, we can have fun playing." Ron fiddled with the little owl in his hand and couldn't help it. Harry touched the parchment with Sirius' signature and smiled again. "That's good. He is leaving Dursley's house." Alan didn't know that Sirius had told Harry to stay away from his bad boy. What he is now thinking about is how to organize the evening training. Before he could understand, Professor Flitwick was standing on a stack of thick magic books beckoning Alan, obviously having something to say. "Professor Flitwick." Alan quickly stepped forward, looking at his most respected dean. "Alan, have you figured out how to conduct the training tonight?" Professor Flitwick asked with a smile. "Professor, do you have any good suggestions?" Although Alan had some thoughts in his mind, but looking at the situation, Professor Flitwick's expression made him want to give himself some advice. "Look at our college. All classes are organized according to age. The number of people in your training class is no longer suitable for group teaching. Why don't you divide the little wizards and teach targeted content?" Professor Flitwick suggested. Alan heard the words and quickly thanked hierarchical teaching, which coincided with his ideas. The sun gradually fell to the mountain, and with the gentleness that had never been before, it spilled into the curse classroom. After having dinner in the auditorium, Alan and Punlo hurried to the curse classroom. They had to arrange the classroom before the little wizards arrived. When the two were all ready, the silver brilliance of the moon also shone on the magnificent Hogwarts castle with a ribbon that had never been seen before. When the moon saw them sitting at a long table side by side, they shone through the gap in the window and shone on their faces. "Alan, I didn't expect that your training will become an activity that excellent little wizards yearn for," Punlo said softly. "Are you happy?" "It's our training class, Punlo. It's inseparable from your daily management." Alan looked at the moonlight on Punlo's face. His attention was not much on the conversation. At this time, Punlo is very different from the previous, capable and domineering. In the moonlight, it looks so charming. She laid her hands on her knees alternately, leaning her chin on one hand. On the gently raised leg, a black wizard robe slipped down. It can be clearly seen that her slender and sturdy legs are tightly wrapped with a pair of black stockings with good texture, which shines beautifully. Her shoes and matching laces were plain, but unexpectedly delicate and cute. She wears a dark blue delicate hair accessory on her head, with a chic look, making the delicate face even more pretty. Punlo was delighted, and apparently enjoyed such a quiet time. Her bright and twinkling eyes glowed in the moonlight, her face was flushed with a healthy blush. She seemed to feel Alan's gaze, and looked back at Alan, her eyebrows lightly, a strange expression on her forehead, so unique, but very beautiful. She raised her hand nervously, as if trying to grasp something with this unconscious motion, or cheer herself up. "Alan, I'm graduating this year." Punlo's voice was a little sad, a little confused, and a little nervous. "Graduation?" Alan repeated. He didn't understand, What was she nervous about? Is the president of the Hogwarts Female Students Association still worried about being unemployed upon graduation? Alan, what kind of work do you want me to do? Punlo asked, but from her staring eyes, Alan could indeed see that she attached great importance to his answer. I hope you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to be wronged because of money. I hope you don't bow your head because of power. The most important thing is to do a job you are interested in, Alan said slowly while looking at Punlo's golden thick hair. He can't imagine whether such a beautiful person in front of him will be stained with haze, frost and snow under the tempering of society. Punlo's beautiful face suddenly burst into a somewhat complicated smile. Alan can be sure that signs of wisdom and determination have definitely appeared. He was curious, not knowing what profession Punlo wanted to pursue after graduating. Thinking about it, he also asked. Punlo gave an answer that surprised Alan. For Punlo, as a Mulborn child, wanting to gain a foothold in the magic world and want to gain fame and status as quickly as possible, the fastest way is to become an heir and make a contribution. Alan saw her firmness, so she didn't persuade the other party that the profession was too dangerous. He nodded and added, if this job makes you tired, you can end at any time. The moonlight is like flowing water, and the silver glow is quietly sprinkled, and the interior is warm and peaceful. Suddenly, Punlo turned around, her eyes sparkling, and she suddenly stretched her hands towards Alan, hugged his neck, bent down, bent her knees, and put her face in his arms. Thank you, Alan. Alan suddenly stiffened, and he felt the infinite friendship contained in the soft body in front of him. www.mentalnovel.com. I don't know why, the young teenager couldn't help but be enchanted. In this moonlight, Alan was agitated, spreading his arms, and holding back Punlo, who is now taller than him, tightly, and felt the same restless heart. Breathe softly, warm and soft red lips. Between the two, full of smile, warm smell. Just as the two fell deeper and deeper, he heard footsteps in the corridor stairs, more than one. Alan gently lifted Penelope to help her straighten her long hair. Someone is coming. Punlo looked out of the door suspiciously. After a while, he and I saw Edward and Michael, and a few Hufflepuff classmates walked into the classroom. Gradually, more and more people are getting closer and closer to the start of the training. Alan and Punlo seemed to be okay, and they talked and laughed with everyone. Only in the occasional eye contact and the occasional smile can reveal a lingering smell. When everyone was there, Punlo was again standing on the podium for the Neat and Competent Female Student Union, explaining the rules of the training and distributing the gold medals of the training communication. Alan looked at the beautiful and generous Punlo on the podium. He also had his own task to complete e-grouping, and selected excellent wizards as the team leader, responsible for the training of the whole group. Everyone has already been divided into groups. We usually unite and help each other. We will organize the games in groups. The team with the fastest progress will receive a mysterious gift. As for the training leader, this time is only tentative. We will base on our future performance. Let's determine the final candidate. Punlo applied the rules of carrot sticks to perfection. Chapter 293, Dumbledore's Test. How did they put so many books in a short period of time? A first-grade Ravenclaw stretched out a finger across the spine of rows of thick, sheepskin books. Ordinary spells and solutions. Wisdom, black magic, self-defense spell collection. Wow! The little wizards shone their faces. It's interesting to say, if the professor arranged them to read these big heads, they would certainly read them, but they would definitely not be as interesting and active as they are now. Great, we have everything we need. Michael looked excitedly at the speculum, probe, and other instruments on the table. Edward kicked the big satin cushion under his feet. What is this for? These are useful for practicing coma spells, Michael said excitedly. They didn't get excited for long, so they were divided into a group under the command of Alan and Punlo, with Michael Wrong as the team leader, which made him happy and broken. Soon, the classroom became quiet. Punlo distributed the training plans made with Alan one by one, and the team leaders spontaneously organized the little wizards to practice. Some first-year wizards are still practicing the tips of floating mantras, waving their wrists and dancing happily. There are also some middle and high-grade students who are practicing disarming mantras. Alan found that even 5th graders use the spells in a mess. Many people can't disarm their opponents at all, just force them to jump back or wince. Powerless spells roared past them. There was a noisy cast of spells in the room, the wand flying around. The mist spell hit the books on the shelf, and a book flew into the air. Hermione's wand spun out and hit the ceiling, and Mars splashed, and then fell to the top of the bookshelf with a cry, and Alan took it back with a summoning spell. Suddenly, the classroom gradually quieted down. Principal Dumbledore. Many little wizards could not restrain the excitement on their faces. Will the principal visit them? Ah, good job. Dumbledore waved to the little wizards with a smile. Then he looked at Alan. Harris, please allow me to interrupt your training. I don't know if you would like to listen to my old man nagging. Dumbledore blinked mischievously at Alan, and many little wizards couldn't help laughing. Alan nodded gently, but he couldn't laugh a little. He didn't like being interrupted and disrupted when he was planning. He confessed a few words to Punlo. Then Alan came to the principal's office with Dumbledore. They came to the stone monster. Dumbledore spoke the password, and the monster left and right, and he and Alan walked up the spiral staircase to the oak gate. Dumbledore pushed the door open and Alan walked in. Fine silverware was laid on the slender-legged table, spinning quietly, sprayed with smoke. The portraits of former school principals and boys are snoring in the picture frame, leaning their heads lazily on the armchair or leaning against the portrait. Alan crossed Dumbledore's desk with a clean table and looked at the headmaster sitting in the large armchair, constantly wondering what he wanted to call himself. Perhaps because of the most popular character recently, Sirius, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Alan guessed. Perhaps before we talk, we can drink something to moisturize our throat. Dumbledore blinked again, and a plate flew from the side shelf to him in front of him, with a bottle of Spanish wine and a few glasses on it. The bottle is filling up for the two under the control of Dumbledore. It's not too strange to cast a spell of this level without a wand, but it's a very precise control. Alan exclaimed. This was given to me by Sirius. I think that good wine will only be tasted if someone shares it. This kind of fruit wine should be drinkable by minor wizards as long as you don't tell Milva. Dumbledore observed the label of the wine, handed the full glass to Alan, and raised the glass to greet each other for a drink. Of course Alan understood that it was a great offense to refuse to toast with the same Englishman, so he picked up the glass. However, his narrowed eyes did not stop observing Dumbledore for a moment. Professor Dumbledore looked extremely kind, and looked at Alan with a smile. The look was like a naive child sharing candy to his companion. Alan touched the glass slightly, but there was no drop of wine in the mouth. He put the glass down, and the professor didn't force it. Sirius, thank you very much. You helped him restore his innocence, Dumbledore said gently. However, I also heard about the transaction between you. Alan frowned. Principal, I think the equivalent transaction is necessary. No one can achieve the goal casually without paying any price. In Dumbledore's view, although the little wizard in front of him was only a 13-year-old boy, he acted extremely cautiously, and he couldn't help thinking of the news he got today. Alan's elder brother Albert Harris was promoted to one of the heads of the Uru Command in the Ministry of Magic. His father, Irving Harris, was transferred to Deputy Director of the Enforcement Department of Magic Law. And his brother Ellen Harris is now transferred to this department. His mother and sister were also transferred to the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters from the Street Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Even his aunt, Josephine Harris, was promoted to Director of the Department of Magical Management and Control. No more exploring the conspiracy. Dumbledore looked at Alan and tried to change the subject. Alan, do you know why Voldemort must kill Harry? Alan shook his head and looked at Dumbledore, but of course he knew clearly that this was a tragedy caused by a prophecy. A meditation basin flew to the table. Dumbledore withdrew his memory and sent it to the meditation basin. A figure emerged from the inside, around the shawl. Her eyes were particularly large behind the glasses. She slowly rotated her feet in the meditation basin. Alan recognized at once that this was Hogwarts divination Professor Sybil Trelawney. But when she spoke, she heard a harsh, hoarse voice. The man with the energy to conquer the Dark Devil is approaching. Born in a family who has defeated the Dark Devil 3 times. Born in the 7th month, the Dark Devil marked him as his rival, but he has black touch, the energy that is not understood. One must die in the other hand, because two people cannot live. Only one survives. The person with the energy to conquer the Black Devil will be born at the end of the 7th month. The picture dissipated. Voldemort personally marked Harry. Harry is the one who can defeat the Dark Lord. Alan. Professor Dumbledore's face suddenly became serious. I know that you used to be a close friend with Harry. He will face tremendous pressure, far more than anyone in the magic world. Voldemort will solve Harry by any means. He needs your help. Professor Dumbledore stared at Alan's eyes. Chapter 295. The fanflower blooms. When Alan opened his eyes again, he couldn't help being fascinated for a while, as if he was tasting the dream of yesterday. Finally, he remembered himself, opened the curtain, and glanced out the window. The bright sun shone on Hogwarts. The sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear. In this month, in this island country surrounded by waves, such weather is quite rare. Early morning is the most wonderful time of the 24 hours. Spread this magnificent red in the place where Keoyang rises simply without the gorgeous clouds. Jin Cancan's blazes shining radiantly, extending to the height and the distance, occupying most of the sky. The cool breeze came from outside the window, which also made Alan's languorous spirit start to cheer up. Bad. It's too late to get up. Alan found that even Edward's bed was empty. Alan looked at the extremely miserable underpants and sheet, and felt cheeks fever for the first time. At this moment, a knock suddenly sounded in silence. Alan, are you there? Have you gotten up? What's going on? He got up. The voices of Punlo and Luna rang outside the door. From their voices, Alan was acutely aware of the concerns. Damn it. How worried is he? Alan quickly pulled out his wand and cleaned the bed and clothing. After restoring the bed to its usual flat appearance, Alan hurriedly cast a cleaning spell on himself. Alan looked at his bed and always felt something was wrong. He kind of wanted to split the bed apart, and then ruin the corpse. The knock on the door was getting louder. The sound of Punlo's call also gradually hurried. If I were the principal, girls would never be allowed to go to and from boys' dorms. Alan's mind turned to a mess. Perhaps because he was worried about being seen by others, Alan was at a loss for the first time in his life. While preparing to go out, Alan accidentally tripped over Edward's footstool on the ground. Alan is incredible. Just a stool. Such a heavy noise. There was a panic shout immediately outside, and the bedroom door was immediately opened, and Alan saw the little wizards outside. Alan, are you okay? Edward rushed in, the bedroom door rocking weakly, opening and closing. Michael, Punlo and Luna followed. Seeing Alan standing in place, and then looking at the footrest that fell to the ground, everyone instantly understood that they had misunderstood. Alan rubbed the corner of his mouth awkwardly and said hello to the four as usual. You are so early. Although Punlo acted well on weekdays, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Luna stared at Alan's large silver eyes, staring at Alan, and suddenly said, the fanflowers are blooming. The other three looked at Luna inexplicably. What did the crazy girl say without a head? Trying to maintain a grim look, Alan couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth twitch, and he was keenly aware of the playfulness in Luna's eyes. Helpless, he smiled at Luna awkwardly. Luna raised her eyebrows, and put herself on a pair of anti-monster glasses that were given away for free by Singing Contrast magazine, edited by her father Xenophilius Lovegood. This made her look like a colorful one. Emotional owl, there is too much harassment here. After she finished, she immediately turned around and took the lead out of the bedroom. What kind of harassment do she always say? Others were even more puzzled. Let's hurry up for breakfast, Alan urged with a flushed face. Punlo seemed to understand something suddenly, smiling slightly charmingly, and hurriedly left the bedroom. Edward and Michael looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion, and they didn't understand what the girls were doing. Alan's face was embarrassed and polite, and he urged them to leave the bedroom quickly. When he walked to the auditorium, Alan, who was seated, was shocked to find that Punlo replaced Edward and sat beside him. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were shining. It was so beautiful that she looked at Alan. Alan tried hard to restrain himself and tried to sandwich a piece of cheese as if nothing happened, but it happened to rub against Punlo's hand. Alan withdrew his hand violently, turning his head away, and Punlo next to him couldn't help laughing. The Quidditch finals are not far away, but Ku Jang is unwilling to serve as a seeker again. Michael's noisy voice sounded, and the content in the words quickly returned Alan's reason and understanding. I heard that her face was so badly damaged by Pansy that she is still recuperating. Punlo shrugged and spread tomato sauce on the sandwich. I persuaded her for a long time. A good-looking player doesn't need a perfect appearance, but she can't pass her psychological level. Roger collapsed helplessly on the chair beside Alan. I'm not close. I can't see the scars at all. Mrs. Pings said that as long as she is exposed to the sun, she won't be able to see the difference anytime soon. But she refuses to stay outside. In other words, we need a new finder. Alan calmly said. The war is imminent. We need a seeker who can fight Cedric. Alan. Roger looked at Alan eagerly. Alan quickly calculated. A thought flashed across his mind. This might be an opportunity. Alan thought of the news that he saw during the holiday. The famous star Kane Rooney, who played for the Bobby Arrows, www.untitled.com, was murdered because he participated in illegal gambling and could not pay his debts. He also thought of the man with a cigar on the court, the head coach of the British Quidditch team, Geraldine Malthus, who appeared on the court last time against Slytherin. Geraldine has long discovered that Kane Rooney's condition is wrong. Maybe he was looking for someone to replace. Today, Kane is absolutely impossible to compete in the Quidditch World Cup. Then there is a great possibility that Geraldine will come to Hogwarts again to watch the game and select talent. Okay, I'm here to look for the player. Alan's eyes were firm. Success is left to those who are prepared. And since they perceive the opportunity, they cannot let it slip away. Alan secretly made up his mind that even if Geraldine wanted to select senior students who were about to graduate, he must definitely let the other party know that he was the most suitable and irreplaceable candidate. Great, with you as the hunter. The Quidditch trophy must belong to us. Roger jumped up from the stool excitedly. He could not wait to select the right batter. 5 minutes later, when they left the Ravenclaw table and walked towards the Quidditch stadium, all Ravenclaws heard the news. The trial competition took place for almost one morning. Half of the students from Ravenclaw College from the 1st to the 7th grade are here. The 1st graders nervously clutched a few old, battered brooms picked from the school warehouse, while the 7th graders looked tall and standing tall and frightening. No matter what grade the little wizard is, he looks very excited and bragging about his flight experience, and the masters in these flight stories are more magical than one. Chapter 296 Tower Planning. There were too many people signing up. At the suggestion of Alan, Roger decided to conduct a basic test first. He asked all the people who applied to join the team to be divided into groups of 10 and circled the stadium. This is really a wise decision. The 10 people in the first group were all first-year freshmen. Obviously, they had never flown before. Only a few boys stayed in the air for a few seconds, but apparently they were not familiar with flying. They just flew a little higher and made some Quidditch movements. They scared themselves and yelled. It seems they were just. I think I performed well in Mrs. Hodges' first flight lessons and overestimated my strength. The second group consisted of girls. Obviously they did not come to participate in the selection in order to participate in the competition. Although they flew much better than the previous boys in the lower grades, they didn't listen to the command and played around with Alan. There was an inexplicable burst of laughter from time to time when Roger told them to leave the stadium. They laughed and walked directly to the audience behind Alan to continue pointing at him. The third group started to fly around the stadium, but one of them made a mistake and half of them fell into a pile after a mistake. Looking at the past in groups, it is possible to fly to the sky successfully. Most of the technology is not bad. Most of them are senior students, and the standards of these students are actually not much different. Alan was impatient, and he glanced at Roger. The captain in front of him is still carefully selected. He is determined to choose the most suitable batter. Roger preferred those big guys. Alan decided to go back and organize his collection first. Thinking of the Black Families collection, Alan's heart was fiery. His consciousness could not help being immersed in the collection in the storage grid. At the corner of the room leading to the responsive room, Alan, immersed in his thoughts, suddenly bumped into a person. Unexpectedly, Alan stepped back 2 steps. "Ah, Alan, I'm so sorry." Hearing the sound, Alan looked up and turned out to be Percy Weasley. Was Percy used a so-taking spell? The person in front of him was very different from Percy in the auditorium. He gaped in tongues, stopped talking, and flushed his face red, like that, like a frog with a harpoon. Alan looked at him suspiciously. If he remembered correctly, he should have hit him just because of his own reasons. Why did he always apologize to Percy, who had never dealt with him? Seeing Percy's embarrassment with a hint of awkward expression and thinking of the news he received, he suddenly realized, as far as Alan knows, Percy thought of working at the Ministry of Magic after graduation, and his own power in the Ministry of Magic is not small. Percy should be trying to please himself, avoiding his bad words in front of his father Owen, and even wanting to make a good impression on our family through me. "It doesn't matter," Alan said. Percy froze slightly, and turned to laugh. "I heard that Ravenclaw was picking a batter today." "Then you must have replaced Kujang and become a golfer?" Percy didn't leave, but instead found the topic and set up a posture that he wanted to discuss in detail. For Alan, he is now full of collections that he has worked hard to collect over the past few years. How can he think of discussing Ravenclaw's Quidditch layout with Percy? And apparently, according to his usual understanding, geodetic is not too much love. Alan could only smile and nod politely, but as if the other party was inspired by this gentle smile, he leaned over and leaned towards Alan's side, which made him look like a hunchback. "Alan, you will definitely be Hogwarts' best-looking player," Percy praised enthusiastically. Alan glanced at him in surprise. His face was flushed, and he seemed to be aware of his haste. "You will defeat Cedric, and bless you," Percy said immediately. In order to avoid Percy saying more embarrassing words, Alan thanked him and hurriedly said goodbye to him and turned and left. It's embarrassing to please others, but it's not always easy to be comforted. After making sure that no one was following, Alan ran quickly to the room where he asked. After successfully entering the room of request, Alan took out the Ravenclaw Tower model he had obtained. This tower is actually a very useful fixed asset. During the dangerous period, this can be a paradise for refuge. It can be a reliable refuge for wizards to avoid powerful enemies or face huge chaos. Because wizards often make magic items, research new spells, or do other research, this tower can also be used as a laboratory for storing magic materials. For those precious magic books, magic items or other treasures that Alan obtained from other places, this is a good place to save. The cost of constructing such an enchanted building is staggering, which is probably why Roy Ein Ravenclaw only built a tall tower, not a castle. For this tower, Alan has his own plans. Since the second war in the magic world will still happen, it is necessary to plan ahead to improve the strength of your family in this chaos. He wanted to plan the tower room reasonably so that his most trusted family members and friends could enter the place, save his life in times of crisis, and enhance his strength and peace. The first floor of the tower is a magnificent living room, bedroom, kitchen, and other common rooms. www.untilnovel.com. These rooms can be provided for Alan's relatives and friends in daily life. Other floors and other rooms are equipped with various magics, and these rooms have corresponding special abilities. Alan has to do is to plan and use them reasonably, move his collections into them, and put them in different categories. Alan's favorite library was placed on the second floor by Ravenclaw. This area is very important. Ravenclaw's famous saying is that extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. And these magic books are the crystallization of the wisdom of wizards throughout the ages. In this area where magic books, knowledge manuals, and various types of magic notes are stored, bookshelves and storage shelves are neatly arranged on the wall. In the middle of the library, tables and chairs are placed for the wizards to study. Most usefully, this library can control pests. Small animals like borers and mice are nightmares for books. These tiny creatures can quickly empty important books. The special symbols drawn on the walls of the library will create an enchantment in the library specifically for these creatures, driving out creatures like worms and mice. As we all know, there is also a fire that poses a huge threat to the preservation of books. The fire can quickly set aside the hard-earned books and materials. In this library, the books placed on the shelves can be protected against a degree of flame, making the books non-combustible. Of course, only for ordinary flames that have no magic power. It can't resist flames, let alone black magic and fiery spells. But as long as the book is in the library, this protection will remain in effect. Perhaps Mrs. Pings needs these magical runes, and Alan looks at the characters and thinks thoughtfully. Chapter 297 Fully Functional Tower Modified. The basement of the tower, the magic garden. This garden is similar to Professor Sprout's greenhouse on the ground. It is equivalent to a small ecosystem that allows Alan to plant various plants in different growth environments in the tower. The magical signs and ancient mysterious text in this room allow plants to thrive in the absence of sunlight. Its floor is covered with an area of about 1 foot thick of fertile soil and a few special geological forms. Any plant that can be accommodated in such a room can grow well here. In the whole tower, the most curious thing about Alan was the restraint room on the 3rd floor. Stepping into this room, the most conspicuous is the 5-pointed star pattern made of mithril silver inlaid on the floor. After studying and researching for several years, Alan didn't realize its function until recently, and he also marveled at the power of ancient wizards. This is a room where ancient powerful wizards can summon or control powerful outsiders. The purpose of the design of this room is to safely imprison dangerous species such as devil or demon. Pentagram was regarded as a symbol of the womb of the underworld in ancient times. Any creature that tries to break free of it needs to destroy at least part of the pentagram's lines. Upstairs in the room is a dedicated training room for spells. This room has been cast multiple times with a seamless telescoping spell, which is larger than any other floor. It is made of heavy stones and iron blocks and other alloys. It is a suitable experimental field for wizards to destroy magic magically. It can block all spell destruction effects in the room, even if the actual effect range of this spell is beyond the room. This room is very useful for wizards who want to study powerful destruction spells. However, it should be noted that this room does not provide special protection for the creatures in the area, nor can it resist damage from outside the room. For example, when you use an excessively large spell but accidentally included yourself, then I have to ask Merlin to bless. For Alan, although the magic training room is powerful, it has not been able to play a more effective combat effect. Alan put a lot of magic training equipment in this training room. Even if he is practicing black magic, he does not have to worry about the lack of materials. For the basic magic spells, Alan placed many velvet cushions in the room, as well as some magic puppets larger than real people, so that the little wizard could practice the magic spells. Needless to say, when he arranged these, he thought of his lovely little sister Emily. In fact, when he got the mirror of his enemies, Alan had the idea of transforming this magic training room. But through the Hogwarts library and the books collected by Ravenclaw, they failed to find a better starting point and a more effective solution. The illusion books recently obtained by Alan gave Alan a lot of inspiration. He planned many times in his heart before he initially completed the transformation plan of the magic training room. The top floor of the tower is enough to convince the most romantic girl. The starry sky is running on the ceiling, and the blue and yellow nebula surrounds these stars, which is especially mysterious and bright. Crystal balls, arithmetic divination cards, and various other divination tools are also placed in this room. Various mysterious patterns are inlaid on the wall of the room with mysterious silver thread, and the energy of the tower is collected into this room to enhance the user's detection ability. In addition, since this room is specially designed for prophecy magic, the tower owner will get a lot of increase when using the prophecy spell in this room. It is worth mentioning that Alan had previously learned a detective spell in the library on the second floor. This ancient spell has a high requirement for wizards, but it is very magical and practical. It was originally used by ancient wizards, that is, to use some spell materials and equipment when casting a spell, and to achieve a long-distance detection of the movement of the detected object by completing a specific ritual. It is similar to the curse used by Voldemort when it was resurrected. It is also a kind of ancient ritual spell, but it has basically been lost and declined in modern times. When Voldemort was resurrected, it used the bones of the father, the meat of the servant, and the blood of the enemy. Put them in a crucible and cook them, and then Voldemort will be resurrected by such ritual magic. Alan's discovery spell requires less evil and extreme materials. It only needs the eyeballs of similar creatures such as falcons, eagles, or daping, plus some nitric acid, copper, and zinc as catalysis. These materials are placed in a crucible filled with holy water. Alan intends to use the Star Lake water of the Horseman tribe for a period of time, and then the scene within 10 feet of the subject can be detected by this spell. It should be noted that if the detected object is more familiar with the person who casts the spell, or has the other person's portrait, belongings, or part of the body as intelligence, then the spell is more likely to succeed. On the contrary, the lower the success rate. If the spell fails, the opponent will not be detected again within 24 hours. Of course, this ancient mantra is demanding. Alan, who has not learned much prophetic knowledge at Hogwarts, has not yet fully grasped it. The knowledge inside the tower is somewhat too esoteric, but it does not prevent his research interest from becoming more soaring. In addition, in the collection of the Black family, there are not only tips for increasing the success rate of Animagus www.untilnovel.com but also some notes of dangerous black magic, poison and even live sacrifices. Even ancient wizards have summoned the methods of summoning outsiders to trade or enslave them. There are a few interesting things in the record, enough for future generations. There was once a hapless black who traded with an extremely cunning devil. The devil provided a contract. The contract was very fair. Black was complacent and thought he had taken advantage of it. As a result, he was engulfed by the devil with bones. The reason is that the contract provided by the devil is fairly fair on the surface, but the pattern on the parchment is considered to be the background. In fact, it is a very cruel and harsh condition written by the devil in special words. There is also a greedy black in the transaction with the devil. Because of the language is not careful, the devil caught the loophole and died on the spot. He made a wish to the devil, hoping to get a ton of Jinjialong. The devil kept his promise and gave him a lot of gold coins, but it just happened to pour from his head. He was smashed by Jinjialong like a storm, and his brain was burst, and finally he was buried in heavy below the gold coins. These blood lessons have been recorded by the Black family one by one, so that future generations will be vigilant in their interactions with these creatures. This part of black magic accounts for a large proportion of all books. To this end, Alan opened a room for these black magic books in the library, and set the conditions for opening the door. When you want to enter and exit, you must use the Guardian Curse turn on the spell. This ensures that those who study black magic will not be completely immersed in the evil black magic and lose their heart. Chapter 298 Omniscient Mark Modified. Alan is thoughtful about the arrangement of this tower. Now there is one question left, and the most important one. How can I allow my trusted relatives and friends to enter and leave this tower freely? Alan flipped through the books in the Black family's collection and combined with the knowledge he had a relatively mature idea. He saw a very interesting mark magic, maybe Voldemort had also seen it. Voldemort imprinted this mark on his subordinates, and at the same time, he called it the Dark Mark. According to the note of this spell, the marked figure requires the caster to complete the design himself. Obviously, Voldemort chose a terrifying graphic that could deter others: a huge skull made of countless green star-like things. A large python emerged from the skull's mouth like a tongue. Everyone who joins the Death Eater's left arm must be branded with this dark magic mark as a sign of identification. Alan could not be sure of Voldemort's aesthetic, but he had to admit that his purpose was achieved. This sign brought panic to countless people, because in those dark days, whenever he or his Death Eater killed someone, he would leave a dark mark on the body or house. Not only that, whenever Voldemort is strong or appears around, the marks on the Death Eater's arm will burn like pain, and it will become clearer and become red. As long as Voldemort presses the black demon mark on the arm of a Death Eater, he can summon other Death Eaters. At this time, they will immediately phantom shift and follow the instructions of Voldemort. When a Death Eater touched the black demon mark branded on his left arm, Voldemort could also feel the call and the phantom moved to him or her. In the eyes of Alan, black magic is just a kind of magic, and it cannot be denied to ambitious people because they are used in bad places. Don't waste food because of choking. The more we fear something, the more we should study it, because what we fear is often not the thing itself, but unknown. The more Alan studied the black magic in the Black family that he could learn now, the more he was amazed by the subtlety of magic. For this mark magic, Alan felt that it should not be denied because Voldemort used it. Alan believes that it can play a big role, for example used as a key to enter and exit this tower. Alan believes that the touch mark, which can communicate with each other, is very useful. Imagine if your family and friends need your help, you can immediately appear beside him. Is it very safe? Furthermore, when you touch the mark when you are in danger, you can instantly phantom shift and return to the tower, but your opponent cannot enter. Even the Ministry of Magic's monitoring of the phantom shift type will not work normally. Is this an extra layer of protection for life? Then Alan needs to consider only a very important and simple problem. He needs to design a graphic that conforms to his aesthetic for his marking spell. He did not want to use the family emblem belonging to the Pure Blood family, but wanted to completely create his own symbol because he didn't just want to make this mark for his family members. Voldemort's graphics are for mystery, for fear and fear, to create panic. Alan feels that this graphic should first represent himself, and second, it should reflect his own philosophy. After repeatedly designing, Alan looked at the finished draft in his hands and was very satisfied. The constituent elements of this figure are curved ruler, toe-legged ruler, hands held together, and the Eye of Omniscience. The ruler represents the downward regular triangle in the six-pointed star, which means truth, and the toe-legged ruler represents the upward regular triangle, which means morality, secret, and trust. The hands shook represent trust and are placed between the ruler and the 2-foot ruler. The toe-legged rule and the hand that shook hands form the letter A in Alan's name. There is a silver letter H between the hand and the 2 feet, corresponding to the name of Alan Harris. The Eye of Omniscience at the top is an eye surrounded by triangles and 1,000 rays of light. It stands for perception, for gaze, for secret, and for protection. Thinking about the discovery room at the top of the tower, it is not difficult to imagine Alan's interest and importance in this omniscience eye. Alan gently rolled up the sleeve of his left arm and printed the designed omniscience mark on his arm first. The silver mark gleamed on some pale arms, and then calmed down, as if it were just an ordinary tattoo. Only when activated with magic power, you can feel his magic. Alan looked at the omniscience mark on his arm, and he rejoiced. Suddenly, he frowned again. If you want to promote this tag, then the function must be differentiated. Although the Harris family wants to develop, the forces they develop need this kind of imprint to maintain each other, but apparently except for family and a few friends, Alan does not intend to keep his tower open to everyone. These precious collections are just a pure collection. The Blood family can continue for a long time except the heirs. Moreover, There are so many precious materials and so many secrets in the tower. They are not completely trustworthy people, and they must not be easily entered. Alan thought about it and made another version. The pattern was exactly the same as the omniscience mark he designed, but the permissions were reduced and he could not enter or leave his tower. This version just uses the original function of this spell, no changes, similar to Voldemort's black mark function, only for communication, contact and phantom shift positioning. Alan, immersed in the layout of the tower and the research mark www.untilnovel.com, didn't leave the tower with joy until the study was completed. At this time, the entire Hogwarts was very calm, and unconsciously, Alan stayed in the response room late at night. Nonetheless, the excited Alan is like a child who has gotten a new toy, like a male mole who has just bought his favorite new car. However, Hogwarts night was quiet. No one could share the joy of victory with Alan, and Alan actually felt a little lonely. There was a rush of heat in Alan's heart, and he couldn't wait to share it with others. And the most trustworthy naturally is the family who has made an unbreakable vow. Alan took a decisive moment and directly took out the firebolt. After stealth, he flew out of Hogwarts Castle. Leaving the castle, Alan moved into a phantom and appeared at his door. In the silent night, Mr. Harris' family suddenly became lively. Everyone wore pajamas and gathered in the lobby. Seeing the unabashed joy on Alan's face, everyone knew that Alan must have good news. Alan released his tower and took the family to visit one by one. This is a family. The expressions on all people's faces are very similar. After falling into a dream, they are eager and ecstatic after their incredible fates. Clever Harris naturally understand what this means. On the top floor of the tower, all the family members were marked by Alan with the omniscience mark that they could enter and exit the tower freely. However, Emily hasn't learned to apparition. She can only rely on other family members to let them in. Chapter 299 Play Hufflepuff modified Alan. After the surprise, Owen, who was sitting in the library room, suddenly stopped talking after greeting his younger son. "Dad, what's wrong?" Alan asked in confusion. "In Hogwarts, phantom dislocations are prohibited. So can we only use this tower when you are on holiday?" Owen spoke out, his worries in doubt. "This is definitely not Irving." Harris Greed is at work. Since Alan was open and honest in Aunt Josephine's manner, Irving, who has experienced the Dark Age, has been committed to improving his position in the Ministry of Magic and enhancing the strength of his family. He was totally unacceptable and any of his family members were hurt. This is the case. You activated the omniscience mark, and you entered the space where the tower is located. When you go out, it will appear where you first entered. Therefore, you will not be restricted by Hogwarts magic. Understand. In response to his father's concerns, Alan quickly explained. Owen's frowned eyebrows spread out. "In these books, I suggest that you first learn the ancient super magic skills left by Ravenclaw. They can help us quickly improve our combat effectiveness," Alan suggested to his father. Then he pointed to the specially developed black magic. The space of the books warns in a positive way. In addition, there are a lot of black magic books here. Everyone must pay special attention when reading, researching, and practicing. Some of them may hurt people, but there is no way to remove this kind of harm, or even the books themselves will be damaged, so I suggest that you should be accompanied when reading unfamiliar black magic books. No one will ignore Alan's words. After bringing a lot of benefits to his family, his position in the family increased day by day, and he gradually took control. Knowing that the Harris family, who could enter this magical tower arbitrarily, had left all their worries behind. They are diligently studying and exploring in the tower, until Morgan Le Fay could not help but drag the little girl Emily, who was jumping around, back to the bed, and then came over aggressively to urge everyone guessed and left the tower reluctantly. "Do you want to take or leave tomorrow?" Morgan Le Fay knew that if these guys didn't show their attitude, these guys might stay here overnight. "Alan, hurry up and rest. Tomorrow you will have to rush back to Hogwarts. Don't be discovered by the professors that you violated the curfew." Morgan Le Fay turned his head. Although it was still the same order, It was against Alan's tone was kinder than before. Before going back to his bedroom, Alan suddenly remembered something and quickly stopped his father. Owen, Dad, after some time is the last Quidditch in our college. Ravenclaw will play Hufflepuff. I hope you can arrange the reporter of singing the contrary to the school to interview this competition. Alan Dow. No problem, I will arrange it properly. Mr. Harris was stunned for a while, but soon he thought of the news he had learned that the head coach of the British Quidditch team, Geraldine Malthus, was looking around for the right candidate as a golfer. Owen looked at the black mist remaining after the younger son's phantom shift, and smiled with some relief. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the younger son, who always felt that he was too keen on specialized knowledge to actively plan such things. The family seat is not enough for an heir to be erudite and pursue personal strength. After returning to school, Alan has a very fulfilling life. In addition to his busy study life, he can meet his family in the tower at night. It is Quidditch training every day that occupies most of his energy. This is Roger's last game before graduation. Even if Quidditch's overall standings are already doomed to win the championship, he has almost invested 200% of the energy. This Ravenclaw's captain Quidditch wants to complete his final battle with a victory record. Everyone can see that Roger is determined to get this. He discussed tactics endlessly, as if he would never tire of organizing training, because Ravenclaw's game against Hufflepuff will be held on the first Saturday after Easter. The time is already very tight. Ravenclaw's new hitter Michael Kona is extremely enthusiastic in training and strives to integrate into the team and learn various tactics. Everyone is interested in this upcoming game. The most heard by Alan is, "Will Alan use firebolts?" This sentence is not only from the worried Hufflepuff. Even Gryffindor and Slytherin cannot help but discuss. For Gryffindor, they admired Alan's fairness and justice, but after learning that Harry also got a fire crossbow, they hoped that Alan would use fire crossbow in the game. Most of the Slytherins do not believe that Alan will give up the use of fire arrows, and winning is the most important thing. It is difficult for them to understand this behavior. Alan ignored the rumors outside. For him, it was the right thing to improve his strength every minute. Easter holiday is not easy. The third grader has never done so many homework. It's also called a festival. One afternoon, Ravenclaw's new batter Michael Kona yelled in the common room. It's still far from the exam. What are they doing? For Ravenclaw's honor, he had to struggle with heavy homework and training, and had to deal with some emotional entanglements after the popular Michael Kona among the girls became a batter more popular. If it weren't for Alan's help, he might not be able to support it very early. The days passed by in a hurry, as if in a blink of an eye. It was the day of the last game. On the day of the game, Alan received a warm applause when he walked into the field with the same light wheel 2001 as his teammates. Almost all the students stood up to pay tribute to him. No matter what speculation they had before, when they witnessed Alan give up the firebolt and chose a fair game, they could not help but feel the admiration for Alan from the heart. Even Slytherin stood up and cheered Alan. Their views are not the same as those of other colleges. In the eyes of Slytherins, Alan must have absolute confidence in his own strength. www.untitled.com only dare to participate in the competition in this way. In fact, they are all right. For Alan, he wants to ensure the fairness and justice of the game. Everyone can compete with each other to win the attention of the national team coach. At the same time, he also has absolute confidence in his flying skills. In addition to the physical growth, the attribute pharmacy he has taken before has gradually manifested in the attribute growth of perception and keenness. The two captains shake hands. Miss Huochi said. Roger and Cedric shake hands. Although they seem to be peaceful, they both show their infinite desire for victory in their eyes. Mount a flying broom, said Miss Huochi. 3, 2, 1. Her whistle was overwhelmed by the applause of the audience, and 14 broomsticks rose to the sky. Alan felt the hair on his forehead flutter back, and he began to get excited. He looked around, looking for traces of golden thieves. Suddenly, Alan froze for a moment. He couldn't believe his luck. Golden snitch. Just at the top of the Ravenclaw grandstand. Although there is some distance, he can certainly catch it. But if this is the case, Alan glanced quietly at the strange man with black-framed glasses sitting in the stands beside Professor Flitwick. He brought a camera, a pen in his hand, and a notebook lying flat on his knees. Obviously, this is a reporter contacted by Mr. Harris. It would be a waste if the game ended so plainly. "Hey, Cedric!" Alan shouted suddenly. This call attracted the attention of the audience. Alan held out a finger and pointed in the direction of the golden snitch. "It's mine." Chapter 300 National Team Modified. Alan's movements were also noticed in the stands, and the little wizards talked. Cedric's eyes narrowed, and he saw that Alan had no follow-up action. He had always been attached to the fair game. He even waited a few seconds before turning around and flying to the Ravenclaw stand. Now he had no time to think about why Alan showed him the trail of the golden thief, and he did not respond to the pause. He just wanted to wait for Alan to get closer. Since the other party did not accept it, he would go all out. "I don't want to waste this great opportunity." Compared to Alan, he was closer to the golden snitch. Cedric's eyes were firm, and he quickly flew towards the Ravenclaw stand. Near. The golden thief is in front of him. As long as he leans out, he just stretches out his hand. He heard a loud cry of surprise from the crowd behind him. There was infinite joy in Cedric's heart. He straightened his right hand as if he saw the Quidditch cup waving to him. At this moment, a figure flashed quickly around him, and when his hand was about to touch the golden thief, he quickly took a step and gathered the golden thief in his hand. Cedric's triumphant smile froze in his mouth. The crowd of people immediately set off in the stands, and the cheers of the little wizards resounded throughout the stadium. Cedric is not clear, but the little wizards see it clearly. As Cedric quickly flew towards the golden snitch, Alan's broom hovered quickly in front of the Ravenclaw grandstand. Then he pointed in the direction of Cedric and made a victory sign. The Ravenclaws below were silent for the first time. They were worried that the golden snitch would be caught by Cedric. When Alan quickly caught up with Cedric, cheers erupted from the stands. In the eyes of the audience, Alan wearing a Ravenclaw uniform turned into a blue smoke, quickly drifting past Cedric and grabbing the thief first. No one thinks that Alan is arrogant. His amazing speed of first come first served. His confident expression, his fearless attitude conquered the audience. Alan hovered in the air, holding the golden thief in one hand and putting one hand behind his ear. Shaw was imitating an iconic celebration of his favorite NBA star with his own name. His right hand twirled in his ear and then waved to the audience. The action seemed to tell everyone, "Let me hear your cheers. Let me hear your cheers." Seeing such a movement, all the little wizards' enthusiasm was ignited. "Alan, Alan, Alan." There were rhythmic shouts from the stands, and no matter what the college wizard, they were yelling at Alan's name frantically. Mrs. Huochi blew her silver whistle and the game was over. Ravenclaw won a crushing victory. Despite this crushing, it is only reflected in the players on both sides. Cedric is at a loss, and the ups and downs are always unacceptable. In fact, he did not have to question himself. Although he is older than Alan, Alan, who has taken the attribute potion, has improved all aspects of his physical fitness, far from being comparable to that of ordinary wizards. Ravenclaw's little wizards were almost dumbfounded, and they flocked to the arena, celebrating the victory with various movements and screams. "We won the cup once again. We won the cup again." When Roger took over the huge Quidditch cup from Dumbledore, his eyes were instantly blurred. So excited that he couldn't say a word. Who understood that he was not really good, and he could really join the professional club 100% after graduation. The point is that this is probably the last official game in his life. If it weren't for Alan Harris, this game would probably be meaningless. The male reporter in the stands put away his notebook and stood up. The same thing is going on in the distance. There is no suspense in the game. The strength of this little wizard is really not to be underestimated. Behind Dumbledore, Geraldine drew a cigar and admired Alan surrounded by little wizards. "Are you determined?" Dumbledore looked at Geraldine. "It's him. Although he is very young, his strength is indeed outstanding. In a limited time, I can't find a more suitable candidate." Geraldine is an extremely decisive person. Once a decision is made, he will act immediately. Albus, you see, This summer is about to start the game. Can you let him go directly to training with me? Geraldine stared at Dumbledore's eyes. Sorry, Geraldine. I can't make a decision for Alan. Why don't you ask him for his opinion? Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and of course he supported Alan to participate in the World Cup. Perhaps so that this child can no longer indulge in the study of black magic. In the dressing room, Alan saw Geraldine. This was completely unthinkable to Alan. He had intended to promote the game through singing the contrary to win the attention of the head coach in front of him. It seems that the head coach of the national team is more anxious than he thought. In this summer, the World Cup is about to take place. I hope you can join the national team and play for us in England. Geraldine did not turn round and sent an invitation directly to Alan. Alan also nodded his head without hesitation. The opportunity was fleeting, and when it came, it was natural to seize it. There was no need to show those hypocrisy. I hope that you can temporarily put down your studies and participate in our training. Geraldine stared at Alan. Can I ask, what role do you want me to play? Although Alan had speculations in his mind, it was better to ask. Find a golfer. Although Geraldine was surprised, he was confident. www.untitled.com. No little wizard could resist the temptation of the national team to find a golfer. Coach, I hope to continue to stay at Hogwarts to finish school. For the players, there are not many tactics to cooperate with the players. I go to training on the days of normal rest. Time is enough. In Geraldine's unbelievable gaze, Alan made the request. Geraldine did not consider that Alan would make such a decision at all. There will be little wizards who choose to continue to stay in school to complete their studies, and give up the opportunity to train with famous stars. Hogwarts is very far away from where we are training. If you arrive at a spy train, I'm afraid it will waste a lot of time. Geraldine's eyes sharpened. You don't have to worry about it at all. I have learned to move with phantoms. Alan was completely unaffected by the other's momentum and calmed down. Geraldine was silent. He stood up suddenly and went out. Don't you worry about losing this opportunity. Professor Dumbledore felt that the young man in front of him was eye-catching again. Losing me will only be his regret, Alan said confidently. After a while, Geraldine returned. Albus, I have a heartless request, and I hope you can agree. Geraldine looked at Dumbledore. Geraldine, please say. I hope that our Quidditch national team can conduct closed training at Hogwarts. Geraldine said. He just went out to investigate the Quidditch stadium. The equipment here is very complete and can fully support ordinary training, and further training equipment can be completely rearranged, and it won't take long.